dialogue with referees generally.
If actually, when you were catching, it was lovely. They saw a different side to me. You know, suddenly then you shake hands, but when they don't see you very often, it's short, sharp.
4.5 minutes played at Craven Cottage. Bright start here from Fulham, but it remains 0-0. You're listening to talkSPORT. On that left-hand side is Nathan Ake to bring it forward. So that one change for Man City today. Sorry, the one change for Fulham, should I say. Lukic is missing. Cordova-Reid is in the starting 11. So Leno's in goal. Castagne, Diop across the back with Bassi and Robinson, with Bellini and Iwobi in midfield. Cordova-Reid, Pereira and Willian providing the support to Muniz. I'll run you through the Man City team in a moment, but Man City on the attack on that far side with Gvardiol getting involved with Kovacic, but it's really good work that time by Cordova-Reid to win it back for Fulham, deep inside their own half, and now Robinson's going to try and take on Silva on this near side, but after a quick burst he goes back to Bassi.
I think we just talk a little bit about Fulham. They've made that change in the midfield, haven't they? So Iwobi, Bellini plays a central role, and Pereira's one side and Iwobi's the other, and it's working quite effectively right now.
Here he is again. Pereira, who's got a little bit deep to pick that one up, and he gets a bit of help in the middle of the park from Bellini. Do you think they'll play a little bit more narrow and allow the fullbacks to come on? Is there a foul there on Silva? There he is, according to the referee.
Well, the whip's coming from the fullbacks, isn't it, for Fulham, and Robinson there. If you just look at Bellini there, he lost the ball, Pereira loses it cheaply, and that's what you can't afford to do. You lose the ball against City, they punish you.
Ake on that far side finds Gvardiol. He's hugging the touchline about 15 yards inside the Fulham half. Beautiful afternoon at Craven Cottage. The sun is out. Lovely day to play football. Maybe a little warm for some as Silva just goes back deep inside his own half, and it's going to be an early turn and go back to the goalkeeper. Edison's just made a slip at the edge of his 6-yard box, but he recovers well and he finds Ake on that left-hand side with Gvardiol, and then Kovacic now drive out and play their way away from danger here. Manchester City up to halfway. Haaland on that far side. First touch for Phil Foden, but he runs the ball out of play, and it's going to be a throw for Fulham on the far side.
Yeah, they've got it back, but there's the problem for Fulham, because they haven't really pressed. They tried to then, and then suddenly City go up a gear and just pop it in and around you. So you have to pick and choose wisely when you go in after them to press them.
Almost 6.5 minutes played. That one change for City, as we mentioned today, the return of Diaz with Walker just on the bench because he's not trained for a couple of days. So Edison is in goal there as Munoz wins a quick header. It's a Kanji, Diaz, Ake and Gvardiol across the back. Kovacic and Rodri in midfield. Silva, De Bruyne and Foden supporting Erling Haaland, who is up top.
Bassi's just hit one there to Muniz, and there's no one near him. He flicks it on, but they've got to get bodies around him. They've got to be able to look at that and see, okay, you're under pressure, this ball's going to go into the channel, let's get bodies forward.
Talking of bodies around you, we were both submerged in Bishop's Park today, weren't we, on the way here by park runners first thing this morning?
I thought I was actually taking part in the race. I was going to hand out a prize to me. I went the completely wrong way. I followed 2 Fulham fans here, which doesn't really bode well. I hope they really are Fulham fans.
Rather them than me today, charging around. What a beautiful setting for it on the banks of the River Thames.
Beautiful.
Long ball forward from Issa Diop this time up towards Muniz on halfway.
Was that a foul? Looked to me that might have been a little foul on Muniz, but he didn't get it. It's quite a high bar, isn't it? With Anthony Taylor.
Kovacic finds De Bruyne. On this right-hand side, I think I just swallowed a fly. Never mind. Here is Pereira, finds Willian, quick feet from Willian, gets him away from De Bruyne. And it's picked up by Bassi.
That was amazing, wasn't it? Willian's feet, they were so quick, he's off none of that, even though he's 35.
I was going to say, very swift for a 35-year-old, you're right, out of contract at the end of the season, but talks have already started. Marco Silva very openly said he wants to keep him, and you can see why. Big influence on this Fulham side.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Here's Leno away to our right-hand side. 8.5 minutes played. You're listening to talkSPORT. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 0. Wide to Robinson, who's midway inside his own half. Seeing a lot of the ball down this left-hand side. Willian gives it back once more to Pereira. And Bassi inside his own box. Leno again at the edge of the 6-yard area. Bellini has dropped deep. Now looking to play out from the back here, Fulham. They're being swamped by blue shirts.
Just need to make sure, Adam, they just need to make sure they don't overdo it. You know, you could just hear a few gasps around us there when it went into midfield. You know, like, okay, play with confidence, just make the right call. Another foul there, the referee's missed it.
Well, he's waved it away. I'm not sure why, because clearly Ake was pushing it.
Yeah, he had his arms all over his opponent.
There's a long ball punted forward by Bassi that time. Again, the target is Rodrigo Muniz, and that time Ake with outstretched arms on him, but Anthony Taylor waving it away.
No, it's this interpretation, and it's really how good a referee are you to officiate in these big moments.
Well, apparently he's one of our best.
Well, he is one of our best, there's no doubt, but I think he's one of them, you know. As I said to you, if you're a Fulham player, don't upset him because you won't get the benefit of the doubt, and he didn't there.
Here come Fulham again, out this left-hand side this time. And Pereira is forced back towards his own penalty area, and then has to put the ball up into a channel this time again, but he's looking for Muniz. It was a little bit too straight, it was well covered by Diaz, and it's worked back for Manchester City away to our left-hand side. Unbeaten in their last 32 matches in all competitions, Manchester City. What a run that is. Of course, they did lose on penalties to Real Madrid, but within 90 minutes, 26 victories and 6 draws. And how is it every season he just gets them in the right shape at the right time?
Well, as a manager, he's a serial winner, isn't it? You're not allowed in the building unless you want to win something. He keeps rotating, keeps changing players, and each one of them starts a new career wanting to emulate the lot before.
Edge of the centre circle, one of those newbies is Kovacic, of course, given the number 8 shirt to replace Gundogan. Plays in a slightly different way, in a different position to Gundogan, but he's certainly offered something at times to that Manchester City midfield, the former Chelsea and Real Madrid manager.
He sits deeper, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's a slightly different structure at the base of that midfield.
Radial.
Interesting, Haaland's not really seeing anything of the ball. He'll probably be the one that scores.
Well, he does have a good record against Fulham. 5 goals in his 3 appearances so far. And a hat-trick, of course, back in September. And he's also got a penalty on each of those 3 occasions too. And now it is in towards Haaland at the edge of the penalty area. It was helped on its way by De Bruyne, and Leno will clear because it just ran away from him for a moment. Up to Muniz again, who does win the header this time, but again, lack of support.
Muniz, I like the look of him though. He's got good stature, isn't he? Big lad, but you need bodies around him. Although he does need to hold up the ball as well, of course.
Got loan at Middlesbrough last season. It only cost them just under £7 million. And as Reshman was saying earlier on today, in the programme notes of the chairman and owner today, and he's really talking him up. Whether that's to inflate his figures or what, or value, who knows? But he looks like he could be the replacement they were striving for after Mitrovic's departure. Here's Kovacic, edge of the centre circle for Manchester City. Almost 12 minutes played. You're listening to talkSPORT. It's the award-winning game day exclusive. It's Manchester City, of course, trying to get to the top of the Premier League. Oh, here's a chance! He steps it in, and what a brilliant goal that is! Gvardiol has come from nowhere. He's danced his way through that Fulham defence, inside the edge of the penalty area, and very calmly and coolly, he slots it past Bernd Leno. It's a wonderful run from the fullback. We were only talking about him pre-game, and what he's brought to Man City, when he's brought them a 3rd Premier League goal and an early lead at Craven Cottage. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
Well, Gvardiol on this conveyor belt of talent, it's just remarkable. He just keeps going, he comes inside, he just lends it, gets it back from De Bruyne, touches it inside, and it's a really calm, cultured finish. Just tucks it away beautifully. We have seen him hit a couple of perlers, haven't we, from that sort of area, just the edge of the box, and this one he takes an extra touch just to help him on the angle. It's really composed, isn't it? Gets into that area and he just tucks it away beautifully, nonchalantly.
It's a wonderful finish that you wouldn't really expect with a defender like that. I'm sure you could have.
Yeah, but we've seen him hit, haven't we? We had Real Madrid, scored an amazing goal from there, but it was all about power. This one was finesse.
Kevin De Bruyne in the heart of it as well, which is no great surprise, is it? Silva looks to take it down on halfway. I mean, that's the first moment that Manchester City have had, and they find themselves in front.
Well, they just go up a gear, and then all of a sudden they start to buzz. Now look at them trying to press. If we get them trying to get a second and see this one through here.
There's a Iwobi, ball at feet just inside his own half, looking to drive forward, and he's forced backwards by Akanji. There's Bassi into Pereira, who's immediately got 3 blue shirts around him.
Has to be well then, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pereira. I mean, there's 1 or 2 in there who can handle that ball. You have to. When they put you under pressure, you've got to be able to use that ball well.
Willian, early ball across field, looking to try and find Muniz again. There was too much on the pass. A little shove then onto Ruben Diaz from Muniz, probably out of frustration, I think, and it'll be a free kick for Manchester City.
Well, it's a clash, isn't it? I mean, did Diaz close the door there? Referee's coming over to have a look. He's just a drop ball. He doesn't see anything in it.
Noel Gallagher in amongst the away supporters today. No prawn sandwiches for him.
No, and no travelling up north either today.
But in amongst the real people, Noel Gallagher, of course.
Are we real here then?
No.
I mean, I've never seen it. No one has looked at my notes more than the guy who has today, to be fair. Maybe Robbie Savage, when I used to work with him at the BBC, was always looking at my notes. But this guy is permanently looking at my notes. He could do the commentary.
They're clearly very impressive notes, I would say, Martin. That might be the reason for it. Here comes Haaland now, trying to get onto a long ball. Oh, it's volleyed back by Bassi, and then Leno just has to fly it out the way. The pressure's on here. De Bruyne inside the penalty area. Far side, ball at feet. Kevin De Bruyne gets the crossover, taken down by Silva, and Erling Haaland on the half volley, scoops it over the crossbar.
Yeah, another difficult moment, shall we say, there. Bassi involved. He just plays it back to the keeper. It's one of those. What's he supposed to do with it? Head it, chest it, knee it, volley it away. It's an awful height, and then De Bruyne's onto it in a flash. Little head across the goal to Haaland, who's just hit it over with his right foot. But that is really rash there from Bassi. You make a mistake, as we say, and then you pay for it, don't you? With real drama.
Yeah, very much so. You listen to Fulham. There's another chance as the poor ball comes out that time from Bassi. I'm not sure about this trying to play out from the back, Martin, I'm going to be honest.
Well, no, what I don't get is Bassi thinks he's got loads of time and he hasn't. I just don't understand that. If I'm an extra, I would say, come on, speed up.
Oh, here's Willian. A chance maybe for Fulham on the counter down this left-hand side. Early ball from Willian this time, and it's well read and cleared away. It's going to be a throw-in right by the corner flag down this left-hand side. Aki's taken a tumble in the process of clearing that, holding his right leg.
Well, it's the foot. Either it's the ankle. He's had problems with his calf. They do get injury problems, don't they, these defenders? It's another direct ball, just looking at a replay here from Bassi, and I mean, how do you deal with that as a back pass, you know?
I think he did all he could.
There's a thing called care and appreciation with your pass, and there wasn't any there.
Throwing on this left-hand side for Fulham. You are listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest against Chelsea live today. No contract with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
But let's hope that Aki's okay. I think it's a foot injury. He's planted his foot and something's gone in the foot, but he seems to be getting on with it.
Well, Kyle Walker is the player that's warming up, despite having not trained for the last couple of days. Ake is wandering a little bit gingerly on that far side, but Fulham have possession midway inside their own half, and they trail here by a goal to nil. Guardiola's third Premier League goal of the season is what separates these two sides on 17 minutes. And so far, just Manchester City beginning to influence the game a little, but mainly it's coming from errors at the back by Fulham. Here's Willian onto Muniz. Good foot in that time from Akanji to disrupt the attack, and Foden will win a header inside the centre circle, and then he applies the pressure on Castagne on that far side, but he does well, the Belgian, to get it away, and Ake will hack it clear and into touch. Marco Silva tries to control it, doesn't do it very well, but Fulham will have the throw on that far side. He started so well in this game. Here's Diop to Bassi midway inside his own half. They'll work it out again towards Willian on this near touchline. Pereira's there. Now he's skipped around the corner for Robinson, who's got the pace to take on Diaz. Robinson towards the edge of the penalty area. On his right foot, clips it forward. I thought he was going to unleash the shot. He looks for Muniz. Willian now down this left-hand side, looking to take on Silva. Level with the edge of the penalty area. On his right foot, Willian's ball isn't the best, and it's headed away that time comfortably by Diaz. Only as far as Iwobi on that right-hand side. Iwobi flicks it down that far touchline, and Declan Dover reads there inside the penalty area. Can't control it though, and out of play for a goal. But best moment for Fulham.
Yeah, good attacking play again. It's Robinson, isn't it, getting down this left-hand side. Just finishes off there. Got a little ball from Iwobi. Tries to just chip that, isn't he? Declan Reed doesn't quite get onto it. They do have that threat on the counter-attack. It's Willian mostly on this left-hand side, isn't it? With the width being created by Robinson.
But again, we've got you covered as we enter the final weekend of this enthralling Premier League season, the title race, and of course relegation, all still to be decided, and we'll bring you the key games every step of the way in May. Some crackers for you coming up this week, of course, as well as Tottenham against Burnley later this afternoon. That's our exclusive to National Radio game over on talkSPORT 2. And then, of course, on Monday night, Aston Villa against Fulham is live here on talkSPORT. On Tuesday, it's Tottenham against Man City, which obviously could have a huge bearing. In fact, if results went the right way, it could be that City could win or lose it on Tuesday night. We'll have it live on talkSPORT. Foul here on Phil Foden, Martin Keown.
Yeah, I think maybe just an eye injury. Just he's talking to the referee. He thinks an arm's come out. We will see a replay of it. Yeah, he's been caught. He's been taken out as well. It's right in front of the referee actually, and somehow he doesn't see it. And that is a little bit lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, right, outstretched arm from Cordova Reed. The ball nowhere near at the time. Here's a Kanji on the right-hand side for Manchester City, who lead here by a goal to nil, and as things stand, going back to the top of the Premier League table. That's a poor ball given away. Ake leaves it to Cordova Reed. Iwobi trying to skip into the edge of the penalty area. Brilliant challenge from Phil Foden, who gets across the cover.
Yeah, he does well there, Phil Foden. He recognises the danger, gets back, but they're giving it away. Fulham in a high position, and it's City now again on the break.
Now they've taken it very quickly and ended up giving the ball away. Here's Diaz out to the right-hand side. A catch in from the back. Manchester City up towards halfway. 20 minutes on the clock. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. You're listening to talkSPORT. And it's Rodri. Plays it wide to Ake on that left-hand side.
This is them, isn't it now? City controlling the tempo. They just put the ball out of play. I think there's going to be a substitution. It might be Ake, is it coming off? He can't take any further part in the match. Walker is going to come on.
Yeah, it is the early change. Here's Pep Guardiola deep in conversation with Kyle Walker right now with final instructions, and doesn't look happy obviously walking off Nathan Ake. His afternoon ends on 20 minutes, and Walker, well, quite rightly, has taken his Under Armour off. I don't think he needs that today, do you, Martin?
Well, I never used it in any condition, to be fair, but the modern day players seem to.
Over the days when men were men, Martin.
Well, I don't know, I had suffered with cold hands and just got on with it. But
no gloves?
No, just I think once in my career, twice perhaps. It was a very cold day. I regret it actually because I broke a lot of fingers. As soon as I'm going to break any fingers today in this weather, because it is boiling, to say the least here.
It is.
What are we at, 26 degrees today, we're saying?
I think so, yeah. Both teams taking a moment to take on some fluid. Pep Guardiola, despite being one up, with plenty to say to Kovacic and Silva as well.
Look at him at work, Pep. So we have a stoppage now. It's a bit like a timeout in basketball. And he's straight in there. Even though he's wearing that woolen jumper of his, it must be a superstition for him. Just having another rerun and look at the goal. And Guardiola scores such a wonderful goal. And I think it's because it's the space that he's afforded, because no one thinks he's capable of doing what he did. They're tight on everybody else, and they leave the one player on his own, he puts it away.
It was a terrific touch from Kevin De Bruyne, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's masterful, isn't he? He sees the game. You know, he talks about flying kites. He's like up in a helicopter today himself, isn't he? That vision he's got is quite remarkable. It's as if he's looking down on the pitch. I mean, did you see that pass? We're not that elevated here in this position, but we didn't see it from here. No, he did.
And Guardiola just arrived from absolutely nowhere. Darts past a couple with a lovely, lovely finish. Foden on that far side, who is midway inside the Fulham half, goes back towards Kovacic, and here's Diaz inside the centre circle. So Ake is off, Walker is on this right-hand side for Manchester City. And he will take up the right-sided berth, which means a slight change around probably for a Kanji, who was over here on the right-hand side, as they just shuffle things around, still go alongside Diaz.
By the way, what a defender to put on Walker. I mean, I think he's been absolutely magnificent, doesn't get any mentions in Player of the Year, but the way that he uses his pace now, it's like a meeting of the brain and the body, isn't it? But everything working together, reads the game so well now, and the pace, he just turns it on when he needs it.
And just as you said those kind words, he gave the ball away. Here's Willian on the left-hand side. The curse of Martin Keown strikes for a moment. Willian is midway inside the Man City half, but immediately City have just fallen back in to create a decent shape that Fulham will find hard to break down. They go across to Castagnier on halfway on that right-hand side, and he will go back towards Diop away to our right-hand side, and Fulham will look to come again on that far touchline with Castagnier once more. That seeing a little bit of the ball, but again it's a hopeful ball forward to Muniz over the top of him, and Ederson will come to the edge of his penalty area and collect.
Muniz needed to keep running there. He anticipated the long ball. Foligno in that midfield, he can pass. They've got good exponents here, haven't they? Good technicians. Fulham. It's just that when you get it, you know, you've got to have the options in front of you, and they all come back so deep, it's hard to get bodies around their front man.
And unbeaten their last 20 in the Premier League alone. Manchester City, that just seems to have crept up from absolutely nowhere. It was Aston Villa when they last were beaten by a goal to nil. And since then, an unblemished record. Hence why the title is back in their hands. We've had 24 and a half minutes. You're listening to talkSPORT, and it remains Fulham 0. Manchester City 1. Silva gets the ball across towards Kovacic. Kovacic with a lovely pass down that left-hand side. It's Guardiola again inside the penalty area. Haaland's there, De Bruyne's there, and Foden was arriving too. Comes to De Bruyne at the edge of the penalty area. Bernardo Silva forces a flying save from Bernardo Leno. Wasn't the toughest, a bit more of a camera save for Leno, but it had to be made.
Yeah, Guardiola again down this left. It's as if they've forgotten about him, isn't it? I think he might have been a tad offside there. I'm not sure it would have counted, but he makes a really good run, and then when he gets into high positions, he finds a pass, as you always do, and then it's a comfortable save, shall we say, for Leno.
Now this left-hand side here is Muniz, and it gets the strong arm of the physical challenge of Akanji. That's the kind of centre-half challenge you'd have liked, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah, I got a feeling for Muniz a bit, because he was dumped, wasn't he, on the surface, but he's going to keep running. There's a long ball into the channel, and we've got a throw in here in the final third for Fulham.
7 goals in his last 7 here for Muniz, so we're looking to try and add to that this afternoon, and he's going to need to if Fulham are going to get anything out of this game, because they trail by a goal to nil. Here's Bassi just short of halfway. Finds Willian down this left-hand side. Robinson helps it down this near touchline. Pereira's there, the former Manchester United man. Rory, he'd like to deliver something today, I'm sure, to try and deny Man City the routes to yet another Premier League title. Here's Kevin De Bruyne, though, who gets it away for City and goes back towards the edge of his own penalty area. Very calm from the Belgian international.
Yeah, he went round in a circle, and that's very good. See, a lot of players do that these days, don't they? Just go round in a circle, and then the opponent just falls away, and he just kills the game. They just start their passing mode. 1 touch, 2 touch, diagonal passing, move, find a new position. It's just lovely how it just flows, and all the passes involved here is just pass their opponent to a standstill.
Haaland finds De Bruyne, who looks to go back towards Haaland at the edge of the penalty area. Intercepted though by Pereira, who looks to be absolutely everywhere for Fulham. That's given away easily though by Robinson. Kovacic. It's Rodrigo. Infield he goes again to Kovacic. De Bruyne. Akanji. It's all just one-touch stuff and movement from Manchester City.
I think why Kovacic is in there, because he just wants, doesn't he, just to pass it, just to keep it moving. Calvin Phillips, it didn't work out for him, but this man, he just keeps it going. Just 1 touch, 2 touch, finds the pass, keeps probing.
Here's Bernardo Silva down this right-hand side. Walker's outside of him, cuts onto his left foot, looking for a better angle to deliver about 20 yards out from goal. Into the penalty area. Here's Kovacic being challenged that time though from Polina. But Kovacic will win it back again. The desire and the hunger is there.
You saw the amount of players. Polina couldn't go. There's 3 players all around him.
De Bruyne into Foden. Foden edge of the box, left foot drives the shot and saved above his head by Leno quite comfortably. But all it took was 2 passes, a bit of quick movement between De Bruyne and Foden, and they were almost in again.
Just to visualise it, it's Phil Foden on the right-hand side of the box. He just comes on to that left foot beautifully. We've seen him do that with the goal against Real Madrid was absolutely magnificent. That sort of area, this time it was straight at the keeper.
Back with Leno away to our right-hand side. And the Fulham keeper will again just drop it short, and Diop and him will exchange passes. He goes down as he takes 1 touch at the edge of his 6-yard box by Silva, and then gets it forward, but a good header on that time by Akanji, and Rodri skips the first challenge, slides it out wide to that left-hand side to Foden, who continues his run, having given it back to Rodri. Now midway inside the Fulham half, and Iwobi intervenes and does well with the help of Cordova-Reid. And it goes back again to Polina and Castagne, and on that far side Iwobi as Fulham look to come forward again, going in search of this equalising goal, and they'll have a throw.
They're trying to play, aren't they? Polina are in there particularly, trying to play, trying to get the passes in. There's a nice one here. What a ball that is from Iwobi.
It's a beauty out to Robinson on this near touchline with his bandaged right hand. He gets it back from Willian, but again they've been forced back inside their own half by the Manchester City press. You're listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs. Almost 29 minutes play. Still 1-0 to Manchester City. Long ball punted into the penalty area, and Edison will go.
Nunez didn't make the run. It was a good ball in. You know, it's interesting watching him here. You see him in the penalty box. I think he makes good decisions, but outside the penalty box, it's hard to find him. He's not really clear with his movement. Dennis Bergkamp used to say to me, the first move is not for you, it's for the opposition's defender. The second one's for you. And they haven't really worked that out. There's no communication between the defenders who are trying to play into the front man and the front man himself.
You played with some players, didn't you?
Well, they played with me actually, Adam, but anyway.
they clearly stay the same. You weren't there.
No, you're right, first time.
He was just mercurial to watch, unless he was playing against your team, of course. 29.5 minutes played. It's still 1-0 here. We'll head off to see how the old firm's going shortly. Reminded that breaking sports news as well. In the world of cricket, Jimmy Anderson on his Instagram has said that the first test at Lords this summer will be his final test for England. More on talkSPORT.com on that, and we'll have more later, of course. And don't forget, that will be reflected, I'm fairly sure, in the cricket podcast, Army and Co. looking after that you'll be able to find via talkSPORT.com as well.
Well, Jimmy Anderson walked into my local pub last year, and I nearly fell over. Yeah, he was on a tour. He was on a tour. He was in Oxford. He walked in. It was a pleasure to see him there. He's had a magnificent career, so it's nice, isn't it, that he's planning. Well, of course, you don't want him to finish. He's going to go. It looked like he was going to go on forever, but now we know when he's going to finish. We can all celebrate with him.
It'll be a send-off fairly similar to what David Moyes will get at the London Stadium today, I suspect.
Oh, well, I should see. I hope so.
You would hope so.
The job that he's done there.
Adrian Durham will be there later when the goal's going around the ground this afternoon on game day from around 2:30. Of course, issues to be decided. Burnley could go down this afternoon. That's our live commentary game on talkSPORT 2. Spurs against Burnley. Spurs still trying to get that Champions League place, but have lost their last 4. We'll bring you the team news for that one in just about an hour's time.
While we've been away, by the way, they've just made about 25 passes, City, and they're on the edge of the box for Fulham.
They are. Akanji out wide to the left-hand side. Guardiola gets it towards Rodri, edge of the penalty area, 25 yards out, goes back to Kovacic. They just can't get a touch of the ball here, Fulham. It's Akanji again, in towards Kovacic. De Bruyne then moves. Rodri has it, 35 yards out. Deciding what to do, and he's just going to be one up it. No, Rodri's still going, fights off the double challenge. Down the right-hand side, he finds Bernardo Silva, who's inside the penalty area at walking pace right now. Just working the ball with his left foot, just lifts it back to Rodri, to Kovacic, goes down by Willian. In this heat, Fulham are doing a lot of pressing for a little reward so far. Guardiola down that left-hand side, he's probably about 25 yards out, hugging that far touchline. He goes back to Akanji, who's measuring up whether he should play a slightly more direct ball, but instead Foden drops in short. He lays that off in the left-hand edge of the box to Kevin De Bruyne, who's still going. Haaland takes it down after the poked ball comes through from De Bruyne in the end. And eventually there's a touch from a Fulham player, but they give it straight back to Manchester City.
Nunez gets it, doesn't secure possession of the ball, and it's back again. It's a matter of time before we see another goal here. If they don't change this up a little bit, Fulham can't get near the ball.
Guardiola down that left-hand side, and he wins inside the corner. Castagne is the player that puts it out on that far touchline. 12.5 minutes remaining in the first half. You are listening to Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT, where it remains Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. Here comes the corner. Kevin De Bruyne will deliver it from that far side. Willian is closed down the option on Foden, which is short at the edge of the penalty area. Silva just moves short as well, but it's going to come back here towards Guardiola, who heads it into the danger zone. It's nodded away. My 2 or 3 Fulham players are all going for the same ball. Here's Rodri down this right-hand side towards the byline. Clips the ball towards that back post. He was looking for Haaland. It comes out towards De Bruyne again. And now it's Kyle Walker to recycle down this right-hand side for Manchester City. Patient, precise in their build-up, and the movement is exceptional. Once more with Diaz this time, just happy to keep the ball away from Fulham. What's the old adage? You can't score a goal if you don't have the ball.
No, and we're just looking, I mean, there's the number of passes, the possession here, I mean, they're just taking the mickey really. What is it, 65%? It feels like way more than that.
It's brilliant from Bernardo Silva, then he loses out to Robinson. The skill to keep the ball in on this near touchline was amazing, but Robinson just kept his eyes on him and eventually got the tackle in. Now the ball is turned out wide on that right-hand side by Muniz towards the ball over Reed, but there's too much on it, and it'll be a throw on that far side of Manchester City.
Yes, again, Muniz, ball comes in, hits it on his chest, and he volleys it out wide. He's got too much on it. So this is where the time needs to be spent with the front man. You know, it's like, when you go into him, he's got a stick, but just looking here at Pep, he stitches in information. We've got both managers. It's a bit of a contest, isn't it? You know, who can give the most information in the shortest space of time while this throw-in's taken. But City really are in top form today.
Foden up to Haaland. Haaland's got two around him, but he holds them off. Bassi goes in for a second challenge. Haaland still with it. Lays it off to Foden. He's got De Bruyne alongside him. Foden inside the penalty area on the left-hand edge, on his left foot, but he then just loses out. Good defending from Diop on this occasion. And it's Haaland again who's just forced out once more and goes back towards halfway.
Yeah, he's just bullied. Haaland's just bullied those central defenders. That's my ball, get out of the way. I want that.
Here's Diaz, edge of the centre circle again for Manchester City. Akanji on that far side, just keeping the ball. De Bruyne over halfway, little burst of pace, then slides the ball through for Foden to try and onto, but it's safely in the arms of Leno. Away to our right-hand side. We have a goal at Celtic Park in the Old Firm. David Tanner.
And it's Celtic 1, Rangers 0. Matt O'Reilly breaks the deadlock with his 16th goal of the season. James Forrest picked it up on the right, played it in to Callum McGregor on the overlap. He picked out O'Reilly, and from the edge of the box, he hit it low between the goalkeeper and the post. Terrific goal by Matt O'Reilly. Celtic 1, Rangers 0.
With the title is going to be heading to Celtic Park. It's only 30 days, I think, since the last Old Firm game, but always an occasion, and Celtic with the upper hand early on. 10 minutes to go here. Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. We head towards half-time, and again Fulham trying to play out. This time they have got a bit of possession on halfway. And Polina will try and make it work to Iwobi. Now down this left-hand side, Robinson with a bit of space, up against Carl Walker. Robinson plays the early ball towards the back post. Deckled over Reed goes up, but it's well read that time by Guardiola, and he's not giving it away though. And it's scampered once more by Polina.
This time different striker, retains possession, and then plays it out wide, and then they can mount an attack. They're just giving it away again sloppily. I mean, look, it is really difficult because you're trying to defend, you're running after people, and then you get the ball back, and you've got to switch another button in your head and say, right, relax, play. But it's really difficult when you're spending most of your time running after someone.
You're listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Super 6. Predict 6 correct scores from this weekend's action, and you can win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus terms and conditions, of course. And let's head to Wembley, get the latest. It's non-league finals day there, of course. Ian Abrahams.
First up, the FA Vase final half-time. Great Wakering Rovers 0, Romford FC 0. They've had the best chances. Finley Dorrell with 2 efforts, 1 save, 1 just wide. But in truth, a hot first half with very little quality. At the break, Great Wakering Rovers 0, Romford FC 0.
Foden slips the ball through for Haaland to try and run on to, but a couple of yards too much on the pass from Phil Foden. There we were thinking he could do no wrong, but on this occasion just overhits the pass and Haaland couldn't quite get there. Kovacic will try and win it back in the middle of the park for Manchester City, but now a chance for Fulham to attack. Down that right-hand side, Iwobi slides the ball through towards the edge of the penalty area, helped on his way by Castagne, but he was trying to get it to Muniz, but Silva was in there to do the defensive work this time, and now De Bruyne away down the left-hand side for Manchester City. Haaland alongside him into the penalty area, on his right foot takes a deflection. It was blocked by Diop and out on this near side for a corner.
Yeah, brilliant. Again from Man City, the way they go from one end of the pitch to the other. Just a lovely little ball from Kovacic. First time allows De Bruyne to come onto it, and then you hold your breath when De Bruyne gets it because you think he's going to do something special. Diop gets a puts it out for a corner. It's going to be De Bruyne actually who takes this on the right-hand side. He likes to whip these in.
Yeah, be an outswinger for Kevin De Bruyne down this near touchline. 7 minutes to go to half-time. Game day exclusive, talkSPORT. 1-0 to Manchester City. De Bruyne to deliver for this near touchline. Plenty of put in there. Pereira and Haaland and Rodri as well, all getting involved with each other. Anthony Taylor is on the spot, but he's happy for De Bruyne to deliver. Well, keeping an eye on what's to go, and in fact he now blows his whistle, says get on with it, Kevin De Bruyne. down this right-hand side. He does deliver it. Haaland goes up with a most ambitious karate kick, but doesn't make contact.
Yeah, I was thinking Bruce Lee as well there, to be fair.
All the way back with Walker, and he'll go to Edison away to our left-hand side.
Very spectacular.
Don't forget.
That's just wanted to say there, something that Arsenal do. I don't know if you've noticed their set pieces are quite magnificent, but they delay, they create the drama, they wait, and then wait a bit longer, and then they deliver. I think Man City have taken that a leap out of their book there, because that was forever, wasn't it, before that came in?
The thing that astonishes me about Arsenal set pieces is people see them and they still don't do anything about them. They don't react to them and plan for them. It's been extraordinary this season, it really has.
Yeah, it just shows how much the top teams are playing a part now in this area of set pieces.
Guardiola ball through to Haaland, first touch, just tried to spin in behind, but Diop's there and again gets an important clearance in. The ball doesn't stick with Iwobi, does run though to Willian, midway inside his own half, and now on that right hand side he tries to find Pereira, who slips the ball around the back this time. Diaz and Mooney's in a charge, Diaz pops it up in the air and it's gathered by Edison, of course, that tries a far back pass, but Anthony Taylor waves those away as the ball was just launched up into the air. So another goal at Celtic Park. We'll come back to Martin in a moment. David Tanner.
Another 2 goals. It's now Celtic 2, Rangers 1. Celtic pushed 2 in front to an own goal from John Lundstrom, and the ball is, as I speak, in the back of the Celtic net. Rangers pulling one back. Fabio Silva picked it up on the left-hand side. He cut it back for Barisic. He's tossed him in. And there was a header into the back of the net by Cyril Dessers. His first Old Firm goal. What a couple of minutes we've had. Celtic 2, Rangers 1.
Never fails to deliver the Old Firm, that's for sure, into the last 5 minutes of the first half here. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. A reminder, Around the Grounds is coming later once we are finished here. Game Day Live, Adrian Durham, Danny Mills, Mickey Graham, Perry Groves on duty this afternoon. All those Premier League games covered on for you, the Scottish Premiership as well. Don't forget we'll have that classified results service at 5 o'clock as well. While over on talkSPORT 2, it's Spurs against Burnley, a must-win game for Burnley this afternoon. Must win as well for Spurs if they want to have any chance to get that Champions League spot off of a faltering Aston Villa. That's live on talkSPORT 2 this afternoon from 3 o'clock. As Silva pops a long ball forward down that left-hand side. That's delightful to Gvardiol. Into the penalty area on the far touchline. He goes back this time towards Rodri. Rodri in towards Kevin De Bruyne, who helps on his way. Gets a second chance to lift it up. He and Haaland and Foden were all inside the penalty area, but it's half cleared by Fulham. Only to Gvardiol on that far side, who then clips the ball into the penalty area, and Leno will make the gather away to our right-hand side. Whatever happens this weekend, whatever happens tomorrow, of course, in that crucial game between Manchester United and Arsenal, it'll all be picked over on Monday morning. Jeff Stelling and Ali McCoy's back on talkSPORT Breakfast from 6 o'clock. Peter Schmeichel and Rio Ferdinand are on the show on Monday morning. Of course, if you fancy something different on your commute, Chris Evans' breakfast show is on Virgin Radio from 6:30. You can listen to Virgin Radio on DAB or download the app.
Sounds like talkSPORT are gambling on a Manchester United win.
It does sound a little bit like that, doesn't it?
Like the old days.
Are you going to put your hand up to join in at 6?
No, not this week.
Oh, okay.
I might have a well-deserved day off, although I'm working on my book.
I've got a book?
Yes, I'm doing a book, and we have mentioned it actually on talkSPORT Radio on Fridays. Obviously you don't listen in, but that's a shame. But you should do, because we're winning awards now for that show.
Oh,
despite the fact I'm on it.
Is it just the Friday show that wins awards?
Probably based on that, yeah. Jim and Simon will tell you otherwise.
There's plenty of awards.
And Danny Murphy, by the way.
Yeah, of course, let's not forget Danny. Plenty of awards coming talkSPORT Radio this week, including for this very show here. Game Day is award-winning too this week. Down this right-hand side is Kyle Walker. Walker, right-footed, swings that one into the penalty area, but no one attacking it in a blue shirt. It's after to Iwobi at the edge of his own penalty area. Given away again. De Bruyne just first to it, more alert, more interested. Kovacic, 25 yards, 30 yards out from goal, finds Walker, and then to Rodri. De Bruyne is wide on this right-hand side. He's the target. One touch into Silva. Silva then into Foden, inside the box. Foden just trying to turn, comes back to Silva, who gets the shot away. And again, probably about for the fourth or fifth time, it's Issa Diop with a block for Fulham.
Yeah, but that's Robinson again. So I like what Robinson does on this left-hand side, but every now and again, he doesn't have a picture. He gives the ball away cheaply. That's twice now, and he gets punished. So you just need to make him aware, give him options, give him solutions, which they're not at the moment, Fulham. But then a good defending, as you say. Now it's De Bruyne again now on the opposite side. This will be an in-swinger. He dictates everything, De Bruyne.
And here's to Diop's 16th start of this Premier League campaign. It's De Bruyne, swings that one into the back post, and waiting for it and a chance to put it home was Manuel Akanji, but he's put it wide, and I think probably over as well from inside the 6-yard box. What a chance to double City's lead.
If you look at the height of this, for me that looks perfect for a header. I don't quite understand why a central defender is not going with his head. Maybe they're better now with their feet, but he doesn't look like it there. And he puts it well over. That's a great chance for City.
Former Borussia Dortmund man has got a couple of goals already this season, but really should have made it 3 in the Premier League and doubled City's advantage on the stroke of half-time, because there's less than 60 seconds plus time to be added on here at Craven Cottage at the end of this first half. Iwobi's done well down that right-hand side. Great cross. Luiz goes up for the header, but Diaz gets there first yet again. And it'll be Walker who will clear for Man City down this right-hand side with a bit of help from Rodri, and they'll look to counter straight away. Walker into the feet of Erling Haaland inside his own half. Spins round the corner, finds Foden in the centre circle. Lovely outside of the boot pass to Kevin De Bruyne on that left-hand side. Silva's gone outside of him, plays it in early towards Haaland. Headed away by Robinson. Comes down to Rodri, 25 yards out from goal. Now here's Kyle Walker. He's probably about more near 40 yards out from goal. Rodri to Foden. Exchange of passes with Kovacic. Left-hand side, Silva swings it across towards Haaland again. And this time Diop's there with a header away. And a throw-in right by the corner flag on the far side for Manchester City.
It's almost turned into a boxing match, isn't it? You know, you look Fulham throwing a few digs at Man City, and they've come back with a flurry of their own. It's just been from one end of the pitch to the other. Quite brilliant, by the way that Willian goes into midfield, they weave their way out. Iwobi was magnificent down that right-hand side, ball in the box, and then great defending from Diaz to clear the ball. And then it's up the other end, and here we are now with Man City parked in Fulham's final third.
Guardiola goes towards the corner flag. 3 added minutes is what we're playing at the Cottage at the end of this first half. Man City still leading by 1-0. Here is Akanji, the man who should have probably made it 2 moments ago. Here's Rodri, back to Akanji. Kovacic is on the left-hand side. They'll just move the ball around sweetly to De Bruyne on that far touchline. I suspect half-time can't come soon enough for some of these Fulham players to get a bit of shade and to rest their weary legs. They've chased the ball an awful lot.
Yeah, Paulinho there does a really good challenge, and nobody else with him.
Here's Kovacic slipping it through to Haaland on his left-hand side. Haaland inside the box, angles too tight, looks to spin and turn, comes out to Guardiola again. He likes to go towards the edge of the box. Then it's Rodri, onto Kovacic, and now Silva out wide on this near side is Walker. But Rodri instead goes back to Diaz inside the centre circle. The applause and cheers are around for the chasing and effort that these Fulham players are putting in. As De Bruyne lifts it in early, and again, Haaland, as he so often does, raises that right foot almost above his head to try and take the ball down, but he can't on this occasion, and it's out for a goal kick to Fulham away to our right-hand side.
No, I think De Bruyne, every time he gets that ball, isn't he? I think Haaland comes alive. He knows there might be a chance. There's a sort of link up between the two. Fulham have done all right in this first half, Adam. They've really done well chasing after the ball. You know, not too many chances. I think we're looking at, 3 efforts on target, 5 shots. So they've restricted City, but obviously they've had the lion's share of possession today.
Guardiola's goal is one that separates these two sides. Again, no foul given. Anthony Taylor being asked for it, but no interest. Here's De Bruyne.
Well, I know what I think on that one. I think the referee's missed another one, but he's got to be stronger than he has. He's got to be putting more of a bully there. He's getting... Diaz has done really well, because he's not going to just stand there and let him take possession of that long ball.
Iwobi goes back towards Diop at the edge of his own penalty area. We've had 2.5 of the 3 minutes added. Here's Bassi to the feet of Leno inside his own penalty area, all in red and yellow away to our right-hand side. It's a glorious day on the banks of the Thames, but not so for Fulham and not so for Arsenal supporters as things stand, because the way things are, Manchester City are going back to the top of the Premier League. Courtesy of that Guardiola goal after 13 minutes. Still a long way to go. They dominated once they got themselves in front after a bit of a shaky start. Here's Leno again on that far side, and Anthony Taylor's had enough, and the half-time whistle blows, and they rise to their feet around for the sheer effort that the Fulham players have put in. But at times it's been an absolute footballing masterclass from the men in blue, as it so often is when they have possession of the football. They simply don't want to give it back, and they keep hold of it as much as they possibly can. Guardiola with the goal after a lovely little layoff from Kevin De Bruyne, he danced into the penalty area. A very calm finish on 13 minutes to give Manchester City the lead. Probably should have been added to by Akanji just before half-time when he came round at the back post, but put his effort over the bar when maybe a header would have been the better option. But as he strides up away to our left-hand side in a sweater, in this heat, Pep Guardiola still looks as cool as a cucumber, and his Man City side have given him the lead here. Half-time at the Cottage. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I don't know how he's wearing a sweater either, but as you say, very, very cool. It is only a narrow lead at the moment, but City definitely looking comfortable, particularly on the ball. Fulham having to work really, really hard, Martin, here.
Yes, they have. To be honest, this could have been 2, could have been 3, couldn't it? Akanji, really good opportunity at the back post. And I think really the game plan for Fulham is to try and secure better possession of the ball when it goes long. So Nunez up top, protect it better, get bodies around. There's been flashes. Iwobi, I think Iwobi's playing really well actually, playing that central position. It's got a little bit of pace about him, and it's more evident when he plays in that central position. So they've got players that can pass it. Williams comes inside, really quick-footed. He beats the press with that. But really, you're looking at Haaland's surely going to get chances. De Bruyne will get opportunities, and Fulham really can't make any more mistakes at the back because they're going to get punished.
Yeah, when we talk about José Guardiola before we started the game, and he's the one, as you say, who got the goal after 13 minutes. Akanji with a chance to run. It's all the defenders at the moment. Haaland's strong with a few.
Yeah, Guardiola is a player that, as you said, you've highlighted him rightly so before the game. And these players turn up, don't they? They want to write their new history. Forget what's been done before. A new man in town, and I'm going to score goals. And he just floats forward. You'll see it, obviously, later on. If you haven't watched it, you're travelling. A lovely goal. He just runs forward, gets it back, I think, from De Bruyne. And then, lovely cold shoot finish. Not from what you'd expect from a central defender, that's for sure.
That's for sure indeed. Okay, well, I can tell you that it was also half-time in the Old Firm. Huge match, of course, at Parkhead. Celtic against Rangers. And watching for talkSPORT, it's been David Tanner.
And it's Celtic 2, Rangers 1, the league leaders have a 1-goal lead and a 1-man advantage too, after Rangers had John Lundstrom sent off right on half-time. Celtic take the lead on 35 minutes through Matt O'Reilly, his 16th goal of the season from midfield. Then, 3 minutes later, it was 2-0 to Celtic. Daisen Maeda picked up the ball on the left, raced down, and his low cross was diverted past Jack Butland by John Lundstrom, an own goal by the Rangers midfielder. Rangers had to react quickly, and they did. 33 seconds later, Cyril Dessers headed the ball into the back of the net from just a yard in front of Joe Hart. Then, in first half stoppage time, John Lundstrom lunged in late on Alistair Johnson, a tackle he didn't need to make, and a part of the field he didn't need to make. Referee Willie Cotton originally put up a yellow card. To me it was red right from the start. He looked at VAR and then changed his mind and gave a red card. So Rangers very much up against it in this high pressure, high stakes Old Firm game. At half time it's Celtic 2, Rangers 1.
Thank you, David. High pressure, high stakes indeed. Wow, what a game there at Parkhead. Okay, we're going to continue now to look ahead to today's Premier League action with Super 6.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Okay, as you well know, we discuss games that are featured within Super 6 every single week. It is a free-to-play football game. You can win huge jackpots just through your own knowledge. All you have to do is predict 6 correct scores to win the jackpot. It's £250,000 this week, and even if you don't manage to get 6 correct scores, there are so many more ways to win. A guaranteed 5k is up for grabs every single round. Martin, we're going to run through the final 3 games on our list. Let's start with our exclusive commentary match over on talkSPORT 2 at 3 o'clock today. Tottenham against Burnley. Spurs, of course, looking to secure top 4 if they possibly can, if Villa continue to drift, and Burnley possibly looking to stay in the division. What do you think for this one?
Mixed emotions, isn't it? But obviously, one of your favourite teams, Spurs.
One of my favourites.
Yes. I see them winning Spurs 3-0.
You see 3-0, okay.
Yeah, then without doubt. It's been a difficult time, hasn't it, for Spurs? What have they lost? The last 3-4 matches?
Last 4, yeah.
Yeah, so, but surely they'll win this one.
Well, you say surely for everything with Tottenham, you just never know what... I'm not confident at all. When I'm emotionally involved, I can't ever possibly comment. But Martin, with regard to your prediction, over 800,000 Super 6 players are backing Tottenham to beat Burnley in North London today. Meanwhile, also at 3 o'clock, Newcastle host Brighton. What's your Super 6 prediction for that one, Martin?
2-1 to Newcastle. Brighton always give you something away from home, so I expect them to score. But Newcastle now are just starting to purr a little bit, and they probably look favourites to end up in Europe. So I back them to win this.
They're currently in 6th place at the moment, Newcastle United, 2 points ahead of Chelsea as well. So definitely looking to secure either Europa League or Europa Conference League football for next season. And finally, West Ham United at home to Luton Town. Really desperate day for Luton, really. It's not really in their hands, is it, their future potentially? But what do you think of this one?
Well, I'm going to go West Ham to win. I think it's unpredictable when a manager sort of declares he's leaving. We've seen that with Klopp, we've seen it with Moyes, but they'll be too good for Luton. 3-1 to West Ham.
In David Moyes' final home game of the season as well. Almost 600,000 Super 6 players are opting with a West Ham win as they welcome Luton to the London Stadium. Thank you very much, Martin. That is all thanks to Super 6. Don't forget Super 6 has set up its talkSPORT League, its very own. You can sign up on the Super 6 website or the app. You can use the code TALKS6, that is TALKS6, and you can also win £100 for topping the league every single round. Remember to get your predictions in by 3 p.m. today, not long to go for that. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Yes, this is game day exclusive on Talks. We are here at a sunny West London at Craven Cottage, where at half-time it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. City's going back to the top of the Premier League as it stands thanks to a goal by Josko Vardiol after just 13 minutes. The second half is up next.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers. Searing now 100% British and Irish beef patties so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 a.m, subject to availability.
Whether you're drilling or decorating, get the job done with Big Spring offers on trade essentials at Screwfix. Upgrade your kit and save £10 on the DeWalt brushless cordless combi drill, now only £159.99. And get rolling on those paint jobs with 2 for £26 on 10-litre Fortress Trade contract matte paint. Shop spring offers now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least June 2nd, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mrs. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Ooh, you're a hustler, boy. You know me. I just eat my KFC with free popcorn chicken every Friday. You mean we just eat? Whoa. Find your own deal, Nicholas. That's cold. Come on, man. One bite. Get Friday freebies from McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Express, and Local Eats for Freebie Fridays and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Subject to availability and serving times. Participate in stores. Check free item and required minimum spend on the store page. Fridays only. Brands and free items may vary weekly. See Just Eat.co.uk for details.
striker. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Aria Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
Oh, it's a stunning goal!
Game day exclusive
on talkSPORT. Hello, welcome back. It's Game. I'll try and speak because it is radio after all. Game day exclusive. Everyone is, the rest of the team looking across me thinking, what is she doing? Game day exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, on talkSPORT, the award-winning Game day exclusive. And we're at Raven Cottage. It's currently half-time between Manchester City here at Fulham. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. So the second half is up very shortly. Adam Bridge, our commentator today, brought you the breaking news earlier, just before kick-off. That is that England cricket legend Jimmy Anderson has confirmed that the first test of the summer against the West Indies at Lord's will be his last in England white at the age of 41. He's had a 20-year career. He's reached 700 test wickets in that career. He's the highest test wicket taker of all time. What an incredible time he's had in those England whites, and he will be retiring in the summer this year. That was announced just before kick-off here. Elsewhere, we're following the FA Vase final at Wembley, and there for us, because there has been a goal, is talkSPORT Ian Abraham.
7 minutes of the second half gone. Great Wakering 0, Romford FC 1. The goal scored by Hassan Nalbank. The ball given away by the left back for Great Wakering. It was straight into the midfield, and one pass sent Nalbank into the penalty area, and he finished with aplomb. Finally a goal to open this game up. Great Wakering 0, Romford FC 1.
Thank you very much, Ian Abraham. We can now cross over to the London Stadium because that's where our Game Day Live programme is coming from with our host Adrian Durham. Adrian, how are you doing?
Well, is that the award-winning Western chair who can't even say the name of the show?
Yeah, is that the award-winning Adrian Durham who can?
Blame Day.
Blame Day.
Yeah.
Blame Day, blame Day.
Blame Day, that's brilliant.
Isn't it? It could be anything. I can just make this one up as I go along, just like I do with the rest of the show. Oh, do you know what? It's so lovely. I mean, I wasn't there on Tuesday night, wasn't it? But it's so lovely for us to get that recognition. Well, this is not just us. It's across Saturday Game Day, isn't it? And so much hard work goes into this show. You hear from all the packages we have. The production side of it is such a big operation. Our team behind the scenes are absolutely incredible. So talented. And yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely for everybody involved with the show, the reporters and producers, as you say, so many people involved. But yeah, and they all work incredibly hard. So yeah, it was a very satisfying evening. And I know we exchanged messages, and everybody is part of that. Including yourself. So yeah, let's just wallow in the glory. Just for a moment.
Yes, let's just enjoy it because it is lovely. We've been doing this for 5 years, haven't we? And it's lovely to know that someone listens and someone enjoys it. So that is great, isn't it? We're not just doing it for ourselves. Well, look, someone who might not have a good day today, Luton Town. They're at the London Stadium up against West Ham, and West Ham are in no great form either. They're winless in 6, but for Luton, this is a huge day, Adrian. They could well get relegated today. All the nightmares could come true.
Yeah, it's the Hammers and the Hatters, and they could be relegated. If they lose and Burnley win, they will be relegated because Burnley plays Forest on the final day next Sunday. Or they need to better Forest's result, or they will be relegated, Luton. So if they lose, they'll be hanging on 2 hands to Forest against Chelsea at 5:30. So it could be the day that Luton have been dreading. And there's a bigger element to this. Beautiful day, by the way, at the London Stadium. The sun is shining on the pitch, and David Moyes is going. The programme is full of tributes to him. There's going to be a massive standing ovation. And I think as well the fans are more relaxed now. They're relieved to know what's going on. They're less stressed about it. Quite happy to pay tribute to David Moyes. It's his outgoing last ever game at the London Stadium in charge of West Ham United. And I've got a funny feeling that they may do a big number on Luton Town today, in kind of celebration to mark David Moyes' last home game.
Yeah, indeed, and he absolutely deserves all those plaudits, doesn't he, for all that he's achieved at West Ham in recent seasons. I'm sure it'll be a great day, as you say, out there in the sun. Sunshine. Adrian, great to talk to you as always. While Adrian is on air, don't forget Spurs against Burnley is live on talkSPORT 2. We can head, before we get to the second half here, we can head quickly back to Wembley because there's been another goal. Ian Abraham.
2 and 2 minutes for Romford FC, Great Western Rovers 0, Romford FC 2. Sam Deering, little midfielder, firing over from just inside the box. Great Western Rovers 0, Romford FC 2.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Miz. Here at the Craven Cottage, we're about to get underway for the second half, so I'll hand you back to our commentary team, the Arsenal Invincible, and today's Fulham fan. It is Martin Keown is alongside Adam Bridge.
A couple of changes at half-time for Martin's team, and that's the introduction of Adama Traore and Tom Kearney on for Deco Dover-Reid and Willian. Kearney obviously will probably offer a little stiffening up of the midfield, and Traore, well, depends what day of the week it is as to what he'll offer. We know he'll offer a lot of pace. Every now and then there's some tremendous skill at the end of it, but sometimes not quite.
Yes, but for those Arsenal fans out there, Traore has got 3 goals against Man City. I seem to remember him like a runaway train playing for Wolves against Man City. So let's see if he's capable of doing that again. You dare to dream, of course.
He does. In fact, it's the most he's ever scored against any other Premier League team is 3 goals, because having watched a lot of him in his time at Wolves, he was a little bit remiss at times when it got into those goal-scoring positions.
Good or bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are we going to see today from him?
We shall see. We'll run you through those changes and the lineups in a moment. We're underway, and of course, the Man City fans are away to our left-hand side, including the guy we mentioned in the first half, Noel Gallagher. They are shooting towards them in this second period here at Craven Cottage. So we're in that Johnny Haynes stand, the old stand right opposite the riverside, which is half populated on that far side. I'm sure at some point it'll be fully populated, but not just yet. We're quite low down, not on pitch level, but we're not far off it. It's a terrific vantage point to have, and one that we've had here at Craven Cottage for many, many years. Akanji goes back towards Edison away to our right-hand side. Let's do the teams now then. So Leno is in goal. It's Castagnet, Diop, Bassi and Robinson are the players across the back for Fulham. I think we'll now see Polinia in midfield with Kearney, and then we'll see Awobi and Traore, the wide players, with Pereira playing in behind Nunes as well. That's the half-time changes taken care of for Fulham. There's going to be a free kick here that's gone Man City's way for handball against Issa Diop when he was on the floor. I think Fulham are more frustrated about how he ended up on the floor rather than the fact he handled the ball.
Well, Anthony Taylor did let that one go. When we talk about that high bar he has for VAR, and he let that one go, but eventually he gave a free kick. By the way, we're able to give these teams so freely because what City do, they start the second half and they just take control of possession. Just take the sting out of it. Here they are on the attack now.
They are down the right-hand side. Bernardo Silva looking to come back inside, but he's well supported by Kyle Walker, who was the first-half substitute for Nathan Ake, who limped across the pitch at half-time. Whether we'll see him again this season, who knows? Here's Foden in a wide position on his left-hand side, where he's got the goal scorer, Gvardiol. 4 goals in his last 7 games now in all competitions for Gvardiol, and it's his goal that separates these two sides as things stand. The first pass didn't find Foden. The second one did, down this left-hand touchline. He goes back towards Akanji now, 30 yards out from goal. Akanji just stops, has the ball at feet. He's got Kovacic alongside him. We've got Foden there too. Another one of those players wearing a bandage on his wrist, today the right wrist, as Haaland tries to turn it round towards De Bruyne, and Kovacic in the end comes thundering in to pick up possession against the Man City, having lost it midway inside the Fulham half. Foden again, now on the right-hand side. Literally he's everywhere. 1 minute right, 1 minute left. Silva's over there as well. Awobi intervenes this time, and with the help of Robinson, tries to work the ball out to that far touchline, but again, Foden wins it back, and Bassi has to put the ball into touch, and it's a throw for Manchester City.
They are all over you, aren't they? You know, that there's no time lag between when they lose the ball and then trying to win it back. It's quite the turnovers for City. It's just they press a button, don't they? They lose it, but they're going to get bodies around it to get it back off you.
1 minute Foden's on the left, next moment he's on the right. It's phenomenal movement and work rate from this Manchester City side. Here is Diaz on halfway, and Akanji's there alongside him in the centre circle. Gives it short this time to Rodri, and they'll go back inside their own half. I can run through that team while they're doing that because Edison's in goal. It's a back 4 now with Walker, Diaz, Akanji and Gvardiol, the goal scorer. Kovacic and Rodri, the 2 central midfielders. Silva, De Bruyne and Foden supporting Haaland up front for Manchester City. They lead by a goal to nil. We've already had 4 minutes of the second half, and Fulham have hardly touched the ball so far, and there's a rare moment where Kevin De Bruyne plays a fairly simple pass to Guardiola on this left-hand side, but he overhits it.
Yeah, but there's a message on the pass, though, isn't there? So he wants to make Guardiola run after it. You know, doesn't want it to play at the feet, wants to play it in space and just gets it wrong. That happens from time to time. I'm just looking at Traore, who's come on in this second half. I wonder if Akanji's already had a chance to play against him. He's just put the ball out of play, because we'll see, he's got real pace, Traore. Been out with a hamstring injury for quite a few months, wasn't he? I think in the middle of the season. Let's see if he's back, because when he gets it, he does one thing, and he's very direct. He runs up. He hasn't had a chance yet to get the ball right now.
I'm surprised you can find the hamstrings in those thighs.
There's one in there somewhere.
Yeah. Extraordinary.
Dare I say, did he become too muscle bound? You know, it's a balancing act to be had, isn't it? Wenger was never happy when I was in the gym.
Did you go in the gym, though?
Yeah, I needed to. Look at the size of me now. I've lost about 2 stone from when I played.
Yeah, there's a real balance between that strength work, isn't there, and the physical side. De Bruyne into Foden. Foden towards the edge of the penalty area. Here's Foden again, ball at feet, far side of the box, gives it short to Kovacic. Kovacic will go for Rodri once more. Wide on that right-hand touchline is Kyle Walker. No urgency from Man City.
Just toying with Fulham, aren't they? We'll stop the ball, and then what it does, it makes Fulham stop as well. And then they change of pace.
Not the best of first touches from Akanji, but actually helped him in the end, because it sold Traore to come towards him. He was able to offload down this left-hand side to Guardiola. Give it away now, though. Good put in from Muniz. What can Kenny do with it? Closed down by Kovacic. He's got 3 runners ahead of him.
He needed to release that ball, Adam. Carney there. He's just come on, I know. But as soon as he gets it, one touch, out of your feet, into the channels.
Didn't do it, and they've had to go back to Diop, and then Castagnier on this near side, over halfway. Goes infield, lovely to Pereira. Down to this right-hand side, here's Traore. Can he run inside the penalty area? They're all on their feet behind the goal, and no surprise. And Traore does run into the box. And as we mentioned, the final ball, not the best,
No, but he didn't have much space there. He's getting a warm round of applause there from the fans. They appreciate that. I think Akanji, when you see it there in the replay, look, he makes the run. And he just needs to be slightly better when he knocks it out of his feet. He doesn't knock it far enough out of his speed. That's the problem there. You pass it with one foot and you cross it with the other. It's just a little bit of a skill set. Difficult to do when you're running at pace.
Well, we were just checking at half-time, weren't we? First half, you asked me if there were any shots on target from Fulham. We established there were none on target, none blocked, and none off target.
No, I just wanted that confirming, because for all their, you know, they've been gallant in this game, Fulham, but they haven't created anything.
There's a rare mistake from Guardiola this time, after Foden just laid the ball back to me, lets it spin off his foot and out of play. 7 minutes into the second half. You're listening to Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT. Fulham 0, Man City 1. Haaland, 25 yards out from goal. On the run, he's got De Bruyne alongside him. Helped on his way to Bernardo Silva. Tight angle, Bernardo Silva forces the save from Leno. Low down to his left-hand side and puts it behind for the corner. Brilliant from City.
Yeah, Castagnio, poor, gives the ball away. This all comes from that. De Bruyne then on his bike, little ball into Bernardo Silva, and it's quite a cute finish, isn't it? Well done for the keeper. Nearly squeezes that in at the near post.
Bernardo Silva, and of course his future, one of those that could be in question at the end of this season. All the talk he wanted to go last, but he was convinced to stay. Thanks so much to this Manchester City side. De Bruyne on that far side, with the corner for Guardiola's side. Right footed, he swings it over. Well, it was a cheeky little move. I think there was a run that was made in by Akanji, something they pre-planned, but the delivery wasn't the best.
You know, I think De Bruyne there was trying to score, wasn't he? I think he's thinking Leno. Leno is coming out there to try and calculate that ball, and he's thought, you know, I'm going to whip it in near post, just under the bar, and it just went over.
It's a big call for an outswinger from that right-hand side, isn't it? But if anyone could do it,
well,
Kevin De Bruyne probably could.
Well, the goalkeeper was expecting it to be an outswinger, so it's the best way to score from there, but it's very hard to do, of course.
A free kick has gone Fulham's way, and well, they're on their feet around us. They were given some of those clappers before the game, and it could be the first one of the game, I think. Down on the floor is Akanji, who I'm feeling may have been the perpetrator of the foul, but the decision after the challenge on Muniz from Anthony Taylor.
Well, look, if you see the initial ball that comes in, and then Muniz they're all over him, Akanji. Of course, he gets his arm out, and then he does catch Akanji, but the first foul is from the defender.
Well, there was a challenge by Rodri side by side on Nunes after that. So which one Anthony Taylor's actually given, who knows? But he's given one the way of Fulham, which has caused raptures around Craven Cottage. Here's the free kick, about a yard inside the Manchester City half. Bassey's going to take it short to Diop, and then Traore is going to be the target. Now the small, that's woeful from Diop. Straight down the throat of Edison inside his penalty area. And we've had almost 10 minutes. You're listening to talkSPORT, and it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
Now that's a really difficult pass from Diop there, isn't it? And you've either got that in your skill set or you haven't. So like young players, you know what you're capable and what you're not capable of.
It's getting inside the centre circle. Down this right-hand side, here is Adama Traore. He's going to try and spin and turn. He does, and he's having to get some support here from Guardiola on his side. And Traore goes down, waved away by Anthony Taylor. Right on the edge of the Man City penalty area. And Edison will clear from deep inside his own box. Haaland's gone down, having been fouled by Issa Diop inside his own half. He had his arms round him, and that's going to be a free kick for Manchester City. While they take that, we can head off to Glasgow and find out what's happening in the Old Firm with David Tanner.
55 minutes gone, it's Celtic 2, Rangers 1. Celtic have just missed a penalty. Mohamed Diamandi tripped Matt O'Reilly. After a VAR check, O'Reilly took the penalty, and it was saved by Jack Butland. So the scoreline remains Celtic 2, Rangers 1.
I think you need to lie down after an Old Firm game, just watching it. It's extraordinary, time after time. You're listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today. No contract with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. 11 minutes gone in the second half. City still have the slenderest of leads here, despite dominating the majority of this game. And it's with the Kanji deep inside his own half. He goes direct this time, looking for the run of Kevin De Bruyne, but it's headed away by Robinson. And down in the centre circle, Pelini's there. Now Pereira, now Traore away down the right-hand side. Can he run inside the box here? Gets the cross away first time. Nunes with a touch. Edison low down to his right-hand side. Makes the stop.
Well, there's the game there in a moment. Traore, as we said, off the bench, great pace, puts the ball into the box, and the keeper outstretched, really good save, wasn't it? No real pace on it. I think it's Nunes who gets a flick on it. He goes almost two ahead of the ball, he just gets a nice little flick. But it's better from Fulham.
Akanji almost caught in the penalty area that time by Pereira. They do get it out as far as Foden, who's 10 yards outside his own box. Now Guardiola down this left-hand side. He's going to cut inside Castagne and also inside Pelini as well. And now it's given to Foden. Here's De Bruyne, 25 yards out. Tries the shot, right-footed. Low down, Renner makes the save. And as Haaland arrives, Diop has to put it behind. And that will be a corner on this left-hand side for Man City.
Yeah, this is what this team do. The champions, they go from one end of the pitch to the other. De Bruyne, he's trying to whip this. He's a good 30 yards out, and he's down to the bottom line side of the goalkeeper. Leno just about gets fingertips to it. And Diop is there first to put it round for a corner.
Another one for City this time down this left-hand side, so De Bruyne will take again. Everyone around the edge of the penalty area. De Bruyne works it to Kovacic, 25 yards out. Here's Silva on his left foot, dinks it for the advancing Haaland, punched away by Leno. Surely he should have caught that one.
Well, 100% he should have caught that.
Nodded down by De Bruyne. Kovacic does a little roll.
Does the modern goalkeeper ever hold the ball enough? I'm not sure why he punches that.
Almost punched his team into danger. Here's Rodri inside the centre circle. 13 minutes gone in the second half. Cries have come on Fulham around the cottage. On the banks of the River Thames. It's a beautiful day. Lovely from Silva. He's completely sold Robinson on the charge towards the edge of the penalty area. Bernardo Silva sliding challenge. But Pelini's a good one. But it comes to Phil Foden. Who else? Who plants it into the bottom corner. Beyond the despairing dive of Bernd Leno. And it's the man of the moment, the man of the season, the Football Writers Association Footballer of the Year. He's only 23, but he's got his 17th Premier League goal of the season, his 25th in all competitions, and Phil Foden has single-handedly pushed Manchester City another step towards that Premier League title. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 2.
You know, just looking at the referee, he plays a major part in this. He did really well to let this go. I thought there might be Paulinho was a massive tackle on the edge of the box, and it bowls to Foden, and he swings on it on his on-favoured foot, edge of the box with his right foot, and just looking at this tackle again, look, oh, I mean, I think it's clean. I think the referee's right, but he could have stopped it, but because he doesn't, it arrives at Foden's feet, and in a moment he flashes it into the bottom corner. Fantastic finish, by the way. And this is how ruthless Man City are.
It's a real cruncher of a challenge from Polinia. It's what he's known for. He got 14 yellow cards last season, which was a club record. He's already got 13 this season. Almost completely wiped Silva out, but like you say, it looks like he certainly got the ball first.
Yeah, he did, and the referee looked at that and might have thought, hold on. But as we say, with this high bar that he has, he let it go, and rightly so, and then City put it away.
And who do you want in that spot? This time with his right foot, Phil Foden, just beyond Leno as well. It looked like he struck it that cleanly, but there was enough on it to...
Direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to have that direction. So it wasn't clean, it bobbled a little bit into the corner. But, you know, this is City going through the gears right now. And still Fulham, you know, you've Traore coming on, give them something. You sensed it in the stadium, the fans are really believing in Traore, but just the quality is with City.
First ever goal against Fulham. It's his 7th appearance today for Phil Foden. He's drawn a blank until now, but he's doubled the advantage for City. An hour gone. And almost over to you tomorrow, Arsenal at Manchester United. You can follow that in the Sunday session, of course. Sam Matterface in the chair. We've also got a couple of huge games in the playoffs to get to the Premier League from the Championship. Here's De Bruyne, onto Haaland inside the box. Haaland on his left foot. Oh, he's put it over. From about 12 yards out. It's wonderful build-up play. De Bruyne and Foden combining nicely. And Haaland, well, you'd have put your house on him putting that in, but he's lifted it over the bar and behind for a goal kick.
Well, for Haaland, for a player of that quality, that's sloppy really, and I think it's his first touch. You know, and well, he's trying to chip it. He's trying to put a bit of height on it. I don't really feel he needs to do it. Just slot it past the keeper. We've seen him do that so many times. We saw him do that actually last weekend when he came into that sort of area against Wolves and played a really good finish. You know, and that was the same. He didn't do it.
Missed by a merry mile. A reminder, all the EFL playoffs are on the talkSPORT network. Championship playoff semi-finals, both live tomorrow here on talkSPORT. Norwich against Leeds United, that's underway at 12 o'clock. And then at 2:15 tomorrow afternoon, West Bromwich Albion against Southampton. Danta and Scott Minto, the Chelsea and Benfica fullback, will be looking after Norwich against Leeds for you. West Brom against Southampton with myself and the Liverpool midfielder Ray Houghton tomorrow afternoon. Both on the talkSPORT network. And a quick reminder as well, tonight, don't forget the final place in that League 2 playoff final will be decided. MK Dons against Crawley. talkSPORT 2 tonight, 7:45, to see who will take on Crewe at Wembley. Good cross into the penalty area that time by Pereira. Cleared away by Bernardo Silva. Who else at the edge of that 6-yard box? Ball back defending. Foden against Pereira, right by the corner flag. Pereira's done brilliant to actually get the ball in. Appeals for handball against Bernardo Silva from the section of support behind the goal. And obviously VAR will have a look at this.
He's stopping the game.
Well, VAR will have that moment, of course. Bernardo Silva got up onto his chest, and then he just clears it.
Yeah,
There's absolutely nothing in that at all.
Just by the way, interesting, Bernardo Silva written down here, on-scene work. You know, he's everywhere. He's like the glue in this team. He just senses danger. He'll pop back. He's the extra man. You know, really is. I mean, he is the brain in the team, isn't he? Just that little bit of extra everywhere. So they have an extra man in attack and they have an extra man in defence, and he does it very, very well.
You know, he feels like he's been around. He's only 29 still, and I know he has this desire to go back to Spain.
Well, I can't understand.
You can see why Pep wants to keep him.
Why would you want to leave this lot?
Exactly.
You know, I mean, just break it down. If you're the best team in the playground, you don't want to leave it, do you? You want to swap teams? This is the best. This is the best team, and he plays a major part in it. He should want to stay here. I'm pretty certain it's just about negotiation, isn't it? It's a manoeuvre to get more money for probably. He's clever than we all think.
It was only his second best goal-scoring season ever this season. He's been really influential in that Man City side, of course. Without Gundogan, of course, he's had to fill a role, because Gundogan used to come in with the odd special goal, crucial goal at key times, and we found Bernardo Silva doing that this time round as well.
Well, at the start of the season, they were without, weren't they, 2 of those? So Gundogan left, and De Bruyne wasn't available, and Alvarez came in, and Foden, and they really took it on. Alvarez really doesn't feature now. Foden certainly does, and they just keep on making the next step.
Castagne's made a good run down the right-hand side, but Polina didn't really see him, so he's gone short to Pereira instead. Now lifted into the run of Iwobi inside the box, but Diaz is there to just safely nod back into the arms of Edison away to our right-hand side. We've had 19 minutes of the second half. You are listening to talkSPORT. It's game day exclusive. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 2. We'll be getting all the team news from the Premier League games in around 5 or 6 minutes time for you. Big game this afternoon, of course, in North London at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. A farewell to David Moyes over at the London Stadium as well. Big games involving Burnley and Luton at the foot of the table. Both of whom this weekend, if results went a certain way, could find themselves relegated. Edge of the penalty area for Manchester City. Kevin De Bruyne has it. Into Gvardiol, and now to Foden, who's got a bit of space to run into. He's being trapped by Castagne, but he just drifts away from him. And he gives it short to Rodri. And now to Bernardo Silva on that far side, who just halts his run. And finds Foden again. Clipped ball down this left-hand side. Space for Gvardiol, edge of the penalty area. He'll go back to Akanji. And they'll try and work it this time as well through Diaz. And the shape of Fulham is good to try and stop Man City playing through. Whether they can achieve it or not, there's Kovacic into the feet of Rodri, and the lines suddenly start to be broken. Gvardiol down this near side. Rodri again, infield to Kovacic, now to De Bruyne, who's in a little pocket of space. He's nudged off the ball by the physical presence of Polina, but then Haaland comes back in, and the free kick goes Fulham's way midway inside their own half.
Yeah, Haaland comes in, doesn't he, like your big brother in the playground trying to help you there. He's getting involved, isn't he? You're not going to have a go at De Bruyne. Paulinho, there's a Broyer's coming on, by the way, a little substitution. He has run his race, so he's going off. This will be slightly different, but Broyer hasn't done anything in a Fulham shirt, really, this season.
No, he certainly hasn't. Didn't really do too much for Chelsea in the early part of the season, hence why they were happy to let him go out on loan. But he enters the fray. He hasn't actually started a game since he's been on loan. This is his 8th substitute appearance, yet to score a goal. His only Premier League goal this season actually came against Fulham. That was back in October. What's he got to offer today, though, as Fulham try to get themselves back into this game? They trail by 2 goals to 0, and as things stand, Manchester City will head to the top of the Premier League, and they will await Arsenal taking on Manchester United tomorrow at Old Trafford. And a reminder that Man City's next game is live with us here on talkSPORT on Tuesday night against Tottenham. And were Arsenal to lose tomorrow, close your ears, Martin, and they were to win on Tuesday night, Manchester City, that would be the title secured. I think as a neutral, we'd all like to see it go to the final day.
Well, I'd certainly like to see it go, and I think, you know, if Arsenal are to not win it, I mean, look at what you're seeing here, aren't you? I mean, they've gone ahead and won it themselves. I mean, Arsenal have won 14 of the last 16 matches. Still not enough.
Right, this Manchester City side, when we get to this point in the season, are something special. Adama Traore on halfway, just trying to slip a ball through, but Polina is dispossessed, and now a chance maybe to charge forward here for De Bruyne. He knows someone's coming behind him. He just waits for a second inside the box, then he goes down. Once the penalty, Haaland gets the shot away. De Bruyne holds his arms out to say I was tripped, but Anthony Taylor says no.
Paulinho does really well there. Fantastic tackle. I mean, he's dogged. He puts tackles in. They're all around him. I think he makes a really good tackle here. We'll see. Referee, yeah. I can see that from up here. Why can't the referee see that? Well, this is a top referee, by the way.
I think he was happy with the decision, but David Coote was having a look.
Wow.
And David Coote, the VAR, decided there was no penalty. He almost falls over the feet himself, doesn't he? He just had a chance to see what the VAR was having a quick look at. Castagne down this right-hand side for Fulham. Midway inside the Man City half. Right-footed ball swung out to that far side by Pereira. It's brilliant. Robinson arrived, but it slips over as he does.
Yeah, he fell over trying to get to it, in fairness.
Bassi, for this time, looks after Haaland on halfway. He's had a fairly quiet afternoon, apart from that one opportunity that he really should have done better with, and should have made it 3-0 to Manchester City. Down this right-hand side, Traore tries to go again, but the ball ran out of play. It'll be a throw-in on this near touchline. You're listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Throw for Man City on this near touchline. Well, team up at Haaland there. I mean, that's bordering on assault. he had Haaland round the throat as he gets it to the floor. Anthony Taylor's huffing and puffing inside, saying, I don't actually know what you're complaining about.
Well, look, you know, as a contact defender myself, I understand what Diop is trying to do, because he has to be physical, because Haaland is so powerful, but you've got to get what Diop's not in is in the right position. When the ball, before that's played, get into position, and then you can be the right side of your opponent. He's trying to scramble back, he's trying to, by unfair means, and then he gets punished.
Kovacic finds Rodri on halfway. The City just playing the possession game once more against the Fulham side, who are still running. They're still working, but not yet able really to produce that piece of quality to get themselves back into a game in which they trail.
Just interesting watching Broja. Is he a player going through the motions? Do you think he's really working hard? Like, I don't think, when you come on, you have to endear yourself to the fans. You want to put a bit of a shift in. I'm not seeing it from him.
He's only got 8 goals in his 65 Premier League appearances so far. It's De Bruyne across the face of goal, and again Diop's there. Haaland was waiting for it. Good interplay down that right-hand side between Foden and De Bruyne again. And this time as it went across the 6-yard box, Diop who gets it clear.
This ball was put in there. Broja said, right, okay, that's where you should be. That's where you should be. He's running onto that. What are you doing? Hands on hips. Haaland makes the wrong run. He's got to be on the move there. If he makes the right run, another goal.
You know, Silva's ball to De Bruyne in the first place. This time the corner's taken short by Foden. Silva's ball in, Akanji goes up for it, and poked home by Guardiola, the back post. An outstretched boot into the back of the net. And it's a third for Manchester City. And Kyle Walker is lifting Bernardo Silva into the air as he carries him over to the away support to our left-hand side, who are in raptures. It's a third goal for Manchester City, the second on the day for Guardiola, who's in some form right now. That's his 5th goal in his last 7 games in all competitions, and that is a victory for City, and that is them top of the Premier League. Fulham 0, Man City 3.
Yeah, and in this modern day art of defending, you see quite often from a corner that the defence move out. They move out too. They're too late in coming out. And Guardiola makes a really good run. It's a diagonal ball, lovely in-swinging ball from Silva. How many times have we spoken about him? There's 2 players queuing up, by the way.
But I think VAR are having a look in to see if Akanji has touched the ball or not.
Well, if he has, it's the lightest of touches, and he really should be getting out of the way there. If he doesn't, of course, it's a goal. This could be a let-off here for Fulham.
I think we could be in for an empty stop here, because they'll probably also try to adjudge if Akanji, is he impacting the actions of the goalkeeper potentially from an offside position?
I can't see a touch there.
There is no touch. And Leno, Leno should have stopped him really, shouldn't he? I think Guardiola didn't actually know that he'd scored, because it looked like Leno had got his hands to it.
Yeah.
Let it snip under his body.
Like a bar of soap.
So they are checking the possible offside, as we thought they might be. Well, I don't think Akanji is offside, because he's being played on down this right-hand side at the edge of the penalty area.
Is it the movement from Aki, though, that actually changes things for the goalkeeper? I think that's what you need to look at if I'm in the VAR room.
Guardiola's definitely not onside, but playing onside here.
He's onside, that's for sure. But there's an outstretched foot there for an offside player, isn't there?
Yeah.
And that might have impacted on this goal.
No, it's a goal. Yeah. It is 3-0 to Manchester City. It's well and truly game over at Craven Cottage. And now, of course, one of the issues potentially for City was always their worst goal difference. They're 3 up now. They've been banging him in for fun in the recent weeks. Whether they can add to that tally today to close that goal difference down on Arsenal, in case it comes to that, who knows. But they're in the Poznan away to our left-hand side, the Man City supporters. And off goes Pereira, who has worked hard and put a solid shift in today. Harry Wilson is the player that's coming on for Fulham.
He is coming on, and he's coming out to this right-hand side. Traore is going out to the left-hand side to rejoin that partnership with Walker. That's going to be interesting, but you have to. They look like champions today, City. Really classy, the way they control things, the quality of their finishing, and the hunger. The hunger is still here in a big way.
Well, I love the fact that Silva was picked up by Walker and carried over to the supporters. I mean, I think it just says all about the team ethos within that group of Manchester City players.
Well, it's the instruction. I mean, the manager, he stitches in information. They're all like well schooled in how to play, and it just rubs off on the next group. And Silva's a really good role model for the next generation of players that are coming into this team.
Robinson gets forward down that left-hand side for Fulham. A forlorn task, you feel, for them, as the ball is out of play on the far side for a throw. Burnley could be relegated today. They need to win at Spurs to keep any hopes of survival alive. The game is live and exclusive to national radio on talkSPORT 2, and with the team news, Ian Danton.
Tottenham make 2 changes from that heavy defeat at Liverpool. Madison and Skip are the players brought in. Royale and Bentancur drop out. Who plays left back is therefore anybody's guess. Just 1 change for Burnley. Charlie Taylor displaces Josh Brownhill. That may well mean 5 at the back for the Clarets. It's live on talkSPORT 2 at 3 o'clock. Tottenham Hotspur against Burnley.
Good change here for Manchester City. Doku has come on. Kevin De Bruyne is the player that has departed. Newcastle continue to push for a European place. Brighton, the visitors to St James's Park. Graham Courtney has the team news.
Eddie Howe makes a single change from Newcastle's 4-1 win at Burnley last weekend. Callum Wilson injured again, I assume he's out altogether. Elliot Anderson comes in. As for Brighton, Roberto De Zerbi, single change from their 1-0 win at home to Villa. A big one as well. Top scorer João Pedro is out injured. Julio Enciso comes in. It's Newcastle-Brighton at St James's.
Fulham having a bit of possession here between Bassi and Diop and Leno away to our left-hand side in front of those Manchester City supporters who've turned around to watch the action again now and calmed down after their latest celebration. Quarter of an hour to go here. They lead Fulham by 3-0, and they go back to the top of the table as Castagnier tries to get away down this right-hand side and get the better of Doku. In comes Wilson with a challenge, but Kovacic will pick up the loose ball. And now here's Doku down this left-hand side towards the edge of the penalty area. Doku still going, dances and tries to get the better that time, but it won't be, and it's out for a goal kick. A good week for the Bournemouth boss, of course, Mr. Areola, nominated for Premier League Manager of the Season. They are pushing for their highest ever Premier League finish. Brentford are on the south coast, as is talkSPORT's Alfie Reynolds.
1 change for Bournemouth. Lloyd Kelly returns from illness. It's Alex Scott who drops out. Tavernier and Adams return amongst the replacements. For Brentford, they're unchanged. Matthias Jensen, though, is back on the bench. It's Bournemouth against Brentford.
It's a final home game in charge of West Ham for David Moyes, and depending on other results, it could be a final game with Premier League status for Luton. With the farewell party, team news for talkSPORT is Ollie Cliff.
And Moyes makes 1 change from their defeat at Chelsea. Adam James Ward-Prowse comes in for Edson Alvarez. Meanwhile, Luton are unchanged from their draw with Everton. Ogbene returns for them, though. He starts on the bench.
Man City have possession with Kovacic, who's midway inside his own half. Forward down this left-hand side to Doku. Vardiol, just the 1 change so far then for Manchester City, or 2 should I say, during the game. Of course, we lost Ake in the first half, so I wonder if that will we have an eye on Tuesday night. And as Edison just exchanges passes with Rodri at the edge of the penalty area. And Akanji down this left-hand side. We're into the last 13 minutes. You're listening to talkSPORT. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 3. We go round the grounds this afternoon, of course, with Adrian, who's at the London Stadium. The first yellow card of the game goes to Issa Diop for a foul on Erling Haaland. Gary O'Neill missed out on the Manager of the Season nominations, but his Wolves side will want to finish strongly at home against in-form Crystal Palace. The team news comes from Jake Watson.
And it's 1 change from the Wolves side that were thrashed at Manchester City last week. Doherty replaces Bueno for Palace, and Oliver Glasner names an unchanged side from their big win at home to Manchester United. It's Wolves v Palace.
And a final Premier League away day for Sheffield United. They're at Goodison Park to take on Everton, and Matt Jones has the team news.
2 changes for Everton from their draw with Luton last week. Seamus Coleman and Amadou Onana replace Ben Godfrey and Jack Harrison. They take on a Sheffield United side who are without Anel Ahmadic and Ben Osborne from their 3-1 defeat to Nottingham Forest. Vinny Souza and Yasser Larouci their replacement. It's Everton against Sheffield United.
Kyle Walker has it for Man City. A reminder, all those games get underway in just 52 minutes or so. The live one over on talkSPORT 2, our exclusive commentary this afternoon, is the game from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs against Burnley, a huge one. Burnley have to win this afternoon. You can hear that from 3 over on talkSPORT 2. Here's Doku, who's over halfway and pushes the ball to the right-hand side with a measured pass to Kyle Walker. Now Bernardo Silva on that far touchline. Infield again to Kovacic. Kovacic to the right, looking for Bernardo Silva once more. Holds the ball up nicely, then brings Walker in, then brings Diaz. Diaz is inside his own half, and Man City just controlling the tempo and everything here. I think Rico Lewis or Oscar Bob is going to come on that far side. In fact, both of them are coming on, it would appear, as Guardiola brings it forward here. And there's going to be a triple change for Manchester City. So again, conserving legs ahead of Tuesday night, live on talkSPORT when they take on Spurs at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Good header away from Castagne there, under pressure from Guardiola. Little foul by Doku, and it'll be a free kick midway inside their own half for Fulham. Here's the former Arsenal England defender Martin Keown.
Yeah, it's been a game where Fulham really, I'm just looking at the statistics, of one shot on target in the whole match. Didn't create enough. I think coming into the game, well, you heard me, I didn't expect Fulham to win here today, but I expected a little bit more going forward and created more opportunities. But when you're playing against City, they just smother you with their pressing. And then when they get possession of the ball, it's just so easy for them. It's as if they're playing in their own back garden, isn't it? Just the tempo, the one-touch, two-touch passing, at their best today, City.
Inside the centre circle is Wilson, lovely ball. Traore is on the charge here on that far side. He's got Robinson alongside him. Adama Traore in the penalty area on his right foot, thinks about the shot, but in the end tries to lay the ball off, and it's cleared for Man City and down his left-hand side.
I feel for Traore there because he should have had a shot, but he knows it's not really on. And he comes inside and he's delayed, he loses possession.
Doku, he's got Silva outside him. Doku on the right foot, shoots and just wide of Leno's right-hand post. In fact, it's a really good save.
It is, and there is Traore, a lesson for him. Doku coming off the bench, it's like he just does everything, doesn't he? Much more secure in what he does. He changes feet, comes inside, he hits a shot, and the keeper makes a really good save.
It's a really good stop from Leno, who's lost all 10 Premier League appearances against Manchester City. He's now conceded 28 goals in those games. The subs are being made here. Let's get to Wembley, where is a goal for Ian Abrahams.
3 minutes into 7 of added on time. It's all over now. It's Great Wakeling Rovers 0, Romford FC 3. Hassan now has his second of the game, and the team from Romford, quite rightly, will go away with the FA bars. 3 minutes of added on time now. Great Wakeling Rovers 0, Romford FC 3.
3 changes being made by Pep then. Foden's gone off, Haaland's gone off. Scorer of the second goal on his 300th appearance for club and country, Phil Foden. Alvarez enters the fray as well. And one more change to be made by Pep Guardiola as we tick round into the final 8.5 minutes of this game. And it is the introduction of Oscar Bob and Rico Lewis as well. All change for Manchester City. Foden going through his usual shake of hands with everyone. Alvarez is going to take this corner on this near side. Gives it short to Doku. Doku to Silva at the end of the penalty area. Left footed ball swung to the far side, and Reina will come and gather.
Just Phil Foden and how he's emerged this year, playing in a much more central position. And when he travels with the ball, you were saying, look how he goes past players. He's moving that ball every time. So if I'm playing against him and I'm trying to get a tackle in, it's never there for me. He just shifts the ball now beautifully when he travels with the ball. He's improved in that central area, and he grabs, of course, that all-important goal for the City to put this contest out of sight, and he gets a big cuddle off his manager, even though he's got that knitted jumper on. Probably the only thing Pep's got wrong today, isn't it? It's really his attire for today. Not sure why he's wearing that jumper, but never mind.
Just to tidy things up, Kovacic was the other player that departed with the introduction of Rico Lewis as well. So some of the youngsters getting some time. You're listening to Fulham against Man City on talkSPORT with Super 6. Predict 6 correct scores from this weekend's action, and you could win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus terms and conditions, of course.
Don't mention spending a penny again.
Oh, is it time? It's a warm day.
Well, with all my commitments, I'm not allowed to go to the toilet, am I, at any point? So, as you know, you could wander off at half-time, but I'm still here and working.
Well, you were saying to me a few minutes ago that, you know, we mentioned the fact that this has been an award-winning programme this week, and you said, is it because you started to appear on it, which I thought could be a reason, who knows?
Well, agents going on about, you know, let's win another one. And we're trying to play a part in that. We haven't got time to look back. That's what you do when you win things. You look forward, and that's what Pep is doing today, isn't he?
Winning mentality from Martin Keown.
He's never satisfied. Let's get that Team Arsenal into Team talkSPORT. Come on.
It's Doku on this near side. Gets back to Silva. I'm not commenting on that, just in case they do fall short this season, because that would be a bit foolish. 3-0 to Man City then, who are going back to the top of the Premier League. It's game day exclusive on talkSPORT, and City just playing with
City's to lose now.
Well, I was gonna come to that with you really and say,
do you know, if it was a mid-season game against Spurs, you'd say, oh, that's going to be really tough. But I just feel this City team now, we have to respect them. They are quite awesome in the way they play, but I don't think it's an ideal time, is it? An ideal team, perhaps, for Arsenal to think that they're going to do them a favour. Spurs, they're local rivals.
Yeah, out
Did you
of
see
form.
that?
Out of form. They've lost the last four, haven't they?
Well, they won't lose today. I mean, that's not out of the way either. Maybe Burnley just come here and play with freedom today.
Clip ball forward from Walker, being chased down by Oscar Bob. A reminder, we've got a big week of Premier League action. The biggest night is Tuesday night. Spurs against Manchester City in the Premier League. It's exclusive to talkSPORT. Adrian will be there, Danny Mills will be there, Sam will be there. Don't miss it, because it could be the point, depending on what happens tomorrow, it could be the point when Manchester City win the Premier League.
You're not sending Agent Groves in then to that one?
Well, I noticed Agent Keown's not going that night either, see?
Oh, okay.
No Arsenal presence required.
I'm not brave enough, to be fair, to go in there.
Certainly not on that occasion. We'll leave that one to Danny Mills. He can more than look after himself wherever he goes. Here's Guardiola. Gets it into Rodri. Rodri clips the ball over the top. Bob is looking for it on that far side and takes it down nicely under pressure from Robinson. Bob by the corner flag. That's brilliant, just to shield the ball, hold it for City, and it comes out. And back once more to Rodri. Even the youngsters coming on again.
Yeah, well, that's the message. That's the team message. They train alongside each other every day. One touch, two touch, protect the ball and pass it to a teammate.
Guardiola on this near side. Doku charging forward towards the edge of the penalty area, out to a throw to City. Doku's taking a knock there on his knee. We'll quickly head to Wembley. Full time, I think, Ian Abrahams.
Romford FC have won the FA Vase. They beat Great Wakering Rovers 3-0. Two early second half goals from Hassan Nalbat and Sam Deering, the man of the match. For Nalbat in injury time completed the scoring. Finished here, Romford FC 3, Great Wakering Rovers 0. Soon to come, we've got the FA Trophy final.
Solihull Moors against Gateshead in that. That kicks off at 4:15 this afternoon. Doku looks like he's taken a real knock on the inside of his knee.
He has, but you know what? The way that he moves that ball there, just he pokes it with his right foot, and it's just the inside-outside, and it's a drop to the shoulder and away, and it's really rapid, isn't it? William does the same thing, in fairness, but Doku's got that in his makeup as well. That's what I was talking about with Traore. He doesn't seem to have a trick. I think you need to have like a standard trick. Henry had this standard finish, didn't he? You think of your players, the step over from Ronaldo.
Yeah.
You almost need to have something that I know that we know what you're going to do, but you do it so well and so quickly we can't stop it. But not in Traore's game right now.
While he's receiving treatment, I'll just run you through some of the other live sport coming up across the network this week. Adrian's here, of course, for Game Day Live from 2:30 today. Over on talkSPORT 2, it's Spurs against Burnley, exclusive to talkSPORT 2 tonight. 7:45, MK Dons against Crawley, who will face Crewe, who got through last night against Doncaster in that penalty shootout. That's in the League 2 playoff semi-final second leg. 3-0 to Crawley already after that first leg. But as we know, as we're learning every year now, doesn't matter what that lead is in the playoffs, somebody can catch you. Throw into the penalty area, headed away here by Diop. And away down that left-hand side, Fulham will look to come forward here with Robinson up towards halfway. Immediately closed down by Oscar Bob and Lewis, and the eagerness of the Manchester City substitutes to stop Fulham playing out on that far side. And it's done brilliantly by Bob. Getting into Rodri, helped on his way. Alvarez inside the box. He scored every time he's played against Fulham. He's come on as a sub here, and he's hunting for a goal now on that far side. But Robinson does well. And then it's picked up again by Bob on that far side to Lewis, to Rodri, into Lewis in the penalty area. Here's Oscar Bob cutting it back to Rico Lewis, who tries to get the shot. Leno will pick it up, and we'll head to Glasgow. The Old Firm must be coming to an end soon, David Tanner.
88 minutes gone, it's still Celtic 2, Rangers 1, and Celtic just about had 100% domination of the ball in the first 25 minutes of the second half, but the 10-men Rangers are really much in control in these final minutes. Can they get an equaliser that would at least give them something to hold on to here? Brendan Rodgers looks very, very nervy. It's Celtic 2, Rangers 1 going into the final minute.
Stays like that, Celtic will be 6 points clear at the top of the table. 3-0 as things stand to Manchester City here. You're listening to Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT. Fulham in the last rights of this game. Is it a forlorn task now for Arsenal?
Well, it's kind of looking like that, isn't it? I'm just looking at that lovely new stand opposite us and thinking, does this kind of reflect the Fulham team here a little bit, doesn't it? Work in progress, quite flashy, you know, quite a bit of money spent on it, but far from finished. And this Fulham team really doesn't seem to have enough here today. Of course, you're playing against the champions. Just looking at Iwobi, by the way, going into the final third here. Carney on it, just crossing it in.
Yeah, Wilson does well to cut it back. And again, it's Lewis and Bob will get it away. There's a foot left in a little bit late there from Robinson on Lewis, and that's going to be a yellow card. It'll be a free kick as we enter the last 20 seconds. As well as all that live sport today, remember the EFL playoffs are on the talkSPORT network. Every single game, including the finals, are exclusive to the talkSPORT network. Norwich City against Leeds United tomorrow, lunchtime. Championship playoff semi-final first leg from 12 o'clock. Immediately followed by West Brom against Southampton from the Hawthorns. We've got 7 minutes of added time to play here. And in the meantime, by the way, over on talkSPORT 2 is the Women's FA Cup final. Spurs against Manchester United. That's live for you on talkSPORT 2 tomorrow afternoon as well. We've also got rugby this weekend. We've got PGA Tour golf, you name it. We've got it covered off across the talkSPORT network. And a reminder that breaking news earlier today from the cricket world, Jimmy Anderson playing his last test for England at Lord's in the first test of this summer. Huge news from an absolute legend. You can catch up on that on talksport.com. On halfway, it's Rodri. And he just gives it to Silva, and Silva's back to
another example. Just getting really kind of busy. A lot of tackles going in, and Bernardo Silva said, you know what, let's get that out of here. Let's switch the play to the other side of the pitch. Brilliant.
Guardiola clips the ball to the far side. Wonderful takedown on that far touchline by Oscar Bob. Looking to cut forward again towards the edge of the penalty area. The interplay's good. Here's Alvarez. And it's Guardiola. He's on a hat-trick, of course. He's Doku inside the penalty area. Ball at feet for Doku. Goes back to Guardiola at the edge of the penalty area. Out to Doku. Left-hand side. Just teasing towards the byline. Cuts that back across, and it's had to be cleared by Traore, who's done very well to get it clear. There's claims, I think, of a flailing arm from Brozier, and the free kick has gone the way, I think, of Manchester City. And they're attacking again here. Rodri with a shot, and Leno goes down to his right-hand side, but it's wide of the right-hand post.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Brozier, because he's done nothing since he come on.
That's the first time he's touched the ball.
Well, I mean, come on. I will say, though, there's been some good performances from this team. I think Robinson left back, Iwobi midfield, Paulinho has put his foot in. Ferreira, of course, did a decent job as well. For City, of course, they're at another level to everybody else. They should be playing in the Champions League final this year, but they're not. Somehow they conspired to not make it to the final, but nonetheless, they're totally too good for the Premier League.
Don't forget as well, this summer, Euro 2024 from Germany, all 51 games will be live across the talkSPORT network. You may have heard this week Emmanuel Petit, you know him quite well.
I know him very well.
David Moyes, Ashley Young, all added to our starting lineup for Germany, alongside the likes of Stuart Pearce, Darren Bent et al. Don't miss it this summer. A festival of football from Germany, and you can follow it all across the talkSPORT network. It'll take long for David Moyes to get a new job, did it? Inside the centre circle, Rodri. We've had nearly 3 minutes of the 7 that have been added at the end of this game. Don't you feel nowadays, when it's 3-0 and it's this hot, and they're dominating again, it's a bit cruel to play 7 minutes, isn't it? When you were playing, do they sometimes just say, well, just play?
Well, no, the game is over, isn't it, though, as a contest. So it has lowered, the tempo has lowered somewhat. City are it's just people at the moment, isn't it? They're Silva, he's saying, guys, the game's over, let me decide this. I'll just burn up the time for us. I mean, you might as well, I mean, I don't know, as a contest, but you have to put the necessary minutes in, don't you?
Well, they've won 7 Premier League titles, have Manchester City. You mentioned it earlier, 4 were decided on the final day. 2 of Pep's 5 have actually gone to the final day. Will this one? We will get a clearer indication after Manchester United Arsenal tomorrow, and also after Spurs against Manchester City. That's live on the talkSPORT network. talkSPORT on Tuesday night. The build-up starts from 7 o'clock. We'll know whether we're in for a final day showdown. It's happened before, it may well happen again. All pressure moves to Mikel Arteta's side at Old Trafford tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, obviously, historically, a huge game for Arsenal, but even bigger this time round. As a United fan, what do you want from that one, by the way? Do you want the local rivals to win, or are you looking at Arsenal winning that? It'd be interesting on the phone in to get that story.
Yeah, game day phoning, of course, will be on tonight from 5:30. Jamie O'Hara, Gabriel Gonlahor. And if you haven't checked out Alan Pardew on a Sunday evening as well.
Well, I was calling out the Spurs fans, like last week, saying, do they really want to help Arsenal? But what is it for the City fans, for the Man United fans now? Do they want City to just run away with it, or are they look? But at the end of the day, they're going to want to see some pride in their performance tomorrow. But if Arsenal, get beat, it's all over, and City win it again.
There is to Bob. There is down that right-hand side towards the byline. Cuts it back towards Alvarez, who does get in first with the shot. He's caught by Diop. That's a penalty. And Alvarez rolling on the floor. And they've got themselves a penalty. And it's a red card for Diop because it's a second yellow for his booking earlier, for his challenge on Erling Haaland. Well, the one advantage that he's got is he's not far from the tunnel away to our left-hand side, is to Diop.
Well, of course, it's VAR will look at this, and that's the only thing that saves him. Either shouting it was a foul. So let's have a look. Ball into the boxes. It looks late to me. Alvarez getting there. First ball whipped across. And we're just going to take a look at it, and it's the follow-through that just takes him out. So I don't think there's too much complaint there. Is it a clear and obvious mistake from the referee? I don't think so. That's what the VAR are looking at.
I think they're happy, David Koo, as Alvarez is going to spot the ball.
It was Alvarez, was it? That was foul?
Yep, it was. They've won a penalty against Fulham in each of their last 8 games now against the Londoners in all competitions. What is it about penalties between Fulham and Manchester City? Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a 4th time. It's him against Leno in front of those City fans. Right-footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's 4 again for Manchester City. It's another step to the Premier League title. It's been classy, it's been comfortable at the Cottage, and it's another 3 points to heap the pressure on Arsenal as they go top of the table. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 4.
Well, Pep sits on there motionless, doesn't he? But Alvarez, just cool as you like, just strokes it into the left-hand side of the goalkeeper. Just waits, doesn't he? Just waits for the keeper to move it. What is it with keepers? This great big dive every time, and it just stand there. And that is another, to be honest, it's worth another point, isn't it? If they're trying to gather, that's 4 goals now. Really are closing the gap on Arsenal with goals for. Probably won't matter anyway, but nonetheless, they're trying to close that door as well.
Well, that's their 91st goal of the season for Manchester City. The goal difference rises again. And there's the full-time whistle from Anthony Taylor. It was a hot day on the banks of the River Thames, but it was a cool, calm, collected performance from Manchester City. Once again, for the 6th time in their last 7 games, they've scored 4 goals or more, and their charge towards another Premier League title, that unprecedented 4th in a row, continues. Their destiny is in their own hands. They will have eyes tomorrow, of course, on Manchester United against Arsenal, but they'll be looking ahead already to Tuesday night, live on talkSPORT at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, because depending on results, Tuesday night could be the night they do it again. It's another win against Fulham, 16 now, unbeaten against the Cottagers, and another 3 points that takes them top of the table, and another 4 goals to close in on Arsenal's goal difference. A wonderful performance. Pep still sports his jumper as he makes his way off towards the tunnel, thanking those Manchester City supporters. But really, it was a classy performance from City, and they've taken the 3 points. Full time at Craven Cottage. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 4.
Adam Bridge, Martin Keown, thank you very much indeed. City remain that relentless machine, don't they? They just get the job done, especially at this part of the season. They just love it. They cannot let it go. They know what's at stake, and they fight as a team all the way to the end. No matter who is on the pitch, Pep can swap anyone over, and they still manage to get the job done. That's exactly what they've done today. 21 Premier League games without a defeat now for City as they continue their charge towards what would be an unprecedented fourth Premier League title. The pressure is right back on Arsenal now to stay in this race. They're at Old Trafford, of course, tomorrow at 4:30 kickoff for that one against Manchester United. But a solid performance today from the Manchester City players, who are now over at the away end in the Putney end here at Craven Cottage. They are with their fans, clapping their fans, and the fans are cheering them back on because they know that they are one step closer to glory. Potentially, but of course there could always be twists in the turn. As for Fulham, not a good day out at the office at all. They closed the Premier League season at home with a huge defeat. They were accused of being on the beach. They tried, but they couldn't fight against the machine, the juggernaut that is Manchester City. They've now not won at home against Manchester City since 2005, and there's an unwelcome record for Marco Silva as well. He's now lost 10 Premier League matches against Manchester City. That is a record for a manager against a single opponent as well. It is a sunny day. Not sure how big the smiles will be amongst the Fulham faithful here in the John Haynes stand, as where we are as the press. We're right in amongst the fans. Martin Keown often gets accosted by them. They all want to talk to him. They want to shake his hands, even though we're in the middle of a show. But they're all a polite bunch, very, very calm bunch. There's no shouting here, there's no anger here. They know they were well beaten, and that they certainly were, because Manchester City have gone 2 points clear at the top of the Premier League today. They of course have that game in hand, and they're also closing in on Arsenal's goal difference as well. It's now Manchester City at the top on 85 points, Arsenal on 83 points. The goal difference is now just 2. 60 for Arsenal, Manchester City closing in on 58 goals. Martin Keown, a more than professional performance from Manchester City. Did Fulham just make it too easy for them, or are City that good?
You know, it's interesting. I just saw both managers in dialogue, and you kind of see Pep is one of the all-time greats. He's creating a football dynasty at Man City. He's a visionary. He wants to play in a certain way. His fast football, you know, defenders now have completely been transformed. Carvalho today has grabbed 2 goals. He's joining the party. Everybody that comes in, I mean, this is great recruitment. Quality players, obviously, that they all learn from. Bernardo Silva probably the best example of that, because, you know, perhaps what De Bruyne does, not too many can copy, but you can copy what Bernardo Silva does, and they just get better and better. And the guy at the top of it, he's hungry, he wants more, and he's not ready to walk away from the Premier League. Jurgen Klopp, one of the all-time greats, also is ready to leave. Arteta is the only man in the building, and Arsenal, their job, they might well have run their race as well. We'll have to see. It goes to another day. Pressure on Arsenal now, but they look like champions today. That would be, what, 4 on the bounce, and Pep just keeps going and going. And you wonder, I don't know how long he's going to go for, but does he have in his sights, does he have what Sir Alex Ferguson accomplished? 13 Premier League titles. Does he want to go after that? I don't see anybody there that is wavering. When you see that a Foden, who's 23 years of age, and he's got like the number of games he's played for this club, this feels like it's just beginning. It doesn't feel like it's ending anytime soon for me.
They're on course for potentially the Premier League title, potentially a double if they win the FA Cup final, which is on the 24th of May. But, you know, this is a team that got the treble last season. The mental strain that would have taken right to the end of the campaign, to the Champions League final, which is, you know, a good couple of weeks after the Premier League season ends. The mental strength it takes to push your team that far and to then go again. And, you know, let's not forget their match against Manchester City. We talk about their unbeaten run. They were beaten against Real Madrid in the quarter-finals, and that was on a penalty shootout. I mean, but they played excellently in that game. You'd have to argue that they were the better side in that. They are relentless. How much mentally does it take for Pep as a manager to push his side as far as he does?
Well, look, of course it's determination. where your mental strength is when you're at the top of the table, and I've been at both. I was up in relegation with Aston Villa. It really hurts, and I don't want to. I mean, I'd sooner swap that beautiful feeling of being in the running for lots of trophies that City have than half the clubs that are going at the bottom. That's what mental strength really is. If you burn this today, you know, and you're not in your Nottingham Forest, they look in awe of what's been accomplished with City. Obviously, you have your setbacks and it hurts when you go out of competition. But there's enough character, enough experience, and above all else, the manager, isn't he? He's the role model, the ultimate role model. He doesn't. I mean, there was no Grealish today. We didn't see Grealish. It'll be very interesting what they do on Tuesday. Got a lot of players off the pitch, didn't he? Got the job done nice and early. I'm not really sure who the starting 11 will be. I mean, De Bruyne now is in superb form. Foden now he's coming from an outside position to a central position, and he's owning it. He runs the show now for City.
Yes, he absolutely does, doesn't he? Okay, so full time here at Craven Cottage. It finished Fulham 0, Manchester City 4 as they take one step closer to securing yet another Premier League title. It will be their fourth on the bounce, an unprecedented fourth. That's never been achieved here in England. It's also full time though at Celtic Park in the old firm. We can catch David Tanner now.
And it finished Celtic 2, Rangers 1. Celtic have won this Old Firm game against a Rangers side that played with 10 men for 45 minutes. And Celtic have effectively killed off the challenge of their rivals. And they went ahead in 35 minutes through Matt O'Reilly, his 16th of the season. And just 3 minutes later, it was 2-0 when John Lundstrom of Rangers put into his own net. 33 seconds after the restart, Rangers responded and Cyril Dessers scored, and then Lundstrom was sent off for a lunge on Alistair Johnston right on half-time. Early in the second half, Matt O'Reilly saw his penalty saved by Jack Butland. Celtic couldn't get the third goal to put the game to bed and to give them the fun that Brendan Rodgers had hoped for. It was a very, very nervy second half for Celtic as Rangers battled for the equaliser. What does it mean? If Rangers don't beat Dundee at Ibrox on Tuesday night, Celtic will be crowned champions when they play Kilmarnock on Wednesday. Finished in the Old Firm game, champions-elect Celtic 2, Rangers 1.
David Tanner, thank you very much. Yeah, it's Celtic very much closing in on the Scottish Premiership, just as Manchester City are on the Premier League title once again here at Craven Cottage. It finished Fulham 0, Manchester City 4, and it's time now to pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Martin Keown, your last task of the day is to choose your man of the match from today's game.
Well, I'm going to go for a defender, Gvardiol, who played like a striker today, which is invariably what you see with Man City, isn't it? They're just starting positions. Grabbed 2 goals, and I just on that conveyor belt of players that arrive at a football club. Yeah, big reputation. They've got to go and prove themselves, and he certainly did that today.
He absolutely did that today. 2 goals for Josko Gvardiol, 1 for Phil Foden, and a penalty for Julian Alvarez as well, who came on as a sub. They just do not stop scoring, this Manchester City side, and they are closing in on that Premier League title. That was our man of the match from today's game. Thank you very much, Martin. That was with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Okay, so another big win for Manchester City. They go top of the Premier League table, and if Arsenal drop points at Old Trafford tomorrow, Pep Guardiola's team could win the league for a record-breaking 4th consecutive time at Tottenham on Tuesday night. That game is live on talkSPORT. Kickoff is at 8 p.m. Make sure you join us for that one. So in the final week of the season, both City and Arsenal want their closest rivals to do them favours. Madness, isn't it? Football? But you love it, as we all do. Stay tuned with us as Adam will be heading downstairs to speak to both Marco Silva and Pep Guardiola. You can hear both of their reactions very shortly on talkSPORT. Over on talkSPORT 2, they'll be bringing you live commentary of Spurs against Burnley. While here on talkSPORT, Adrian Durham will take you around the grounds with all the goals as they go in the Premier League. That's up next. That's it from us.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
Saturday. Football is upon us. Have you made your Super 6 prediction? predictions yet. It's free to play. Predict 6 correct scores and you could win £250,000. It's happened before and it can happen again. But we're about more than just jackpots. We've got weekly and monthly prizes too. There's even more to play for this season with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18 plus T's and C's apply.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Graham Souness on talkSPORT.
Join me, Graham Souness, with Jim White and Simon Jordan Monday morning from 10 o'clock for the most opinionated football talk show on the radio.
Actually, we're very creative, Master.
I know, it's amazing.
I down when I left here.
It's like the jungle spinning a net over a hole. Bosh, down you went. A Monday triple threat. Better looking, by far. Engineered for confrontation.
Walking into a press conference when you're a manager, there's beer traps all over the floor. And I liken my experience here to that.
Graham Souness, Monday morning from 10 on talkSPORT.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Game day.
Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards.
Game day live
on talkSPORT.
So Manchester City have gone top of the table. Arsenal have a job to do at Old Trafford tomorrow. 6 more Premier League games kicking off at 3. We're taking you around the grounds with all the goals on Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Pedro Porro, let's fly! Oh, what a goal! Pedro Porro!
Finishing 4th and getting to the Champions League does not make you a Champions League club. Do I believe right now we're a Champions League football club? No, we're not.
Burnley 1, Newcastle United 4.
It's not in our control. I know the scenarios.
The result that leaves them 5 points from safety.
We've got to believe, I mean, on any given day, players can do something special.
Got someone his right foot, good ball, chicken now, and finds the bottom corner. Alexander Isak lights up St James's Park.
Never think you can look at the fixture list and go, well, you know, that they're winnable games. Yeah, they're winnable games, they're losable games, and I think that's the Premier League.
So shoots from the end of the area and produces a blinding goal. Jared Bowen into the box, delivering across. Antonio rising highest in between the two centre backs, combining with Bowen again.
We'll go our separate ways, having, which I believe are really good 4.5 years.
Lokonga dinks it in high towards Onabeo. He's brought it down on his chest. Onabeo! What a finish!
Maintaining our status in the Premier League is huge. The level of the task is massive. As we stand right now, we're in the mix.
Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT on the penultimate weekend of the Premier League season. And it's a strange situation where City now want United to win and Arsenal want Spurs to win against City on Tuesday. Live on talkSPORT, that one. City, top of the table, 2 points clear. We'll hear from Pep Guardiola very shortly on the show. They go to Spurs, then host West Ham on the final day. Arsenal at United tomorrow and then home to Everton next Sunday on the final day of the season. Let's bring in our guys. Danny Mills is at Newcastle, Brighton this afternoon, and Danny, your old club City, playing like champions today. They cruised to a 4-0 win.
Yeah, they did, and I think we thoroughly expected that. Fulham have been not great against Manchester City in the past. City have got the bit between their teeth. They are desperate to win 4 in a row, especially with teams going out of the Champions League. So, yeah, no surprises at all. I expect City to win every single game. You know, people have been talking about, their goal difference is now better. I think that's irrelevant. I don't think it's going to come down to goal difference. I think the vein of form that they're in at the moment, the ruthlessness that they have, the desire to win 4 in a row, they win the next 2 games, not a problem.
Well, it's 7 successive wins for Manchester City, and it makes it tough for Arsenal. Perry Groves, former Arsenal title winner, is at Wolves Palace for us this afternoon. Arsenal, they've just got to try and keep on winning and go to United and get the 3 points. It's all they can do, Perry.
Absolutely, Aid. What they've got to do is they've got to make Man City win it. Do you know what I mean? Make them go to the nth degree, which they'll do. And I'm just pleased that the grass wasn't too long at Craven Cottage today. So it must have been all right. I think Pep's can say anything about the long grass. Does that not make you laugh, Aid? Does that not make you laugh? You're right, mate. Have a day. Really? Can you find anything else to moan about? He's got players that are good enough, right, to actually not have to pass it long before. They can chip it into each other if they wanted to. But you have to take your hats off, because I thought beginning of the season that Arsenal would win it, because I thought that Man City would have that edge, you know, that desire to keep going when you've won the treble.
Yeah.
So I think if they win the title, which it looks like they're on the way to, and they win the FA, get the double. I think that's as good as last season. Because Danny will tell you, to keep that relentlessness, you know what I mean, that hunger to win is admirable.
Well, let's bring in Mickey Grays at Everton Sheffield United for us today, but he's our Manchester correspondent, and it is 7 straight wins for City, Mickey. They had 8 Premier League wins in a row between December and February, 12 wins in a row towards the end of last season, 12 in a row mid-season the year before, 15 in a row between December and March the season before. They just know how to keep winning games in order to eventually win a title.
Yeah, evening, afternoon, Adrian. Afternoon, lads. Yeah, look, I mean, because they've done the test of time, Adrian, by getting over the finishing line in the last 3 seasons, and obviously they've done it before. I think Pep just wants record after record, doesn't he? Nobody's ever won four in a row. He wants to do that. And I just have to back up what Harry said there. I mean, they're just relentless, aren't they? They just keep going every single season. There was a couple of weeks ago, I think his players looked a little bit tired, but they still got themselves over the line in the games that they needed to get themselves over. Look, and I think we all watched that Champions League game against Real Madrid. I think over the 2 legs, look, unfortunately they didn't get the job done, but there was no doubt they were the better side. But it just come down to the end of it, and they've obviously went out of that. But I think winning the double will be incredible for City this season, and I'm with Danny. I just don't see either Arsenal or City slipping up, which would obviously mean Man City go and pick up the trophy yet again.
Let's make it clear at the top then. 2 points clear, Manchester City. Arsenal's goal difference is +2 better. City have scored 3 more goals. As Danny was saying, though, he doesn't expect it to come down to goal difference. Arsenal at United tomorrow. Keep you in touch with that during the Sunday session on talkSPORT. Well, let's go round the grounds for the 3 o'clock kickoffs today. Let's start here at the London Stadium, where Moyes is on his way out and Luton could be on their way down. Alongside me for talkSPORT, it's Ollie Klink.
Yeah, after 4.5 years, 3 European campaigns and 1 precious European trophy, David Moyes takes charge of his final home game in the West Ham dugout this afternoon, hoping for a warm send-off from the Hammers faithful. Their chances of securing European football for next season have all but evaporated, but Moyes is still keen to secure a top 10 finish in his final campaign at the club. There's just one change from the side thrashed at Chelsea last weekend. Edson Alvarez drops to the bench. In comes James Ward-Prowse. So the Hammers start with Areola in goal, Soufal, Zuma, Ogbonna and Emerson across the back. Ward-Prowse and Souček then sit in midfield with Bowen, Paquetá and Kudus ahead of them. Mikel Antonio is the man up front. As for Luton, it's crunch time. They desperately need to win to stand any chance of Premier League survival. In fact, even 3 points today could see them all but down if Forest manage to beat Chelsea later on this afternoon. Rob Edwards-Mames, an unchanged side from the draw with Everton last week. Bene returns for the Hatters, but he starts on the bench. So they line up with Kaminsky in goal, a backroom of Burt, Mengi and Osho. Onyedinma and Dougherty provide the width, with Barkley and Sambi Lokonga in the middle. Morris and Chong sit just behind Adebayo in attack. At a sunny London Stadium, it's West Ham against Luton.
4 defeats in a row for Spurs. Surely they can't lose at home to Burnley, who are looking doomed. At this one for talkSPORT, Sam Allards.
Yeah, both sides need wins today, and for very different reasons. Burnley must win to have any chance of survival on the final day of the season, and Spurs really have to win to keep their top 4 hopes alive. 7 points behind 4th place Villa, with a game in hand, but a much worse goal difference. 2 changes for Spurs from the side that lost at Liverpool last weekend. Skip in for Emerson Royale, he's going to play a left back. Maddison in for Bentancur. So it's Vicario in goal. The back 4 will be Porro, Romero, Van de Ven and Skip. Sarr, Basuma, Maddison the midfield 3, and in attack Kulusevski, Johnson and Son. No Richarlison, he's injured. As for Burnley, if they don't win today, relegated to the Championship. They're 5 points behind 17th place Nottingham Forest, with a caution 2 games to play. 1 change for Burnley today from the team that lost against Newcastle last weekend. Brownhill drops out for Charlie Taylor. So Burnley have got Muric in goal, a back 4 of Assignon, O'Shea, Esteve, Taylor, Sander Berger and Cullen in midfield. It'll be Vitinho, Odobert and Larson who will support Foster, who's going to lead the line. Big game for both sides. It's a glorious day in North London for Tottenham v Burnley.
And that one live on talkSPORT 2 this afternoon. Eddie Howe said in his press conference yesterday that they've loved playing at home this season. So for the final time this campaign, the noise at St James's Park will be heightened for Brighton this afternoon. In that number, talkSPORT's Graham Crawley.
Yeah, you're right, Adrian. All you've got to do is actually look at Newcastle's home record. Won 12, drawn 3, lost 3. Only Liverpool, Man City and Arsenal can beat that. Things are very different, though, for them on the road. Lost 10 of their 18 games. That was including, of course, a 3-1 defeat at Brighton. Everton Berger Ferguson collecting a hat-trick. Brighton were 4th in the Premier at the time. Newcastle were 14th. Anyway, unlike last year when Newcastle won only 1 of their last 5, they go into this match having won 5 of their last 7, and a place in the Europa League now looking like a pretty strong possibility. Okay, it's not the Champions League, but you know what? I think it represents a more realistic target. It shows that overall the owners are taking this club in the right direction. As for Brighton, well, they'll just hope to avoid finishing in the bottom half, which is a big, big disappointment for them after last season when the club ended 6th in the table, their highest ever placing in the Premier League. They've not had a good time with injuries either. In terms of, and there's more news about that in just a second, Eddie Howe makes a single change from the 4-1 win at Burnley last weekend for Newcastle. Callum Wilson out altogether. He's got some muscle tightness apparently. Elliot Anderson comes in, but the good news for Newcastle is that Pope, Trippier and Joelinton are all on the bench back from injury. That's good for them. So Dubravka is in goal. To back forward of Livramento, Kraft, Byrne and Hall. Then across the middle, it's actually looking like a 5-some. That's Murphy, Longstaff, Anderson, Bruno and Gordon with Alexander Isak up front. As for Brighton, well, Roberto De Zerbi, single change from the 1-0 win at home to Villa last weekend, and it's a big one as well for them. Top scorer João Pedro is out injured, took a knock in training yesterday apparently, so in comes Julio Enciso. So they will line up in goal. Is Verbruggen for them, and then across the back forwards, Veltman, Webster, Dunk and Igor, with Gross and Gilmore sitting just in front of them. Then it's Bonanote, Enciso and Adringa across the midfield with Danny Welbeck, ex-Sunderland. He'll get roundly booed up front. Almost exactly a year since these two sides last met here. Newcastle won 4-1. Toon fans would like a repeat performance. Newcastle Brighton coming up at St James's Park.
Former heavyweight champ Frank Bruno being interviewed on the touchline here at West Ham. Reminds me, Fight Night with Adam Catterall, 9 o'clock tonight on talkSPORT. Let's go to Craven Cottage. Fulham 0, Man City 4. Let's hear from Mateo Kovacic, the Man City midfielder, with talkSPORT's Adam Bridge.
Yeah, Adrian, thank you. Mateo's joined us live. Thanks for joining us live on talkSPORT. How significant a win is that for your team today?
Very important, because we are there fighting for league title, and to come at this tough place to win 4-0 is never easy. And I think we had a great game, and nothing now. Rest again and try the same thing to do on Tuesday.
It's remarkable how at this time of the season, when the pressure's on, as a group of players, you unify and you deliver that kind of performance. How does that happen? Is this all down to the manager and your understanding of how he wants you to perform in these kind of situations?
For sure, he is very important, and he is the main guy in front of the dressing room. But as well, the whole team, the whole club, it believes like one, and everybody is helping us. The physios, everybody is there to try to push us. So this club shows great character and great ambition, and I think it's a good thing that we are again here fighting for a title.
You inherited the number 8 shirt, which was filled by Ilkay Gundogan before, so special. How have you found inheriting that shirt and the pressure that's come with it, and your own performances?
Yeah, I always watch more myself and try to do my best what I can for the team. Ilkay was an unbelievable player for this league, for this club, and I think we are not very similar in terms of playing, but just a pleasure to have a number 8. The shirt I always liked, and I just need to prove it.
And you've worked for some tremendous coaches throughout your career. Where does Pep rank, and what are the things that he's taught you since you've been at the club?
So many things. Really, it's not easy to explain it in words now, but it's just how he sees the game, how he wants you to be comfortable on the ball, and I think you can see on the team that we are quite good in possession, out of possession as well, very, very aggressive. So it's just he insists in the little details, and that makes a difference.
Quite good to understate, Mateo. Thank you very much for talking to us live on talkSPORT.
Thank you.
There you go, Mateo Kovacic with talkSPORT's Adam Bridges carrying on around the grounds. Andoni Iraola's up for manager of the season. Not bad, considering he didn't win any of his first 9 games. They host Brentford in front of talkSPORT's Alfie Reynolds.
Bournemouth's highest ever Premier League finish is 9th. They could equal that this season. They're 10th with 2 games to go. They make one change from defeat to Arsenal. Lloyd Kelly returns following an illness, with Alex Scott dropping to the bench. Travers is in goal. Smith, Zabarnyi, Senesi and Kelly at the back. Christie and Cook will be either side of Clivert. with Semenyo Solanke and Utara in attack. Brentford have lost just twice in 8, but also only had 2 wins in that period. They're unchanged from their draw with Fulham, but Jensen is back on their bench. Flecken in goal, Ayer, Collins, Hinnock and Reguilon in defence, Damsgaard, Norgard and Janelt across midfield. It's Lewis Potter, Tony and Mbumo up top. In the South Coast sunshine, Bournemouth host Brentford.
Crystal Palace are one of the form teams right now. They head to Wolves, watched by talkSPORT's Jake Robson.
Two sides involved in thrashings last weekend. Wolves humbled away at Man City, conceding 5. We've just been told the man who was in goal that day, Jose Sarr, named in the original starting 11, is unwell. He didn't come out to warm up, and it's been confirmed Dan Bentley will start, with Tom King named on the bench. The Palace, and they come here having handed out a lesson to past masters Manchester United on Monday. A lot of optimism in store, perhaps a glimpse of what could be to come next season. A win today will take them above Gary O'Neill's men. And it's 2 changes from the Wolves side that were handed that thrashing by City last week. The enforced one in goal as Bentley replaces Sarr and Doherty comes in for Bueno. So it's Bentley in goal, Doherty, Semedo, Kilman, Totti and Aït-Nouri, the back 5 or back 3 with 2 wing backs. Gomez, Lemina and Traore behind Wang and Cunha up top. What about then the visitors Palace? And Oliver Glasner names an unchanged side from the win at home to Manchester United on Monday. It means that in goal, continuing in goal I should say, there's Henderson, back 3 of Klein, Anderson and Richards, Munoz, Wharton, Hughes and Mitchell in midfield. Behind that front 3 of Elise, Mateta and Eze up top. The referee is Thomas Flammel and a resplendent Molyneux. It's Wolves v Palace.
And Sean Dyche this week named Manager of the Month for April, which means he's won as many of those awards at Everton as Champions League finalist Carlo Ancelotti did in his time at Goodison. Everton hosts Sheffield United. Here's talkSPORT's Matt Jones.
Goodison is somewhat more relaxed than it has been at this stage of the last 2 campaigns when Everton have been required to win their final home matches to stay up. No such problems this year. Survival secured 2 weeks ago against Brentford and then a draw against Luton 8 days ago. Sean Dyche makes 2 changes from that game as Ben Godfrey drops to the bench and Jack Harrison is out injured. Seamus Coleman and Amadou Onana their replacements. So it's Pickford in goal with Coleman, Tarkowski, Branthwaite and Young across the back. Garner will move to the right side of midfield with Onana and Gay in the centre and McNeil on the left, and Decore will be just off Calvert-Lewin in attack. Sheffield United meanwhile are already down and desperate to avoid an unwanted piece of history. They've already conceded 100 goals this season. 1 more will give them the outright worst defensive record in the Premier League era. 3 of those goals came in a 3-1 defeat to Nottingham Forest last week. Vinny Souza and Yasser Larouci are in. Anel Ahmedovich is out, and so is Ben Osborne. So it's Foderingham in goal. A back 3 of Larouci, Trusty and Robinson. The 5 in midfield will be Bogle, Hamer, Souza, Arblaster and Brooks. And Archer and Brereton Diaz are up top. It's Everton against Sheffield United.
Time to kick off. Let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
And Sam Rossbottom from Betfair is with us. And Sam, as you know, each week we place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook. All the winnings go to the Bobby Moore fundraising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. And for our charity bet this week, I've got a bit rogue. We're placing a treble on Luton to win here at West Ham, Tottenham to beat Burnley, Newcastle to beat Brighton as well.
Well, you say rogue, Adrian, but I mean, you have raised £1,200 in the past 2 weekends for the Bobby Moore Fund alone. That charity pot now stands at over £3,300. Sam Matterface also chipping in last weekend as well with a charity bet winner. So we are on a roll, and fingers crossed we can land another one today. Luton, look, they simply have to win, don't they? Looking at the odds, they're not the favourites in that game. West Ham are 8-11 to get all 3 points, but Luton 12-5 for drawing that one 9-4. Spurs are the favourites to beat Burnley. They're as short as 1-4, but they are on a bit of a terrible run though. 4 defeats in a row. Top 4 for them still a possibility, but only just. They have to win today, don't they? 1-4 they are. The draw 4-1, Burnley 6-1, and then also throwing in Newcastle to beat Brighton. Newcastle still chasing European football. They are favourites at 1-2. Brighton, big long trip for them. They're 7-2 to go all the way back down to the south coast with all 3 points, and the draw is 13-5. So looking at our treble, Luton, Spurs and Newcastle all to win. We've backed that at 5.38 to 1, so our £50 charity stake will return 318 quid. Don't forget we've backed those selections with match odds 90 markets, so if they are winning at 90 minutes, they'll be settled as winners, regardless of what happens in added on time. So fingers crossed, we can keep this roll going, Adrian.
Sam, thanks very much. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
So live on talkSPORT, this lunchtime at finish. Fulham 0, Man City 4. City go 2 points clear at the top of the table. Both them and Arsenal have got 2 games left. Let's hear from the City boss, Pep Guardiola, with talkSPORT's Adam Bridge.
Pep, another terrific win, back to the top of the table. You must be incredibly pleased, not only with the performance, but the way your players went about it today.
Absolutely. The first 10, 15 minutes, they start so aggressive, so intense, we struggle. At the moment, we have a long action with a lot of passes, good actions, and after we score a goal, yeah, we concede few, almost nothing, and we create enough chances, and we know perfectly what we are playing for, and yeah, now rest and go to play the final in London against Tottenham.
Another Premier League win in a row. How every season when we reach this stage do you continue to get the players to this point and produce such an amazing string of results?
So far, we'll see next Tuesday. But yeah, it's the mentality of the group. Still have the desire, and so yeah. Whatever happened, I said to them, whatever happened, I cannot regret or say anything. We won 2 titles, we're the final FA Cup, we're fighting for last 2 games to be champions.
We see the quality of your team week in, week out. I think what we also saw a lot of today was that desire time and time again. You lose the ball, you get it back, but also the patience that they showed, because at times Fulham sat quite deep.
Yeah, right. Always this our DNA, is what we are as a team. It surprised me, but for many years we start to do this, still we are doing this, and normally you drop. Just take a look, all the champion teams in the Premier League the years after, and still we are there, so it means a lot. We create a culture of the club, like no matter what happens, we go until the end, and every single game and every single competition. And that's why we're going to try next Tuesday is a real final. We want, our dream is arrived in the last game, what happened 2 seasons ago against Aston Villa, against West Ham. Our dream arrived, our destiny in our hands against West Ham, and all we have to do is, in a difficult place to go for our history, we won the FA Cup this season, we're going to try to do it again.
Will you be watching Manchester United Arsenal tomorrow?
A lot of job to do with the Spurs, a lot to do. I will know the result, but a lot of the Spurs to do.
There you go, what a good interview. Pep Guardiola with talkSPORT's Adam Bridge post-match. 4-0 win for City at Fulham to go 2 points clear at the top of the table, and they've got to wait and see what Manchester United do against Arsenal tomorrow. You can keep in touch with that on the Sunday session on talkSPORT tomorrow afternoon with Sam Matterface. I'll actually be on talkSPORT too with commentary of the Women's FA Cup final. Manchester United taking on Tottenham Hotspur at Wembley. We are underway in the games. David Moyes down there just approaching the technical area, dressed in his shirt and slacks, and for the final time in that technical area on the touchline for a home game in charge of West Ham United. It's game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Now tomorrow from 11 on talkSPORT, the Championship playoffs get underway. Norwich take on Leeds and West Brom face Southampton. They're both live and back-to-back on talkSPORT.
Somerville handled tight! He puts it in! Somerville! To win against Norwich doesn't matter anymore right now, new competition starts. Loose ball has dropped down from Borja side. Lukaku's up from range! Oh, and he's found the corner! A stunner from Borja side!
Playoff semis, and this is what counts, and the target is clear, Wembley.
Takes a low shot, it's in! Swift from range!
It's a tough game.
But I think if you get into the playoffs and the championship, I don't think you can expect anything else, right?
Back onto the right foot, it's 3-0! Adam Armstrong with another superb finish!
So 11 a.m. tomorrow, talkSPORT, second legs Thursday, Leeds, Norwich, Friday, Saints, West Brom, both live on talkSPORT as well. And at Wembley tomorrow, the Women's FA Cup final, Man United Spurs live from 2 on talkSPORT 2. Tonight, MK Dons against Crawley, League 2 playoff semi, second leg, Crawley 3 up from the first leg. Winner faces Crewe at Wembley next Sunday. Crewe winning on penalties at Doncaster last night, live on talkSPORT 2. Dean Ashton was in the away end for that game. The League 1 playoff final, Bolton against Oxford, is next Saturday, live on talkSPORT. I'll be at Wembley for that one. That afternoon, we're also covering the climax of the WSL season as well. And can Emma Hayes retain the title in her last game at Chelsea? They go to Spurs midweek, which could be crucial in deciding the outcome of the title. Will it be Chelsea or City? Sunday, a week tomorrow, is the League 2 playoff final, live on talkSPORT 2. On talkSPORT, it'll be the climax to the Premier League season. City or Arsenal will be crowned champions. Right, let's take you around the grounds. Early stages of these Premier League 3 o'clock kickoffs starting here at the London Stadium. Alongside me, Ollie Klink.
3 minutes gone, West Ham 0, Luton 0. It's been fairly even Stevens so far. No chances for either side. Luton have probably edged the possession. Anna Bayo's trying to make some inroads down the left, but has had no joy, really. It is Luton coming forward as we speak, and the occasion may be about David Moyes today. But this is a huge game for Luton as Doughty tries to swing on into the box. Can't Morris up for the header. Could be a chance here for Luton inside the box. And West Ham scramble it clear. This is a huge game, though, for Luton Town. Realistically, they need to win to take the relegation battle to the final day. That's with Forest playing later as well. On David Moyes, though, before kick-off, it was nice. He was out early, he was posing for selfies, signing autographs, and some of the West Ham well-wishers who've turned out were there with big smiles and a lot of thank yous exchanged as well, which was nice to see. 4 minutes gone, though. West Ham 0, Luton 0.
We're talking about Luton attacking there, and they do score goals regularly in the Premier League, which is a real positive for them. They've got 2 10-goal Premier League strikers this season. Morris and Adebayo, passing players, attacking intent from Rob Edwards. It's the other end of the pitch that's been a massive problem for them. 1 Premier League win in 15 since the end of February. Lost the last 5 away, conceding 15, and only 1 away win in 14, and that was at Sheffield United, which doesn't really count. I mean, you've got to say that their strikers have given them a chance of survival. The defence has been letting them down.
They have indeed. When you look at the record of Adebayo and Morris, they both got double figures for the season in the Premier League, which is incredibly impressive, especially for a promoted side. You're right, though, it's been the other end of the pitch that has been such a disaster for Luton. They need to try and hold on to that today, show some defensive strength, because they're desperate for the points, Adrian.
Done it a few times.
Early stages of a goal in Scotland, though, in the Scottish League 1 playoffs. Second legs, it's Peterhead 0, the Spartans 1. Cammy Russell on 3 minutes for the Spartans, who finished 3rd in the regular season and are going for a second successive promotion after winning the Lowland League title last year and coming through that playoff against Brechin to make it into Scottish League 2. Will they be in League 1 next season? The Spartans now, have we got a goal here? We have. Luton, we talked about their attacking prowess. They've taken the lead, Ollie Klink.
And it's deserved as well. West Ham 0, Luton Town 1. It's Albert Sami Lokonga with the goal. The ball was worked over to the left-hand side, swung into the box, and there he was at the front post to power a header into the back of the net. And it's the perfect start for Luton Town as they try and cling on to their Premier League status. Brilliant play from Luton, and they take an early lead in the day that's meant to be the farewell party for David Moyes. It's West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Well, it's just too easy, really. They've been coming down the left-hand side earlier, had no joy in front of goal. Then a ball comes in from the left, and he just seemed to want it more, didn't he?
He did indeed. It's a brilliant finish, though, as well. The ball comes out to Doughty on the left-hand side, and there's Samuel Lokonga. He arrives so late into that near post. The defending from West Ham is absolutely woeful. They look like statues inside the box. And it was easy, wasn't it, for Samuel Lokonga inside the 6-yard box to put the header home. And Luton have a crucial early lead.
They do. It's West Ham 0, Luton 1. Remember, it's a day when Luton could be relegated. If they win, they won't be. Let's head to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What's happening there? Sam Ellards.
A lively start here, Adrian. Just 6 minutes gone. It's still Spurs 0, Burnley 0, but a massive chance for Burnley early on. Brilliant work by Odebear down the right-hand side. He broke free. He put in a brilliant ball for Vitinho at the back post. He got up above everyone. A powerful header, but an outstanding save from Vicario. A big, strong left hand to keep it out, and they cleared. Of course, this is the game that Burnley have to win today. If they don't win today, they are relegated. Before that chance, Spurs were of course 7 points off Villa with a game in hand, looking for that fourth spot. Had started really, really well. They broke thanks to Heung-min Son, who covered a lot of ground. He played in Maddison. He had the goal beckoning as he shot. A last-ditch block from a Burnley defender. It was O'Shea. Denied a goal-scoring opportunity. End-to-end football here. Burnley might be 19th, Adrian, but they're sticking to their principles. They want to press high up the pitch and win the ball high up the pitch. And oh, a massive, massive chance for Spurs. And it's come at the back post. Across from the left-hand side. It's Pedro Porro who's there. It's a brilliant save, though, from Juric. He had so much space at the back post. He really should have scored, but the Burnley goalkeeper gets down to his left-hand side and keeps it out. I promise you, Adrian, there's going to be goals here this afternoon. 7 gone. Spurs 0, Burnley 0.
West Ham Borough champs wide of the mark. Probably should have done better. Stays 1-0 to Luton here. 1-0 to Alloa at Hamilton in the Scottish Championship playoffs. Second legs. That was 2-2 from the first leg. Alloa leading 1-0 this afternoon. Let's go to St James Park. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
And we've got, 8 minutes on the clock here. Newcastle 0, Brighton 0. It's actually quite an attacking side for Newcastle United. And no surprise, all the pace is coming down the right flank with Livramento and Jacob Murphy. In the opening minute or so, we saw a really good ball in the area by Jacob Murphy. It was cleared away, but a panic stations defending by Brighton. But Brighton on the counter-attack had another decent chance actually where they've coming down their left flank, and this is a simple case of Enciso lobbing the ball at the area, aim for Danny Welbeck, but the ball balled around, and also Mountain Dubravka, who we thought at one point actually might be threatened by Nick Pope, who's actually back on the bench today, managed to clear the ball away. I've got ex-England Leeds right back, Danny Mills with me. Danny, your thoughts on the opening, 9 minutes?
Yeah, you're right, it's been fairly tepid, up to this stage. It does have a sunny afternoon in Newcastle at the end of the season to feel about it. Hopefully it'll burst into life sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, yeah. It's Newcastle still chasing for that European place. Newcastle 0, Brighton 0.
Let's head to Vitality on talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds.
We've played 10 minutes here. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, but it's been the visitors who've had all the early possession and the first chance in this game. Keane Lewis-Potter forcing Travers into a save from the left. He cut onto his right foot and shot across goal from the edge of the area, and the Bournemouth keeper diving low to his left just about pushed it behind. But it's been a good start for Brentford, who were pretty ordinary last week in a 0-0 draw against Fulham. They also haven't scored in their last 2 matches, so Thomas Frank will be pleased with what he's seen from his side so far. In terms of Bournemouth, they're 10th, just a point behind West Ham in the table, so equaling their best ever Premier League finish of 9th is a possibility in these final 2 fixtures. They're yet to really find their way into this game though. 10 minutes played, Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
Let's take you to Molyneux on talkSPORT. Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
10 minutes played, it's Wolves 0, Palace 0, and we've just got a break in play as Will Hughes is receiving some treatment. He had a bit of a coming together with Matthias Cunha just more or less on the halfway line, and he just about got up, limping away very gingerly. That's really the main talking point of the match so far. Kilman's had a header over from a Wolves corner, and Perry Groves sat alongside me. Perry, though, I just want to get you on Palace. Wolves have really, they stifled them in the opening 10 minutes.
They've been very clever tactically, because obviously Elise and Eze play behind Mateta, like both as 10s. What happens is when Palace are in possession, Semedo goes tight on Eze, and then Totti goes tight on Elise, and they can't get out. So there is a 5v5 going on, so I just think that maybe that Oliver Glasner might tell his centre-half, whether it's Anderson, Klein or Richards, just for like 5 or 10 minutes, just go into Mateta, just bypass the midfield, because you said they're getting no pass from it. At the moment, it's got a very sort of end of season feel about it, Jay, because it's more like a testimonial game at the moment. It needs to come to life. Neither goalkeepers had a save to make. Wolves dominate possession, and the one player that looks more likely to make something is Matthias Cunha, because he's got that free role, just playing behind Wang Hee-Chang. But yeah, both teams, it's just like jousting at the moment. No one's landed that sort of knockout punch.
Oliver Glasner cutting quite a frustrated figure down in front of us. End of season feel, maybe no kites up in the air as yet. It's Wolves 0, Palace 0.
We'll tell you to Goodison Park on talkSPORT. Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
And the season feel here too. It's Everton 0, Sheffield United 0. So far Everton have had the better of the game. There was a chance for Dominic Calvert-Lewin against his former club as he broke into the area past the fullback and then had a shot saved at the near post. Mickey Gray is alongside me, and Everton have definitely shaped it, but they just haven't had that touch in the final third yet.
Yeah, you're right. They've had the best opportunity in the game, the one you mentioned, Dominic Calvert-Lewin. I think he actually tried to cross the ball rather than aim for goal, and it's just come off the wrong side of his foot. But the best move of the game has certainly just came from Everton. A lovely play through that midfield area, and then Onana getting on the end of it. And again, just his touch was a little bit too far, but pretty much the same as everybody else has been saying. It's got that end of season feel to this game, hasn't it?
Sheffield United haven't got going, but their fans over on the far side are thoroughly enjoying what will be their final Premier League away game for some time. It's Everton 0, Sheffield United 0.
It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Forest Chelsea live today. Contract free with the Now membership. Search Now Sports. A couple of goals in Scotland. Already relegated Livingston. A goal down at home to St Johnstone. Adama Sidibe with the goal. St Johnstone currently in the relegation playoff place, but 2 points behind Ross County. 3 defeats in a row for St Johnstone. They need a win, and they are winning at Livingston this afternoon. Also winning at Motherwell at Ross County. Blair Spittle, more good news for St Johnstone that. Blair Spittle with a goal. Ross County 0, Motherwell 1. Motherwell have only lost 2 of their last 8 games. Earlier, Celtic 2, Rangers 1 was a result. John Lundstrom scored an own goal and got sent off in what will be his last Old Firm game, so he's done well. Celtic 6 points clear, 2 games left. Rangers 7th defeat of the season. You're never going to win the title in Scotland with that. Rangers failed to beat Dundee Tuesday. Celtic are champions. Or if Rangers do win that, Celtic can get the job done Wednesday at Kilmarnock. So far in the Premier League, Man City won 4-0 at Fulham to go 2 points clear at the top of the table. And here at the London Stadium, the only goal so far, West Ham 0, Luton 1. Albert Sambi Lokonga with the only goal heading in from close range. This is Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, free via internet, terms apply.
Saturday. Football is upon us. Have you made your Super 6 predictions yet? It's free to play. Predict 6 correct scores and you could win £250,000. It's happened before and it can happen again. But we're about more than just jackpots. We've got weekly and monthly prizes too. There's even more to play for this season with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18 plus, T's and C's apply.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards.
Game Day Live
on talkSPORT.
Listen to Game Day Live on talkSPORT on the penultimate weekend of the Premier League season. Earlier in the FA Vase final at Wembley, Romford romped to a 3-0 win over Great Wakering Rovers, Super Hassan Nalban. And there's the FA Trophy final at Wembley coming up at 4:15. Looking ahead to that, Gateshead against Solihull Moors. Ian Abrams.
It is Gateshead against Solihull Moors, and Gateshead become the first team in 18 years, Adrian, to reach back-to-back FA Trophy finals, beaten here 1-0 by Halifax last season. That's when they were managed by Mike Williamson, the current manager of MK Dons, in action later against Crawley on talkSPORT 2 in the playoff semi-finals in League 2. Today they've got Robbie Elliott in interim charge. What makes this match fascinating, these two sides should have met in the playoffs for the National League, but because Gateshead's ground where they're playing isn't deemed eligible enough to play in the EFL, they were kicked out of the playoffs and Solihull Moors have got a bye. They reached Wembley and were beaten last week by Bromley in that National League final. Their skipper, Jamie Osborne, who scored but also lived off in that game, is fitted up to start this afternoon. Joe Grace, the son of Simon, he starts for Gateshead. And we play here from 4:15.
And Ian will keep us in touch with that when they get underway at 4:15. Luton have just gone close again here at the London Stadium, Ollie Clegg.
Yeah, they have. West Ham 0, Luton 1. Luton looking so slick in attack today. Adrian, we just saw Tahith Chong chink past the West Ham midfield as if it wasn't there. He played the ball down the left-hand side to Alfie Doughty, who then lifted back a wonderful cross, and it was Adebayo inside the box looking for the header, but West Ham did manage to clear it away for a corner, and they've had chances as well since the opener. The latest one coming for Jared Bowen. Fred Onyedinma gave the ball away when carrying it out from the back. The ball was worked to Paquetá out wide on the left. He whipped it in, but Jared Bowen could only volley it wide at the front post. I think Rob Edwards might be quite frustrated as well, Adrian, because his side have taken the lead. They've made a really good start, but at least 3 times since then, they've given it away on the edge of their own box, and it's led to chances for West Ham, who actually are yet to get going here, really. 60 minutes gone, West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Yeah, there was one where I think it was Ross Barkley got booked, didn't he? He gave the ball away uncharacteristically on the edge of his own box, and then gave a free kick away as well. So a shocker from him, really wobbly at the back, but Luton lead 1-0 here at West Ham, and there's a goal at Newcastle. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
And we have got, 18 minutes on the clock here. Newcastle 0, Brighton 1. Joel Veltman with the goal. It's been a corner's been swept in from the right flank, and it's been a clear header from Veltman on the roundabout, say, 4 or 5 yards away from Newcastle dead ball line. And, well, I think the keeper's been a bit sort of unsighted there. Just trying to go for it. We're just watching a replay here, myself and Danny Mills. But it's a scruffy sort of goal. He's been punched in fairly close range, and Joel Veltman looked the goal. What do you make of that, Danny?
It's really poor defending. It's just a simple corner into the edge of the 6-yard box. Danny Welbeck gets up, doesn't get a clean contact on it, and it just sort of drifts towards the far post where Veltman's there, completely unmarked. Stabs it goalwards, I would say, is the best way to describe it. And I think it might have been Livramento on the line. Sort of jumped, fell backwards.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get in the way of it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think Eddie Howe will be really disappointed with that defending.
It happened here against Sheffield United as well a couple of weeks ago, where Newcastle actually conceded first. Do you know what? Ball comes in the area, nobody there though to get onto it for Newcastle United. That's sometimes actually what a game like this needs though, Danny, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I think it certainly has a feel like, okay, we'll try, but we'll be at 85-90%. When neither team at the moment 100% intensity in the game.
Exactly, yeah. Approaching 20 minutes on the clock here at St James's Park. Glorious afternoon here on Tyneside, by the way. Newcastle 0, Brighton 1.
This time last year, roughly, Brighton went to Newcastle and lost 4-1. They are 1-0 up there this afternoon on Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Let's go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What's happening there? talkSPORT's Sam Ellards.
18 minutes played. It's Tottenham 0, Burnley 0, but an entertaining game of football. Two big chances already in this game. First one for Burnley. Vitinho's header superbly tipped away by Vicario after a great cross from Odebear down the right-hand side. Then Spurs, moments after that, had a really good chance. Kulusevski playing on the left-hand side today, put in a wonderful cross. It was Johnson coming in from the opposite side, but Muric saved his volley really, really well. Looked as if the goalkeeper had misjudged it, but did really well to get across and make a good save. I know there's been a lot of talk this season about Burnley's style of play and how maybe it's, at times come back to bite them, but if you turned up today and didn't know where Burnley or Spurs were on the table, I mean, Burnley are playing like the team that are going for European place. They're playing with so much confidence, playing out from the back. Their build-up play so far has been really, really impressive. No goals yet, but a good game of football. 20 minutes gone, Spurs 0, Burnley 0.
Couple of goals in Scotland. Ross County have equalised against Motherwell 1-1. Ross County third bottom at the start of the day. They won 2 of the last 3, including beating Rangers 3-2, and a goal in the Scottish Championship playoff second legs. Hamilton have equalised on the day, 1-1 against Alloa. That's 3-3 on aggregate. Back to the Premier League. We'll head to the Vitality on talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, 21 minutes gone. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. So no goals. We've had chances for both sides. Bournemouth's first effort towards goal came from Antoine Semenyo. Powerful long-range attempt which flashed narrowly over the bar. That would have been a screamer had it found the back of the net. And Dango Utara has also had an effort which Flecken ended up comfortably saving. Up the other end, Ivan Toney, who hasn't scored since February. It's one of the worst goal droughts of his career. He had a shot from outside the box which produced a diving save from Travers. 22 minutes played, still no goals. Brentford 0, Bournemouth 0.
Thomas Frank actually said in his press conference he fancies Ivan Toney to score this afternoon. Bold shout given that recent record. Let's head to Molineux on talkSPORT with Perry Groves and Jay Robson.
21 on the clock. It's still Wolves 0, Palace 0. The game has eventually spluttered into some kind of life. Palace stole the ball on the halfway line and broke. But Mateta's cross to Elise was poor. Palace really could have had 2 goals because Totti then gave the ball away not long after, very central, deep inside their own half. The ball fell to Ayew and he dragged his shot wide from about 20 yards out as Palace break, and the cross comes in from Mateta. It's fallen to Elise at the back post. Goodness me, Perry Groves sat alongside me. How on earth has he not even hit the target?
Exactly, he's got to hit the target. Really good play down the right hand side. Mateta is getting his head up, just crosses it, he just goes across the penalty spot. Elise is completely unmarked to the left hand side of the box, and as the ball sits up, a player of his quality with his wand of a left foot, he's hit it on the half volley and he's completely scuffed it. doesn't make Dan Bentley and the Wolves goal make a save. That's a really, really poor effort from a player like Michael Olise. He should be scoring.
Well, I make that potentially 3 goals that Palace could have scored. Incidentally, you just heard the name Dan Bentley mentioned. He was a late inclusion after Jose Sarr was taken ill. Didn't even come out for the warm-up, even though he was named in the original starting 11. So Bentley's in goal, but so far he's kept a clean sheet. It's Wolves 0, Palace 0.
We'll take you to Goodison Park on talkSPORT. Nicky Graham, Matt Jones.
It's still Everton 0, Sheffield United 0 here as well. Everton continuing to have the better of the game, and they really should have taken the lead. Dominic Calvert-Lewin finding Abdoulaye Doucouré in the box. Doucouré got his shot on target, but it was a pretty tame effort, and the keeper managed to save the ball. Did balloon up in the air, and it was headed over the bar by Austin Trusty, the Sheffield United defender. It actually required a touch from Wes Fotheringham in the goal as well to put it over. But the chances continuing to come. Everton really should be ahead, Nicky.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Doucouré has to put that ball in the back of the net. I've got to say, I think Calvert-Lewin started the game really, really brightly. But I've been watching Jared Braithwaite a lot as well. When Sheffield United do break, he looks like a Rolls Royce in that back four for Everton. He really does. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be here next season or not. What an outstanding player. But it's all Everton, isn't it? Sheffield United are just really struggling to get out of their own half. And when they do get into that final third, the quality is just not there.
It's not yet. There does seem to be a bit about this game. There's been a few tackles flying in that the referee is trying to clamp down on at the moment. Everton 0, Sheffield United 0.
It's goalless there. Everton, remember, 8 points deducted, but 11 points clear at the start of the day. And there have been some little rumblings that if they won today, then they'd have enough points to take a points deduction if they went into administration, which might make a takeover easier. And there's some doubting that that would happen. Some reports suggest that that's not even being talked about at the football club, but we'll wait and see. It probably only comes into play if Everton do get a win today. Let me give the latest scores, though, up and down the country on Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Earlier live on talkSPORT, it finished in the Premier League. Fulham 0, Man City 4, 2 more for Josko Gvardiol. Phil Foden with his right foot, and Julian Alvarez from the penalty spot with the goals. Issa Diop was sent off late on for Fulham, who have 1 win in 8. Man City top 2 points clear. Arsenal go to Manchester United tomorrow. Elsewhere, it's goalless Bournemouth, Brentford and Everton, Sheffield United. Brighton 1-0 up at Newcastle. Spurs 0, Burnley 0, live on talkSPORT 2 right now. Here at the London Stadium, West Ham 0, Luton 1, Wolves 0, Palace 0, and Forest Chelsea's at 5:30. Scottish Premiership have finished. Celtic 2, Rangers 1, and Celtic on the brink of the title. Hearts 0, Dundee 0, and St Mirren 0, Kilmarnock 0. Livingston are trailing at St Johnstone 1-0, Livy already relegated, and Ross County 1, Motherwell 1. Scottish Championship playoff second legs, Hamilton 1, Alloa 1, 3-3 on aggregate. Inverness 0, Montrose 0, no goals in that one on aggregate. Scottish League 1 playoff second legs, Peterhead 0, Spartans 1, that's 3-1 to the Spartans on aggregate, and Stirling 0, Dumbarton 0, so 2-1 to Dumbarton on aggregate. And in the Scottish League 2 playoff first leg, East Kilbride 0, Stranraer 0. In the FA Trophy final, Gateshead Solihull Moors gets underway at 4:15. We've got a goal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Sam Allards.
Well, I tell you what, Adrian, if they're going to go down Burnley, they're going to go down fighting. 24 gone, Tottenham 0, Burnley 1. The goal scorer is Jacob Brun-Larsen, but this is all about the midfielder, Sander Berge. He gets the ball from his goalkeeper, and he carries the ball. He evades the tackle. At one point I thought he was going to go down, but he carries on going. He keeps his head up. Can he find the right pass? Of course he can. He picks out Jacob Brun-Larsen, through on goal, keeps his composure. He slots past the goalkeeper. They've been outstanding, Burnley, in this opening 25 minutes, and they take the lead. Tottenham 0, Burnley 1.
Wow, Forest must be absolutely bricking it. Luton are leading here at West Ham. Burnley leading at Spurs as well. Forest play Chelsea at 5:30. There's a goal in the Premier League of the Vitality. Alfie Reynolds.
26 minutes gone. Bournemouth 1, Brentford 0. Dominic Solanke with his 19th Premier League goal of the season. A slight deflection to take it past Flecken, and a big appeal amongst the Brentford players for what they thought was a handball against Semenyo in the build-up. They all stopped though. They needed to keep playing because Bournemouth were on the attack. Semenyo played it into Solanke, and he has provided the finish. But there is a VAR checking for a possible handball, so we might come back here. At the moment though, the score is Bournemouth 1, Brentford 0.
Yeah, well, we'll go with you for that because we've got a goal at Molineux, Perry Groves and Jay Robson.
26 on the clock, it's Wolves 0, Palace 1. Michael Olise with a 10th goal of the season, and you know exactly what type of goal it was. Olise out on this near right hand side, cutting in. You can't believe that the Wolves defence have let him do that. Having given the ball away, he's cut in and he's whipped it wickedly past reserve goalkeeper, Dan Bentley in the Wolves goal. Perry Groves. You just know what he's going to do, don't you?
Well, could someone tell Aït-Nouri and Traoré that that's what he does, because they tried to double up him. He's on the right-hand edge of the 18-yard box. Show him on his right foot. He comes inside Aït-Nouri, then inside Traoré, and then we're sat right behind the gate, and he just bends it. He starts it about 1.5 yards outside Dan Bentley's right-hand post and just curls it in. Do you know what I loved about it, Jake? He's celebrating. He went, that's what I do. He didn't go mad, did he? He didn't run round, get his top off, show a t-shirt, whatever. He said, yeah, I do that every week in training. What's new? It was a fantastic quality goal from Olise.
Goodness me, and Palace have hit the post and they've scored! It's Jean-Philippe Mateta again with another goal this season. How many more is he going to score? As you come to us, a goal as they go in on talkSPORT. It's now 13 in the Premier League this season for the Palace striker. And if Olise scored the first, Perry Groves, he certainly made that second. Brilliant stuff.
Same thing again, cutting it on his left-hand side, on his left foot. Ball comes back off the post, and that's where you want your centre forward, Mateta, in the middle of the 6-yard box. Actually just taps it into empty net. Again, Olise gets the ball on his right-hand side, cuts it on his left foot, and he just has a little flick pass into Nathaniel Klein, who's made a searing run from the sort of inside right position. So on the underlap, Nathaniel Klein, just as the ball sits up, and he gets his volley away, hits the post, comes back, Mateta, simple tap in, Palace go 2-0 up.
It's no more than they deserve. I mentioned a bit earlier that they squandered really simple chances, having managed to dispossess Wolves deep inside their own half. Now Wolves have been made to pay twice in the last couple of minutes. All of a sudden it was 0-0 1 minute, it's now Wolves 0, Palace 2.
11 in 15 for him. What has Glasner done to him? Michael Olise, yeah, it is his 10th of the season, but that's 10 in only 18 appearances. That's some effort from the French under-21 international. Let's go back to Bournemouth. That goal, did it stand, Alfie Reynolds?
It was ruled out, so Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. Solanke's goal ruled out for a handball in the build-up against Semenyo. He was one-on-one with Reguilon, and the ball flicked up off the Brentford fullback into the arm of Semenyo, who then went on to play in Solanke. I can understand Bournemouth's frustration with this one, because there was very little distance between Reguilon and Semenyo. I guess the officials will argue that by hitting the arm it meant he knocked it past the Brentford fullback, and therefore it was disallowed. But I must admit, it's one of those that has got me scratching my head a little bit. So no, the goal has been ruled out. We've played half an hour. It's Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
And there's still an injury here at the London Stadium. What happened, Ollie Klink?
Yeah, half an hour gone. West Ham 0, Luton 1. Some unhappy hammers on the pitch and in the crowd as well, because West Ham were trying to pepper the Luton goal with a flurry of effort, and then Tahith Chong went down inside the box. Seemingly, I think the ball struck him pretty hard on the head, and he was down inside the box, but it was whilst West Ham were still attacking as Kudus hits one over the bar. Tahith Chong was down, and the referee then stopped play to the frustration of West Ham, because they wanted to carry on, but it looked like he had a head injury, and that's why play had to stop. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that. I saw a game in midweek where a goalkeeper went down, and fully qualified medical people came onto the pitch to help him out, and I wondered if there was anything wrong with the goalkeeper. There may well have been, but you could think that maybe there might not have been, and yet there were physios playing along with what looked, to all intents and purposes, like a complete charade. So I think actually Tahith Chong was injured in that circumstance, but he is back on the pitch as the game resumes. It's West Ham 0, Luton 1. We've got a goal of Goodison, Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
And it has been coming. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. Abdoulaye Doucouré, the man who's got it, but all the hard work was done for him by his strike partner, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke into the box. Wes Fodering came out to meet him. He did make the angle slightly tougher, but there was a brilliant dinked cross from Calvert-Lewin into the middle to Doucouré, and all Doucouré had to do was get the shot on target. He did just that, nodding into the back of the net, and making it Everton 1-0, and also making it 101 goals conceded for the Premier League season for Sheffield United, which is a new Premier League worst defensive record. And to be honest, Mickey, as I say, it had been coming.
Yeah, well, look, it's an unwanted record that Sheffield United want, isn't it? But I think the move from Everton has certainly been coming. The through ball from Dwight McNeil to playing Calvert-Lewin down the left-hand side. He knew that the angle was tight. He had to take it round Fodringham, but what a finish. Absolutely brilliant play. It was a simple cross into the box, and again Decore. He's not going to miss from there, but it's just been all Everton. Sheffield United have just turned up today, I think.
They've had plenty of chances, finally got one, and Everton's fans will be hoping to see more. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
A couple of goals in Scotland in the playoffs. The Spartans now 2 up at Peterhead. That means they're 4-1 up on aggregate in the Scottish League 1 playoffs second legs, and in the Scottish League 2 playoff first leg, East Kilbride looking to get into the Scottish League. Leeds Stranraer 1-0. Andy Sterling has got the goal. In the Premier League then, Everton are 1-0 up. Brighton League 1-0 at Newcastle. Burnley are 1 up at Spurs. Luton 1 up at West Ham. Palace 2 up at Wolves, and another goal at Tottenham. Sam Allards.
The equaliser, Tottenham 1, Burnley 1, and it's Pedro Porro who has scored the goal for Spurs, probably against the run of play. The Spurs fans were just starting to get a little bit frustrated with what they were seeing, because the away side fighting for their lives has started the game off really, really well. But it's a nicely worked goal from Spurs down the right-hand side. Porro and Johnson play a really nice 1-2. Porro is set free down the right-hand side. What, though, I cannot understand, why do no Burnley players try and close him down? He's allowed to carry the ball, and he shoots and beats Muric at his near post. But surely a Burnley defender had to be out to him a lot quicker to try and stop the shot. A really good effort, though. Muric can't save it at his near post, and after 32 minutes, it's Tottenham 1, Burnley 1.
And that's live on talkSPORT 2 right now. To get talkSPORT 2, just download the talkSPORT app for free. You can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, or just tell your smart speaker to play talkSPORT 2. And actually, while we're on the subject of the app, if you can't catch Hawksby and Jacobs' Clips of the Week live, it is available as a podcast on the talkSPORT app. Clips of the Week yesterday at 3:30 on their show. A fantastic clip of Simon Jordan whispering the name JJ Okocha for no reason. It was really weird, brilliantly funny. You can listen back. Clips of the Week on a podcast on the talkSPORT app.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream our internet. Terms apply.
Sunday afternoon, the Women's FA Cup Final. Live on talkSPORT 2.
Spurs versus Manchester United.
Coverage from 2. Kick-off 2:30. Sunday afternoon, sharp shooting radio on talkSPORT 2.
Rio Ferdinand's on talkSPORT on Monday morning. He's with Jim White, Simon Jordan and Graham Souness from 10 a.m. The breakfast show before that, Jeff Sterling and Ali McCoist in charge from 6 a.m. Peter Schmeichel will be on that show, only the top guests on talkSPORT. Let's go round the grounds. This is Game Day Live on talkSPORT, starting here at the London Stadium. Ollie Klink.
Yeah, 10 to go to the break. West Ham 0, Luton 1. West Ham have been trying to respond, Jared Bowen's seen a shot blocked by Teden Menge inside the 6-yard box, but for the most part they've been dreadful so far. Really sloppy passing, lack of energy, no real threat other than Jared Bowen going forward. And Luton, despite having to soak up a bit of pressure, look really comfortable, really good for their lead as well. David Moyes has been out waving his arms in frustration inside his technical area, because so far it's not been the fond farewell party that he might have been hoping for. 10 to go to the break. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Well, we've just seen the ball played up to the halfway line from the Luton defence, and Elijah Adebayo in a wrestling match with Kurt Zouma, the West Ham captain. Adebayo won it comfortably. There was no way. Zuma's massive, and he couldn't get past Adebayo, who's shielding the ball superbly. And you suspect that even if Luton do go down, a player like Adebayo may well have earned the right to stay in the Premier League with another club.
He's been terrific so far, Adrian. I was going to mention earlier on, the strength that he's shown in holding up the ball has been an absolute asset to Luton so far in this game. He's linked up really nicely with both Chong and Morris in attack as well. And I think you're right, there will be clubs after his signature if Luton do go down. But at the moment, they're looking set for a win, which would really, really help them out. 10 minutes to go till half-time. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit nervy for Nottingham Forest to take on Chelsea at 5:30. We'll keep you in touch with that during the game day phone-in on talkSPORT as it stands down at the bottom of the table. Sheffield United down already. Burnley are drawing, they're on 25. Luton on 29. Forest on 29, but of course they have that game in hand, and their goal difference is 10 better than Luton Town's as well. Plenty of time to go, though. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Let's head to St James's Park. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
37 on the clock here. Still Newcastle 0, Brighton 1. The vast majority of the crowd here today would have thought this is going to be a little bit of a cakewalk. In fact, loads of the Newcastle fans I know were anticipating that Newcastle will win their remaining 3 games. But at the moment, well, they're struggling slightly. They really are. And if anything, when the best chances are falling to Brighton, just seen a really good chance. Well, the ball floated into the area by Julio Enciso, and he goes, do you know what? When Enciso came on at the start of this game, it's only because João Pedro is injured. Without him, I tell you what, at the moment, Brighton would have struggled because he's creating all the decent chances. The ball has been floated into the area. Danny Welbeck raced in onto it, but some good, brave goalkeeping there by Martin Dubravka. But so far, Danny Mills, you've got to say, overall, disappointing, particularly from Newcastle United.
Yeah, I just think the intensity's not there in this game. Brighton overplaying, you know, they've got 4 men in their own area, you know, when they're trying to play out from goal kicks from the back. It's just a little bit easy-ozy at the moment. Nobody's putting 100% effort in. It has got mid-table obscurity towards the end of the season. It's basically what's trying to happen is, if we get a chance, we'll take it, but we won't really push to make those chances happen.
Do you think Enciso's been a bit of a handful?
Yeah, he has, but again, it's in that final third, is that lack of commitment, I would say, that from both teams. Lack of decisiveness. We'll cross it in. If someone gets on the end of it, they do. No one's really going for it, trying to win this game.
Exactly. So disappointing by Newcastle at the moment. I tell you what, the Brighton fans are way up in the gods. It's a different postcode up there. It really is. They'll be absolutely chuffed with this one. We've got, what, 7 minutes to go to half-time. Newcastle 0, Brighton 1.
We've got a substitution here, Ollie Klink, and the key man for Luton is had to go off.
Yeah, West Ham 0, Luton 1. It's Ross Barkley who's leaving the field for Luton Town. That's a real blow for them. He's been magnificent for them all season, but he's had to leave the field. There was a challenge in the centre of the park. He went down and then said to the medical staff that he wasn't okay to continue, trudged off the field. Jordan Clark is the man who's come on for him, but despite the fact that Luton lead here, they've lost one of their key players. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Yeah, Ross Barkley is still walking, not been stretched off or anything. He's walked off to his seats behind the manager's chair, so but he's had to come off basically, and he's injured with 1 game left. It could be crucial, will be crucial. Let's see how his fitness is after the game. Hearts have gone a goal in front against Dundee. Kenneth Vargas with the goal. Hearts guaranteed 3rd place, guaranteed group stage European football next season. They'll have a Europa League playoff. Win that in the Europa League, lose it, they're in the Europa Conference League, and they lead 1-0 this afternoon. Set to the vitality in the Premier League. talkSPORT's Alfie Reynolds.
Well, they've got 4 minutes to go until half-time. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, and frustration levels rising amongst the home fans, and I can understand why. Andoni Iraola has picked up a yellow card. He had a furious reaction to a Brentford free kick, which in all honesty I think was more of a hangover for Dominic Solanke's goal, which was ruled out earlier in the half. Handball against Semenyo in the build-up, the VAR ruled. Seemed harsh to me, but that's what was given. And Solanke also had the ball in the back of the net a second time. The referee's whistle had already gone, but again it looked like a soft foul on Collins, who was just trying to chaperone the ball. Solanke picked it off him and stuck it in the back of the net, but the referee's whistle had already gone, so VAR wasn't able to look at it. It means as the clock ticks down towards half-time, it's Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
I'll tell you the Molyneux on talkSPORT, Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
Where it is Wolves 0, Palace 2, with a couple of minutes to go until the break. I mean, 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes for the visitors. Elise cutting in and whipping past Bentley, as you'd expect him to do, Michael. Elise, poor defending from Wolves. And then Mateta poking home after yet more brilliant work by Elise down on this right-hand side. Perry Groves, how on earth do Wolves get back in this game?
But to be fair, they've got to just up the intensity.
Oh, and just hit the bar, my word. What a fantastic header that was. Matt Doherty at the back post. The ball's recycled. Now in midfield, it's Gomez. Whipped inside by Aït-Nouri. And it's there's a foul there on Nathaniel Klein, and the referee points for a free kick. Perry.
That was the first time that going forward, Wolves actually up the tempo. When the ball just comes down the left-hand side, Aït-Nouri just gets a really good cross in, comes back in onto his right foot. Matt Doherty, the opposite wing-back, comes in from the right-hand side. I'm not sure if Dean Henderson might get a little touch with his middle finger onto the crossbar, ball comes out, Wolves can't get the knockdown. But other than that, I can't tell you, yes, good little save to be fair from Dean Henderson, full stretch, just getting his things, how bad Wolves have been. It's like the proverbial hot potato when they've got the ball, they just keep giving the ball away, that's what's cost them the 2 goals. And apart from Dean Henderson, Frank said he could have got a picnic hamper out. He hasn't been in any trouble at all for the away team goalkeeper. But Oliver Glasner will be absolutely delighted the way Crystal Palace team have set themselves up. They went long for about 10 minutes into Mateta and then into Elise and into Eze. And then they've just got more quality in the forward areas, Crystal Palace. And it's a joy sometimes, you know, when you come and see individual players, watching Elise and Eze play together, it's like Torval and Dean. They've got such a good understanding. They interact, they know each other's going to be on the pitch. So Palace are well worth this 2-0 lead at the moment.
1 win in 8 for Wolves coming into this one. They're looking every bit that side that's only taken 5 points from their last 24. Coming up to half-time, it's Wolves 0, Palace 2.
What's happening at Goodison Park? Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
It's still Everton 1, Sheffield United 0 here, although Sheffield United probably enjoying their best spell of the game. We've just seen Andre Brooks break into the area and have a really fierce shot saved by Jordan Pickford, although in truth it was probably a little bit too close to the goalkeeper as opposed to being tucked in the far corner. A few minutes before that we had a completely mind-boggling moment that left Goodison infuriated. Dominic Calvert-Lewin went up for a header, he didn't win it, the ball went away, and then the Sheffield United captain Jack Robinson turned round and shoved Calvert-Lewin to the ground. And it wasn't just a small push, it was full force of his body shove. It earned Robinson a yellow card, much to the displeasure of the Goodison crowd. They thought it should have been a red, and I probably agree with them. And it also earned Dominic Calvert-Lewin a yellow. And Goodison couldn't understand why. Maybe Mickey Gray can shed some light on it.
Yeah, I mean, it was really bizarre, wasn't it? I mean, they're just breaking through now, Sheffield United, with another lame effort, let's be honest with you. But yeah, they should be down to 10 men, without a doubt. I mean, you can shove people in the chest, but not the way Sheffield United captain Jack Robinson done it. It was a full shove on Calvert-Lewin right in front of the referee and in front of the technical areas as well. Sean Dyche was absolutely livid. They've been quite fortunate, Sheffield United. They've had a couple of little half chances themselves, but really in this first half it's just been down to a little bit of complacency from Everton. They should be winning this game by 2 or 3. I mean, they've just had so many good opportunities. That final ball into the box just has to be better.
Just hasn't quite worked for them, but they have got the 1 goal, and that's what matters at the moment. Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
A couple of goals in Scotland late in the first half. Kilmarnock heading for European football next season, lead 1-0 at St Mirren. Carl Vassell with the goal. Hamilton in the playoffs lead Alloa 2-1. And Motherwell have taken the lead at Ross County 2-1. Paul McGinn 5 minutes before the break. We're heading up to half-time on talkSPORT.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, free via internet, terms apply.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum 1 leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs. Game day.
Arian Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
Game day live
on talkSPORT.
We're in first half added time here at the London Stadium. talkSPORT's Ollie Klink.
Yeah, it's West Ham 0, Luton 1 into the first of 5 added on in this first half. And I have to say, Adrian, it's just looking really comfortable at the moment for Luton Town. That won't be how Rob Edwards feels, I'm sure. But West Ham United have just been so sloppy, so poor when they've tried to go forward. And they're just relying on individual brilliance. I've got to say, as it is David Moyes' last home game, if there are any West Ham fans heading to the game today wondering whether they might be careful what they wish for in terms of Moyes leaving, this performance will have convinced them that this has been the right decision from the club. West Ham have won a corner in front of us, but they need to do something to get back into this game. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Well, Perry Groves mentioned that Eze and Elise are like Torval and Dean. Well, these West Ham players are just slipping and sliding all over the ice. They've got no idea what they're doing at the back or going forward. They do, though, have a corner as we head up towards half-time. Let's head to Tottenham. What's happening there, Sam Allards?
Yeah, 46 minutes gone, 1 minute left of this first half. It's still Spurs 1, Burnley 1. Burnley took the lead. They started the game off really well and took the lead thanks to some brilliant work from Sander Berge, carrying the ball a long way in midfield, picking out Jakob Brund-Larsen, through on goal, a really good finish. Spurs equalised. Porro playing a nice 1-2 with Johnson. Porro set free down the right, carried the ball into the box and beat Muric at his near post. Spurs, who started really poorly, and for large parts of the first half, Adrian, the home fans were getting very, very restless. They've been much better towards the end of this first half, and they should be ahead. I praise Burnley for how good they looked on the ball in the opening 20 minutes, but it nearly cost them a goal. Muric tried to play out from the back. He looked to play it to Esteve, got his pass completely wrong, and he picked out Johnson. Thankfully, from a Burnley point of view, Johnson's shot was from a very, very tight angle, and it went into the side netting. Spurs here coming forward, but a really good block there in midfield from Cullen. We've got about 10 seconds left of this first half. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1.
Stranraer equalised at East Kilbride in the Scottish League 2 playoff first leg. Sean McIntosh with the goal as West Ham bang an effort from the edge of the area, miles over the bar. In the Championship playoff second leg, Hamilton leading Alloa Athletic 2-1. Lewis Smith putting Hamilton in front. That means it's 4-3 on aggregate, but Alloa down to 10 men. Morgan Neal has just been sent off. Let's head to Newcastle. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
Well, we have 30 seconds of the 4 added on still to go. Still Newcastle 0, Brighton 1. And well, since you were last here, the goal scorer for Brighton, Joel Veltman, he's had to go off. But the good news for Brighton is that Tariq Lamptey is actually fully fit again, and he was in the starting lineup. The idea was he'd play in the second 45 minutes. Well, he's going to come on. He's going to play for a good hour or so. But certainly overall in this game, it's been a scruffy 45 minutes, it really has. And if you had to say, Danny Mills, of the two sides who actually looked a bit more like scoring, it's Brighton.
Yeah, definitely. They've had the clearer-cut chances, although probably Newcastle, just on the attack down the left-hand side, have had the lion's share of possession. You know, going down the slope towards the Gallagher end. Cross comes
in the air. Oh, ball goes into the back of the net. And that is one of those where you just got the impression at some point this game needs something from Newcastle United to get a goal. And do you know, Anthony Gordon, Danny, he's the one that really makes the difference over on that left flank.
Yeah, I was about to say that Anthony Gordon has been the only one really sort of trying to penetrate. He will know that a potential spot in the England squad is on the line. You know, maybe that's why he's trying a little bit harder. He goes down the left-hand side, cuts it back, and Longstaff just outside the 6-yard box. Middle of the goal, completely unmarked, just opens out his foot and turns it into pretty much an empty net. Both managers, if the team showed as much passion and desire as the both managers on the sideline, we'd have a much better game, but one each.
Which is about right, isn't it? Because it's been a scruffy 45 minutes, and I think in particular it's been disappointing from Newcastle.
I think it's been disappointed from both, really. Again, it has that feel as half-time whistle goes. Very much a case of, let's just get through it, no injuries, and move on.
So the ball in the area, Sean Longstaff has put it away. That's his 8th goal of the season. And, well, it's not been an exact classic, let's put it that way. It's all square here at St James's Park at half-time. It's Newcastle 1, Brighton 1.
The goals as they go in on talkSPORT. Newcastle equalising just on half-time against Brighton. Sean Longstaff cancelling out Joel Veltman's opener. Newcastle 1, Brighton 1 at half-time there. Half-time whistle has just gone here at the London Stadium. talkSPORT's Ollie Kling.
Yeah, and at the break it's West Ham 0, Luton 1. Boos from the West Ham fans, but Luton with what could be a crucial lead at half-time here. The goal came just 6 minutes in. Albert Sambi Lokonga ghosting in at the front post to head home and put the Hatters in front. West Ham have had chances. Jared Bowen volleyed by just moments after that opener, but they've been really poor, and David Moyes at the moment isn't getting that warm send-off that he'd be hoping for in his final home game in charge here. Luton did lose Ross Barkley to injury just before half-time. That's a blow for them, but they do have a vital lead to hold on to in the second half. Even a win may not be enough, remember, if Forest manage to beat Chelsea later, but the Hatters are currently giving themselves the best chance of taking their fight to the final day. Half-time here, West Ham 0, Luton 1.
All the praise for Luton Town, Ollie, but West Ham United, that's good. This is his last half-time team talk at the London Stadium, David Moyes. He's got to make it a good one.
Well, the issue is as well, Adrian, it just seems like the players have given up on him as well. There's been such a lack of energy from West Ham. I was at the loss at Chelsea last weekend. It's been a very similar performance to that. And actually, the only frustration for Luton will be that they're only 1 goal up, I think, at half-time.
Yeah, could have been more. West Ham 0, Luton 1. Let's get half-time at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Sam Allard.
It is Spurs 1, Burnley 1. A thrilling end-to-end game of football. And right before half-time, Adrian, Burnley should have gone back in front. It was a wonderful counter-attack from the away side. Odegaard down the right-hand side. He picked out Jacob Larson, who had so much space, so much time in the box, and he shot straight at Vicario. Really should have done so much better. Burnley started the half really well. It was Jacob Larson who gave them the lead. He was picked out from Sander Berger, who made a great run from midfield, through on goal, a lovely finish. Spurs grew into the game as the half went on, finishing really strongly. It was Pedro Porro who made it 1-1, playing a nice 1-2 with Johnson. Porro then free and beat Muric at his near post. Of course, reminder, Burnley have to win today or they are relegated, and Spurs absolutely as well need 3 points in their bid to try and finish in the top 4. More goals in second half, surely an end-to-end game of football. At half-time, Tottenham 1, Burnley 1.
Let's get half-time at the Vitality Stadium in the Premier League. talkSPORT's Alfie Reynolds.
Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. Goalless, but Bournemouth will feel they should lead. Dominic Solanke had a goal ruled out by VAR for a handball against Semenyo in the build-up. It bounced off Reguilon from close range, felt like a harsh decision. Brentford actually started well, Lewis Potter and Tony forcing Travers into diving saves, but Bournemouth grew into the match and they had the better of the first half overall, as well as Solanke's disallowed goal. Semenyo and Utara produced efforts which Flecken punched clear, and Solanke had the ball in the net for a second time but was penalised before it hit the back of the net for a soft foul against Collins. Shouts of "you don't know what you're doing" directed at the referee as he walked down the tunnel. At half-time, it's Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
Half-time at Wolves as well. Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
Wolves 0, Palace 2. Never mind the beach. Oliver Glasner's side are cruising along here, and it could have been more because they squandered chances early on. Mateta and Eze not capitalising on Wolves' errors, but eventually the home side were made to pay twice in 2 minutes. The first was Elise doing an Elise. You know the deal. Out on the right, allowed to cut in onto his left foot, and he whipped it past Bentley into the far corner. The Frenchman's own provider after that with a dink ball that Klein whacked against the post, leaving Mateta to poke home for the second. Perry Groves sat alongside me. Perry, I'd say the scoreline probably actually flatters Wolves. What do you expect they'll try and do differently in the second half?
To be fair, Gary Neal's got to make substitutions. You've got Sarabia who can come on and he could be a bit lively. Tommy Doyle maybe come on like press legs in midfield, because Wolves, the stats will say they dominate possession 60, but the possession they've had, they just keep giving it away, especially the centre halves, Semedo, Kilman and Totti keep giving the ball away. That invited Crystal Palace onto them. If one thing sums up the new Crystal Palace, you mentioned about Mateta's, or the second goal for Crystal Palace, was Nathaniel Klein, because he goes on an underlap and he's playing the right side of 3 centre halves. Under Roy Hodgson, the centre halves will be allowed across the halfway line, and he's gone on the underlap, a la Sheffield United when they first come into the Premier League with Chris Wilder. He gets his volley away, great little chip ball from Elise. Ball comes off the post, Mateta taps it in. The only positive I can say Wolverhampton Wanderers and Gary is it could be 4. They could be 4 or 5-0 down, and this is the archetypal flip-flops on the beach, you know, with your sun lounge, with your Lilo. So Gary O'Neill, he'll want to go off on a better performance at Wolves' last home game in the Premier League season, where he's done a brilliant job here and kept them up and they're safe. But he will be absolutely apoplectic with that performance for Wolves in the first half. Oliver Glasner, on the other hand, he'll be really pleased by Palace have been clinical when they've had the chances.
4 wins in their last 5, Palace. They're on course for another one here this afternoon. Wolves 0, Palace 2.
Half-time at Goodison Park as well. talkSPORT's Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
And it's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0 at the break. Deservedly so for the Toffees, who have dominated this game through the majority of it. They got their goal on the half-hour mark. A brilliant pass by Dwight McNeil to Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He rounded the keeper, or tried to, but then dinked the cross over to Decore, who was in the centre of the 6-yard box and just nodded into the empty goal. Decore had other chances before then, so had Dominic Calvert-Lewin, both of them seeing shots saved. And at the other end, the best chance for Sheffield United came when Andre Brooks got into the area and had a really stinging effort saved by Jordan Pickford. But Sheffield United really haven't been at it, and Everton, well, they look like they're heading for a 5th straight home win, Mickey.
Yeah, they do. there's no doubt they're in control in this game, and I have to say it was a really well-worked goal from their side of things. The ball through from Dwight McNeil was fantastic. The run from Calvert-Lewin, lovely little cross into the box and a simple header into the back of the net. But as you're right, Doucouré could have had a hat-trick, really. You know, his runs from midfield have been excellent. They look as if they want to go on and win this game, and it's got that feel like Sheffield United. They've just turned up. Right, let's just see the seas now, but unfortunately they've got that unwanted record now of conceding 101 goals, and if Everton can turn it on in the second half, they could add to that as well.
They certainly could. Everton haven't won 5 successive home Premier League games in one season since 2017. It looks like they might be ending that statistic this afternoon. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
This is game day.
Half-time classifieds.
Premier League full-time earlier live on talkSPORT. We finished Fulham 0, Manchester City 4. Half-times, Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Everton 1, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, Spurs 1, Burnley 1, West Ham 0, Luton 1, Wolves 0, Crystal Palace 2. Forest Chelsea is at 5:30. Scottish Premiership at full-time from earlier, Celtic 2, Rangers 1. Half-times, Hearts 1, Dundee 0, St Mirren 0, Kilmarnock 1, Livingston 0, St Johnstone 1, Ross County 1, Motherwell 2. Scottish Championship playoff second legs, Hamilton 2, Alloa 1, that's 4-3 to Hamilton on aggregate. Inverness 0, Montrose 0, that's goalless on aggregate. Scottish League 1 playoff second legs, Peterhead 0, the Spartans 2, the Spartans 4-1 up on aggregate. Stirling 0, Dumbarton 0, Dumbarton leading 2-1. Scottish League 2 playoff first leg, East Kilbride 1, Stranraer 1. In the FA Trophy final, Gateshead Solihull Moors kicks off in around 17 minutes time at 4:15, and in the FA Vars final at full time, Great Wavering Rovers 0, Romford 3.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+. Stream via internet, terms apply.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT. Now a new name will go on the Women's FA Cup trophy tomorrow as Spurs take on Manchester United in the final at Wembley, live on talkSPORT 2.
Header to corner of the penalty area, right footed cross, Williams! 2-0 to Manchester United. They've beaten Chelsea and they are into an FA Cup final.
In a moment where we can produce performances like that, then you can go to Wembley.
Flicks it on, Thomas with a header, and she's done it! Martha Thomas has surely sent Tottenham to Wembley.
We haven't won anything yet, so we need to also get back to the training ground and make sure we develop and try to go for a trophy.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be at Wembley for talkSPORT 2's live commentary of the Women's FA Cup final, as that new name will be etched on the silverware. It's United against Spurs. Join us from 2 o'clock for that on talkSPORT tomorrow from 11 a.m. It's back-to-back Championship playoff first legs as Norwich take on Leeds and West Brom face Southampton. That's from 11 a.m. on talkSPORT. Straight after Henry Winter and Sean Custis with their great shows Sunday mornings, 9 a.m. Properly good look at the weekend's sports stories from 9 a.m. with those two, and no doubt they'll talk about Manchester City going top of the table. Live on talkSPORT earlier with a 4-0 win of Fulham.
If Silva could strike gold this lunchtime, then it could just be Arsenal's time to shine once more. Manchester City, of course, trying to get to the top of the Premier League. Oh, here's a chance! He slips it in, and what a brilliant goal that is! Gvardiol has come from nowhere.
The number of passes, the possession here, I mean, they're just taking the mickey, really. We kept them really quiet first half. We didn't create as well, like normally like to create at home. But we kept them really quiet. They score one goal when you have to be clear. We should have done much better.
But it comes to Phil Foden! Who else? Who plants it into the bottom corner beyond the despairing dive of Bernd Leno.
And still we are there, so it means means a lot. We create a culture of the club, like, no matter what happens, we go until the end.
It was brought in, Akanji goes off for it, and poked home by Guardiola, the back post.
The City, of course, they're on another level to everybody else. They're totally too good for the Premier League.
I think the way we see the goals, they shows the quality of City, but in some moments we should have been much better.
Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a fourth time. Right-footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's another step to the Premier League title.
Against West Ham, our dream arrived, our destiny in our hands against West Ham, and what we have to do is, in a difficult place to go for our history, in London against Tottenham.
Pep is one of the all-time greats. He's creating a football dynasty.
It's been classy, it's been comfortable, and it's another 3 points to heap the pressure on Arsenal as they go top of the table.
We've got some big Premier League action to come next week. Monday night, Aston Villa against Liverpool. That's live on Game Night on talkSPORT. Join me from 7 at Villa Park. Then Tuesday, we're at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Can Manchester City get another 3 points as they stride towards a fourth successive title? Spurs, Man City, live and exclusive and only on talkSPORT. And Wednesday night, we've got 2 for you. Man United, Newcastle on talkSPORT. Brighton, Chelsea on talkSPORT 2. Let's look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, through our internet, terms apply.
Well, it's 5:30 and during the game day phone-in, I'll keep you in touch with Forest, Chelsea. Jeff Peters is at the City Ground for talkSPORT, and Forest a keen eye on Burnley drawing at Spurs, Luton winning here at West Ham, and they'll be a little bit nervous with those scorelines, I think.
Yeah, afternoon from a very beautiful setting on the banks of the River Trent, lovely weather, well, pretty much across the country. We were sitting in the press room earlier, and when the goals were going in, Luton going in front, Burnley going in front, there was a little bit of gnashing of teeth from some of the local Forest contingent going, oh no, this is not good. And then obviously when Tottenham equalised, there was a bit of a cheer. Obviously Burnley are down as it stands. Luton will move level on points with Forest, but the thing is, it's in their hands. You know, they've got this today, they've got Burnley on the final day of the season. I genuinely think that Forest will be fine because they've got it in their own hands. You'd think that they've got a good chance of getting something today, despite the fact that Chelsea are in pretty good nick, only lost one of the last 12 in the Premier League. But you know what it's like here, Adrian, when the home fans getting right behind the team, they can make so much noise, they can really make a difference. But yeah, of course, there are eyes elsewhere on the next sort of 40-45 minutes in the Premier League.
Yeah, there are. Chelsea, on their part, looking for a third straight win, and Todd Bowley's been talking and saying things in the last 2.5 games have become more positive, and they're getting goals as well as possibility. Reece James is back, so there's positivity around Chelsea, who are sitting above Man United in 7th place in the table. So on paper, it looks like Chelsea will be favourites for this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Doesn't rule Forest out, but Chelsea's direction of travel, just 1 defeat in the last 12 in the Premier League. Yeah, that was that horrible game against Arsenal when they were absolutely swept aside. But aside from that, they've been good, and they've got a player in Cole Palmer, Premier League Player of the Month, 30 goal involvements this season. He scored 21 plus 9 assists. Jackson as well suddenly seems to be finding some form. 4 goals, 2 assists in his last 5 Premier League games. I mean, defensively, that has been a problem for them this season. No clean sheet in the past 14 away league games. They've conceded 59 in the league. It's the most in the league since 1992 for Chelsea. But getting some of the players back, like you mentioned, Reece James potentially being on the bench today, Colwell, Gusto and Kunku, they were back in the squad against West Ham last week. They have had a lot of injury problems. Were Chelsea as bad as results earlier in the season suggested? Perhaps not. Are they perhaps as good as the better results have been of late? It's probably a bit of both, but that direction of travel, the positivity, and I think generally, you know, even Andy Jacobs, who can have a proper meltdown about Chelsea on a number of occasions, you know, he thinks that they've got to stick with Pochettino. He can see progress. You need a better summer window in terms of transfers, getting some of the fringe players out if you can, which is easier said than done. But I think from Chelsea's point of view, a positive end to the season. You know, they might even get Europe as well.
In terms of Forest, if they don't get the victory today, don't get the result they need, they go to Burnley next week, and if you don't win at Burnley, given their home record, then you don't deserve to stay up, do you?
Well, Burnley may well be on the beach. That's the phrase that gets bandied around
season,
at this time of the campaign. But hey, suddenly if Burnley go and win this afternoon, because Spurs have been a little bit vulnerable, then it will make things extremely nervy around here. But we saw last season, Forest were up against Arsenal in the penultimate game of the season, and you know they won that game. And you know, Arsenal had all the possession and passing the ball around, but Forest went and won the game. They would have been second favourites to win it, but they did it. They stayed up, and there were great scenes here. And you know, I think despite Chelsea playing well of late, Forest have got a chance in this one. But if they don't do it, then they've always got the game against Burnley on the last day of the season. But obviously they don't want to leave it to the last minute.
Indeed, Jeff, thanks very much. That was a look at this weekend's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now, you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Forest Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, through our internet, terms apply.
And just to reiterate what Jeff was saying there, as things stand, Burnley will be relegated. As things stand this afternoon, they are on 25. Luton and Forest are both on 29 as things stand. And it's interesting because this time last year, Vincent Kompany said, they just got promoted, Vincent Kompany said the club had a massive advantage planning for the Premier League because they were promoted early and because he himself had signed a new contract. Well, it doesn't appear to have panned out that way. One other interesting thing he said in his press conference yesterday, Vincent Kompany, he was asked about Ian Martson, on loan at Burnley last season, won the title with them. He's reached the Champions League final with Dortmund this season. He said, Vincent Kompany said he's not surprised and he believes there are players in this Burnley team who can go on and do the same. And I'm just wondering who the hell they are. Amazing. Burnley, as things stand, are getting relegated this afternoon. They've got 45 minutes to put that right. We are underway in the second halves up and down the country. Let's focus on the game here at the London Stadium because the Hatters are doing the job they need to do at this moment in time, Ollie Clint.
Yeah, a couple of minutes into this second half. West Ham 0, Luton 1. Luton with a deserved lead here so far. Adrian Albert Sambi Lokonga was the man who gave them the lead just 6 minutes into the game. They've looked comfortable so far in the early stages of this second half, and they've been battling away. Really, West Ham have been very poor, as we mentioned, but I think there would have been quite a clear message from Rob Edwards at half-time. There were a couple of nervy moments for Luton where they gave the ball away on the edge of their own box. He will have just drilled into his players that any mistakes like that need to be cut out. They don't want to be shooting themselves in the foot in the second half, but so far it's going pretty well. 3 minutes into it, West Ham 0, Luton 1.
I just don't get the West Ham performance in that first half, and I'm fascinated to see how they get on in the second half, Ollie, because I thought that it would all be a bit more relaxed now. There'll be less pressure from the stands because everybody knows Moyes is going in and new managers coming in, possibly going to be Lopetegui. I just can't understand, you know, I wouldn't say they're down tools, but it looked at really low energy and definitely low quality from West Ham United.
It's one of those days where you felt that the sense of occasion, as you mentioned there, with David Moyes departing the club, that the players would at least want to put in a performance for him, send the fans home happy as well. It was a beautiful day here at the London Stadium. There's been absolutely none of that from West Ham. They've been really lethargic. The one thing I would say, though, is there is quality on that pitch, and unfortunately for Luton, from their perspective, it could only take a little bit of brilliance for West Ham to get back into this game as well. West Ham 0, Luton 1.
Yeah, 5 without a win at home. West Ham United, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised that Luton lead here by a goal to nil. Let's head to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. talkSPORT Sam Allards.
51 minutes played, it's Tottenham 1, Burnley 1, but it's Spurs who started the second half really well. Burnley pretty much have 11 players on the edge of their box at the moment, really struggling to get out. Spurs having all of the possession, Adrian, but at the moment their final ball really pretty much your game has lacked some quality on a couple of occasions in the second half. James Maddison's found space, and just when you need that little bit of extra quality to create a chance, it just hasn't been there for Spurs. Of course, a massive 40 minutes coming up for Burnley, as you mentioned. It's a game of football they have to win to give themselves any chance of survival. They played the first 20 minutes. They played really well, played with real confidence, played out from the back, and looked really dangerous. A chance here though for Spurs. Brennan Johnson comes in. from the back post. There's the extra bit of quality, this time provided by Madison. A brilliant ball whipped into the back post. Johnson got there. Looks to play across the face to go. Offside flag goes up. The Spurs playing really well in this second half. 52 minutes gone. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1.
talkSPORT takes you to St James's Park. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
Still Newcastle 1, Brighton 1. And, well, so far in this second 45 minutes, we had a long delay while Enciso received some treatment. He was complaining about being elbowed or something like that. I didn't see anything at all. But really, Newcastle and Brighton, you can tell that there's no Callum Wilson for Newcastle United. Yes, he got Isak up front who, you know, he's scoring for fun. And they've got no João Pedro up front for Brighton. So two real goal scorers. I'm afraid at the moment, both of these sides are really sort of missing that final little bit of piece in the jigsaw, and you feel there's a chance here up for Newcastle. That's Anthony Gordon kid again, but he can't get onto it, and that ball is going to be cleared away by Lewis Dunk. So far, though, would you have thought, Danny Mills, would you expect that of the two managers, probably Roberto De Zerbi will have been the happier of the two?
I don't think either of them are particularly happy. Both teams going through the motions a little bit at the moment. I can't remember Isak having a chance as yet. You know, Newcastle have not provided him with anything. Brighton's chances have fallen to them more by luck rather than judgment. It is, both teams are playing some nice football in the middle of the pitch, almost just waiting for something to happen rather than trying to make it happen.
Do you think at some point somebody like Joelinton will come on for Newcastle with a bite in midfield?
Again, Newcastle giving the ball away in midfield. Time and time again that has happened, and that's lack of concentration. When you take your mind off it, 5-10%, your standards drop by about 25-30%, and that's what's happening with both teams today.
So at the moment, well, it can only get better, although we have had a couple of goals. We've got, what, 54 minutes on the clock. Newcastle 1, Brighton 1.
Danny Mills, you wanted to say something about the West Ham players?
Yeah, I completely disagree. The fact that, you know, the players will think it's an occasion for David Moyes. They'll go the opposite way. They'll be thinking, David Moyes is not our manager anymore. He's got no jurisdiction over us anymore. He's got no say in new contracts, no say what's going to happen, you know, at the end of the season, whatever. There's no consequences if we play bad. They won't down tools, but their levels will drop dramatically. I've seen it so many times. Look at what's happened with Liverpool this season. You know, Jurgen Klopp announces that he's going to leave. They come right off it. Unfortunately, it's what players do, whether it's deliberate or subliminal. It happens. When a manager's leaving, and you know it's his last game or so, very rarely do the players go out and break their necks for him.
Well, we'll see in this second half. It's not started much better for West Ham United, I have to say. It's West Ham 0, Luton 1. Let's head to the Vitality on talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds.
Still Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. No second half chances yet. Bournemouth overall continuing to be on top as they were for most of the first half. They were the better team in that opening 45 minutes and even had the ball in the back of the net. Solanke with the goal. It was ruled out by VAR for a handball on Semenyo in the build-up. Still feel that it was a harsh decision, and the home fans in general are pretty frustrated at a lot of the referee's decisions so far in this one. Brentford actually started well in the first half. Couple of saves that Travers had to make. Overall, though, they faded away, and it is Bournemouth that feel in control at the moment. But as things stand, we're still goalless. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
Frustrated for Bournemouth, not just because of the disallowed goal, but because Brentford's away record is shocking. They lost 12 away games. Only Sheffield United have lost more on the road in the Premier League this season. West Ham going close to an equaliser, and they get an equaliser. Ollie Clean.
Yeah, West Ham 1, Luton 1. It's James Ward-Prowse who's got the equaliser for West Ham United, but it was the work of one of their better players on the day, Jared Bowen, which created the goal. He stormed down the right-hand side, managed to get to the byline, looked to whip it back across goal. It was actually saved by Kaminsky, came back out, and there was Ward-Prowse inside the box to fire it into the bottom left-hand corner, and it's West Ham 1, Luton 1.
Well, Rob Edwards looks absolutely dejected and downcast by that, because West Ham have basically done nothing. I think Kaminsky, the keeper, could do better fielding the cross that comes in low from the right from Jared Bowen. You're right, he has been, him and Kudus really have been the only two that have done anything for West Ham so far this afternoon. And Ward-Prowse in the 18-yard box, nobody really anywhere near him can pick his spot, and he doesn't get steeper. It's too easy in that move for West Ham to score. That's what Rob Edwards will be frustrated by.
And unfortunately, it's been the story, hasn't it, Adrian, of Luton's season, really, making it too easy, despite the fact that they've been showing real signs at the other end of the pitches. Antonio races in at the moment for West Ham United inside the box. This time Luton do manage to get it clear. But going back to that point, Jared Bowen, it was far too easy, wasn't it, for him to just get to the byline and get across, back across goal. And that's what's undone Luton here. And despite the fact they've comfortably been the better team in this game, they find themselves level. West Ham 1, Luton 1.
Yeah, I couldn't understand what Kaminsky's doing either. It felt to me, it was a low cross, it was along the floor. It felt to me like if he was balanced properly and set properly, he could get down and feel it, hold it. He could grab the ball. He kind of leans back and kicks it out, and that's really given West Ham some huge momentum here now. It's come from absolutely nowhere. West Ham 1, Luton 1, goals as they go in on talkSPORT. You're listening to Game Day Live on the penultimate Saturday of the Premier League season. Luton make their way forward, but good defending in the end from West Ham keeps that attack out. One piece here. Let's go to Molyneux on talkSPORT. Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
56 on the clock. It's still Wolves 0, Palace 2. But just as you were about to join us, Palace should have had a third. Some really good work by Eze this time. Ulmer in the first half, it was all down the right. But this time, Eze now on the left. He's cut the ball back along the 6-yard box, just behind Mateta. And somehow, the right back coming in for Palace, Munoz, has managed to not sort his feet out properly, and he's missed the ball. Perry Groves sat alongside me. Wolves a lucky escape.
Yeah, brilliant play again from, as they say, down this left-hand side. Can he pick the right pass? Exactly. Can he roll for a 6-yard box? Munoz comes in from the opposite side, the right wing back. The interesting thing, we talk about, half-time, what was Gary O'Neill going to do? I don't even think he could bother to get the hairdryer out. I think he just said to his players, look, I'm not going to lose my temper and put that effort in, because you haven't got no effort in the first. He sent them out, with 5 minutes before the second half due to kick off. He basically say, get out there, you've let the fans down, you haven't put in the right effort, I can't be bothered to, say, lose my temper and use my energy. And he made one substitution. Bellegarde came on, he's changed his shape, he's gone 3-4-3. Obviously, Bellegarde on the right-hand side, with Awangi Chang on the left and Kuna through the middle. So he's had a little change of shape, but what's that's done is give more space in the midfield area. So Wharton looks very, very comfortable. Hamad is in there, he's in the groove. And Crystal Palace look like they could go and get a third goal.
Very comfortable in midfield. In fact, Bellegarde was some nice work down this near right-hand side a couple of minutes after he came on. Twisted and turned before picking out Cunha, whose shot was straight at Henderson. The best chance that Wolves have probably had in the game. They're going to need that and more if they're to do anything in the remaining half an hour or so of this one. Wolves 0, Palace 2.
Dundee heading for a third straight defeat in the Scottish Premiership. They're 2-0 down at third place Hearts. Alan Forrest with the goal. And in the Scottish Championship playoffs, it's now 10-man Alloa 2-2 at Hamilton. That's 4-4 on aggregate. Connor Salmon, former Derby and Ipswich striker, has got the equaliser for Alloa in that. So Hamilton 2, Alloa 2, 4-4 on aggregate. The Spartans go 3-0 up away to Peterhead. So that means they are 5-1 up on aggregate and heading to the Scottish League One playoff final with a chance to get into League One. Successive promotions in store for them. Stranraer go 2-1 up at East Kilbride in the first leg of the Scottish League 2 playoff. The second goal that come from behind, Craig Ross on the hour mark. East Kilbride 1, Stranraer 2, and a big goal in the Scottish Championship playoff in the other one. First goal of the tie at Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Montrose 0. Duncan Ferguson, the manager of Cali Thistle, who were in the Scottish Cup final last season. It could be in the third tier next season, but they lead 1-0 in this semi-final. After the 0-0 in the first leg at Links Park, Montrose, Duncan Ferguson said he wasn't happy with the plastic pitch. He said the carpet in his 30-year-old house extension is a better surface. Said we'll be better on grass, and he's being proved right. They lead 1-0. Billy Mackay with the goal. Club legend. Inverness 1, Montrose 0 in that second leg. That will be enough to see Inverness Cali Thistle through to that playoff final. Let's go to Goodison Park in the Premier League. Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
Just approaching the hour mark here. It's still Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. Sheffield United just enjoying a decent bit of pressure actually on the Everton goal. Ben Brereton Diaz has had one shot that flew over the bar from just outside the area, and there have been another few crossing opportunities that haven't quite gone right. The biggest talking point of this second half again was another referee decision. There was a shot from Idrissa Gueye from outside the area. It could not have taken a bigger deflection off a Sheffield United defender as it ballooned out for a should have been a corner. The referee gave a goal kick, much to the confusion and annoyance of the Everton fans here. One person person who has got Mickey great pairing is Jared Branthwaite. Mickey, he has not put a foot wrong. I know it's not the biggest test he'll get as a centre-half for Everton this season or next, but he has been superb.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're right. He hasn't been called on too many times, but when he has done, it's just his positioning. You know, he never feels like he's under pressure. His reading of a football match is absolutely outstanding. And look, there has been a lot of talk about Manchester United maybe taking him in the summer for 60, 70 or even 80 million pounds. He would fit in there absolutely perfect, he really would. And you know, Everton obviously have to need to sell players as well, don't they, over the summer. So yeah, he's been outstanding, he really has. Decore's played well as well. But I talked about complacency in that first half from Everton. The only way they can lose this game, and if they are, Sheffield United might just pounce and get themselves back into it. But looking at this Sheffield United side, I've got to say, most Premier League sides that get relegated from the Premier League, they're always favourites in the Championship. I don't think Sheffield United will be. I think there's too many better sides than them, I have to say that.
They have struggled this afternoon. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
Well, it's still all square at the London Stadium. I don't know how. West Ham should be in front, Ollie Clean.
Oh, West Ham 1, Luton 1. What a save this is from Kaminsky in the Luton goal. Magic feed from Kudus down the left for West Ham inside the box. He got to the byline, dinked the ball back across, and there was Mikel Antonio to head it at the back post. Kaminsky somehow got there, tipped it onto the bar. It came down for Jared Bowen inside the box, but he could only put it wide. Somehow West Ham on in front. West Ham 1, Luton 1.
Oh, remember, Luton need to better Forest's results or they're relegated. Forest play Chelsea at 5:30. Also relegated if they lose and Burnley win. Both Burnley are drawing 1-1 at Spurs and Luton drawing 1-1 here at West Ham. The bottom of the table looks like this. Burnley on 25 as it stands. Luton on 27. Forest on 29. If it stays like that and Forest draw against Chelsea, effectively Luton will be down. Burnley will be down, but Luton will also effectively be down because their goal difference is now currently 11 worse than Nottingham Forest. That won't be turned around, you would think, realistically, on the final day of the season. The latest scores in the Premier League: Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Everton 1, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, Spurs 1, Burnley 1 is live on talkSPORT 2 right now. It's West Ham 1, Luton 1 here at the London Stadium, and Wolves 0, Crystal Palace 2, Scottish Premiership, Hearts 2, Dundee 0, St Mirren 0, Kilmarnock 1, it's Livingston 0, St Johnstone 1, Libby already relegated, Ross County 1, Motherwell 2, in the Scottish Championship playoff second legs, Hamilton 2, 10-man Alloa 2, that's 4-4 on aggregate, and Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Montrose 0, that's the score on aggregate as well. League 1 playoffs, Peterhead 1 now, they've just brought one back. Danny Strachan with the goal. Peterhead 1, the Spartans 3, that's Peterhead 2, the Spartans 5 on aggregate, and Stirling 0, Dumbarton 0, Dumbarton 2-1 up. Scottish League 2 playoffs first leg, East Kilbride 1, Stranraer 2, and they are underway at Wembley FA Trophy final, Gateshead 0, Solihull Moors 0. We'll keep you updated on Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, free via internet, terms apply.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus begambleaware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Monday night is game night. The goals are calling.
Exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Aston Villa versus Liverpool.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
There's more action in that Scottish League 1 playoff second leg. Peterhead 1, the Spartans 4 now. Blair Henderson's got his second of the afternoon, and Peterhead down to 10 men, centre half Jason Brown sent off. So that means the Spartans are 6-2 on aggregate and heading to the League 1 playoff final. As it stands, they'll be facing Dumbarton in that final there. 0-0 at the moment, 2-1 on aggregate in their semi-final. Let's go around the grounds in the Premier League. You know, it's West Ham 1, Luton 1 here. Let's go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. talkSPORT 7 hours.
66 minutes played, it's still Tottenham 1, Burnley 1, but both sides have had really good chances to go in front. Charlie Taylor winning the ball back on Van der Ven high up the pitch. Odegaard got the ball,
carried it a long way. He cut in on his right foot. His shot went just over the bar, and then from the resulting corner, Esteve's header went onto the top of the goal. So Burnley, who has been a lot of the half really cramped just outside their box, they're still carrying a threat though, especially on the counter-attack. Spurs' best chance of the half fell to James Maddison. Lovely 1-2 from Maddison and Johnson set the England international free. Went into the box, created space and room, and just the goalkeeper to beat, he shot straight at him. Welcome to talkSPORT 2, still Tottenham 1, Burnley 1.
Luton Town, about to be Luton down. West Ham lead, Ollie Klink.
West Ham 2, Luton 1. What a goal this is from Thomas Souček. The ball was worked out to the right-hand side to James Ward-Prowse. He whipped it into the box. It was headed away to the edge of the box. And there was Souček with his left foot on the volley. Bang! Into the back of the net. And in his final game in charge, David Moyes finally has his side in front, but for Luton Town it is a huge blow in their battle against relegation. 25 minutes ago, West Ham 2, Luton 1.
It's a brilliant hit from Thomas Souček. You're bang on. He's got to get everything right technically, his body shape, everything, to make sure it stays low, goes into the corner, and he gets it all 100% correct. What I'm disappointed with from a Luton point of view is there's a player challenging him edge of the box, dangles a leg, doesn't go in with any kind of conviction whatsoever. You're talking about the difference between giving yourself a chance of staying up and possibly going down this afternoon, and he just dangled a leg. Shocker. West Ham lead. Luton were in front here at half-time. They're now 2-1 down. We've got another goal of Molyneux. Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
67 on the clock. It's Wolves 1, Palace 2, and it's Cunha with a very smart finish indeed, but it's come via the hand of VAR. Perry Groves, who sat alongside me. Brilliant work by Chad. It was his run that was being checked for offside. It turned out that Anderson was playing him on. He did a little jig into the box, pulled the ball back. Cunha's there to smash it home. The goal was originally disallowed. It's now been given by VAR. Perry Groves sat alongside me. I don't know how Wolves, against a run of play, they don't deserve anything from this game.
Well, they don't, but they've just pulled us out of nowhere. And to be fair, Gary O'Neill is now a VAR convert. Obviously, he's been a massive critic, and quite rightly so with VAR this season. But that's got his team back into the game. He said Wang Hee-Chang just bends his run. We thought he looked about half a yard to yard offside, to be fair, and the assistant referee in front of us put his flag up. Obviously, they let the play continue. Got a little rickshaw of Anderson. Cunha just smashed it on the volley with his right foot. Dave Henderson absolutely...
Well, the chance from Cunha, there was Chan at the back post. My goodness, a brilliantly sliding, diving challenge by Nathaniel Klein. The difference, just put Chan off, and he sort of sliced it away for a goal kick. But if Klein hadn't dived in there at the back post, that was going to be 2-2, and suddenly this crowd are up and they believe.
It's amazing how you can get that momentum shift when the home team scores, and it was a brilliant tackle there from Nathaniel Klein. He said it was roles reversed there. Cunha down the right hand side, just whipping the ball for a 6-yard box. Nathaniel Klein, Inspector Gadget leg, just gets a little toe to it. Either Wang Hee-Chang taps it edge net. We've got a game on our hands now.
We do indeed. Mateta is off, Mitchell is off. They've been replaced by Odsonne Edouard and Mark Gahey. Let's see how this one pans out. The crowd are up for it. 69 on the clock, Wolves 1, Palace 2.
Let's just remind you, down at the bottom of the table, Burnley are 1-1 at Spurs, live on talkSPORT 2 here at the London Stadium. Luton are trailing 2-1 to West Ham. So as it stands, Burnley will be relegated. Luton Town will be effectively down. They're on 26 as it stands, Forest on 29, but Luton's goal difference currently stands 12 worse than Nottingham Forest. And Forest Chelsea gets underway at 5:30 p.m. Let's get the lineups, all thanks to Betfair at the City Ground. For talkSPORT, it's Jeff Peters.
Well, Reece James is back on the bench for Chelsea after being out injured since early December. They're unchanged from the thumping win over West Ham. Petrovic in goal, Chalobah, Thiago Silva, Badiashile and Cucurella, Caicedo and Gallagher, Madueke, Palmer, Mudryk and Jackson. Forest make one change from the 3-1 win at Sheffield United as Musa Niakate comes in for Elanga, who's among the subs. Sells in goal, Montiel, Ollie, Murillo and Aina, Niakate, Yates and Danilo, Gibbs, White, Hudson-Odoi and Wood. And they've started allowing the home fans in, and they're enjoying the news from elsewhere with that impressive better goal difference. They're almost safe. 5:30 kick-off at the City Ground for Forest and Chelsea.
That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus begambleaware.org. Penalty at the Vitality, Alfie Reynolds.
Well, we've got about 20 minutes to play. It's Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, and Brentford have been awarded a penalty, but the referee, Matthew Donoghue, has been instructed by the video assistant referee to go over and have a look at the pitch side monitors. Ivan Toney, who has gone down under the challenge of Zabanyi, I have to admit, it looks soft to me. Bournemouth have been frustrated with the officials all afternoon. The ball was cut back to Toney by Wieser, who was on the penalty area, and he just waits for the contact. He looks like a striker that is out of form, because rather than pulling the trigger, he waits for the contact, he gets a slight touch and goes down. And I can understand the Bournemouth frustrations if this is eventually given. I don't know why Toney didn't just get it out of his feet and strike it towards goal from the heart of the penalty area. A glorious chance for Brentford, who've been second best in this game. It's Bournemouth who've had the better chances and themselves had a goal ruled out in the first half. Solanke with it in the back of the net. He's looked at the pitch side monitor. What is the decision? Well, he has ruled out the penalty. Drop ball. I think eventually, Adrian, this is a situation where we have got to the right decision. The frustration from the home fans is that it was even given in the first place. So we stay goalless. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0.
Wow, refs VAR not having the greatest day down Bournemouth. There's 0-0 there. Mohamed Kudus has just missed an absolute sitter for West Ham United. Stays 2-1, but the Luton defending has just gone completely to pieces. Let's head to Newcastle. What's happening there? Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
Well, it's still Newcastle 1, Brighton 1. It's not exactly been the most enthralling game I've seen. But in terms of efforts on goal, on the hour, chance for Brighton and Julio Enciso. Well, he had a bit of a shot, it took a deflection, it looped up, and Martin Dubravka, who's backpedaling at the time, managed to correct it and clear the danger away. And then shortly after that, down the other end, mistaken Murphy from the right flank, put a good cross across in, and there was Anthony Gordon. But that effort from him was charged out. And needless to say, loads of changes being made. Enciso and Buenanote have gone off for Brighton, and Moda and Baker Botie are the two that have come on. But as for Newcastle, it is Isak, Murphy and Longstaff have gone off, and Jonathan, Harvey Barnes and Miggy Almiron have come on. Danny Mills, what do you make of those substitutions?
Well, it just looks like he's just giving players an opportunity to go and get some minutes. Simple as that. Rest some of their key players. It's neat and tidy between the two penalty areas, but in both final thirds, the quality has been really poor, intensity has been really poor.
So at the moment, you've got to say, it can only get better. It's Newcastle 1, Brighton 1.
Goal at Molineux for Perry Groves and Dave Robson.
73 on the clock, it's Wolves 1, Palace 3, and it's a Beriezi's turn to get on the score sheet. Elise with another assist. Brilliant work from him, but I have to say, it was hoofed forward by Gailey at the back. Wolves messed about with it in midfield. The ball then dropped to Elise. Eze's made the run through the middle. Perfectly weighted pass. Round the goalkeeper, Dan Bentley, and tapped into an empty net. Perry Rhodes, thank you and good night.
Well, you know, in life, absolute death and taxes, and Elise to Eze. That's what we know, because they play as the two tens. When the ball comes to Elise, there's no Wolves player with about 5 yards of him in the middle of the pitch. Can he pick the right pass out? It's a slide rule pass straight down the middle of Wolves' defence, and it comes to Eze. And Eze looks like
Munoz with a shot there that was well saved by Bentley. Goodness knows how they managed to get that ball through.
And Eze was never not going to score, because he's 1v1 with Dan Bentley in the Wolves goal. Dan Bentley comes out, sails himself. Eze just flicks it to the right-hand side of him and just smashes it along the floor into the empty net. Palace go 3-1 up.
Yet again, another glimpse of what Palace could have done this season if those two had been fit. And yet again, more questions about if they can keep those two next year, what they might be able to go on and do.
Well, if I was Crystal Palace fans, I'll be making the most of seeing them on the pitch at the same time, because this is no disrespect to Palace. Obviously, Palace are now going to end up mid-table, probably in 10th position. Elise and Eze are Champions League players. They are top quality. I've just seen them live today for the first time, where they interact. They've got an understanding between them. They've both got fantastic balance. They look what they're called street footballers, you know, where they've got that nous. They've both got good body strength. They glide, and 9 times out of 10 they pick the right pass. They're just an absolute joy to watch.
Joy to watch indeed. All over for Wolves, you'd imagine, here this afternoon. The goal they did score came against the run of play as it was. That made it 2-1. It's now Wolves 1, Palace 3.
goal for the Spartans. Blair Henderson hat-trick. It's Peterhead 1, Spartans 5. They're heading into that playoff final in the Scottish Premiership. Livingston already relegated, have equalised against St Johnstone, 1 apiece. There was a big game earlier in Glasgow. Celtic beating Rangers to almost just be on the brink of winning another title. They beat them 2-1. 10 miles south-east of Glasgow, there's a big game right now at K Park. East Kilbride have just equalised against Stranraer. John Robertson with the goal in the Scottish League 2 playoff. Firstly, East Kilbride looking to get into the league. They've been in this playoff to get into the league twice before. Lost on penalties 8 years ago to Cowdenbeath. Beaten by Cove Rangers 5 years ago. And now they're 2-2 in the first leg at home to Stranraer this afternoon. We'll keep you in touch with all the goals as they go in. Let's get to Goodison Park in the Premier League on talkSPORT. Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
There's 15 minutes to go here. It's still Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. Though Sheffield United have certainly been much better in this second half than they were in the first. They're having much more of the ball in the Everton half of the field. They've had a couple of chances as well from outside the area. One of them most recently falling to Gustavo Hamer, although his shot was deflected and ballooned out for a corner. So Sheffield United have improved, Mickey. Is that because they're better, or is it because Everton have gone off the boil a little bit?
I think just Everton have just switched off. They're organised. Obviously still quite difficult to break down when they do get to that back line. All the shots from Sheffield United look like they're coming from the edge of the 18-yard box, which tells you that they're just not running in behind. Brereton Diaz has tried on a couple of occasions. His quality's just not been there today, albeit he's been in good form over the last 4 or 5 weeks. But yeah, you can just see they're going through the motions, Everton. I think they're just trying to get to that final whistle, and it'll be a nice 3 points to the end of the season for them if they can hold on.
This is the 2 lowest scorers in the Premier League going up against each other. No team has scored fewer than Sheffield United, and you can see that from today's display. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
Oh, it's looking disastrous for Luton Town. West Ham get another. Ollie Klink.
West Ham 3, Luton 1. It's the youngster who's just come onto the field, George Earthy, who has got the goal for West Ham United. The ball was worked down to the right-hand side to Mohamed Kudus. He got to the byline, played it back across, and there was Earthy, like a seasoned striker, to tap it into the back of the net. And that could be the end of Luton Town in the Premier League. West Ham 3, Luton 1.
Well, George Earthy's the one who came on, had that big head injury a couple of weeks ago, thankfully fine. And how happy is he to score? He was part of the brilliant West Ham youth team that won the Youth Cup against Arsenal at the Emirates 5-1 last season. Some of those have progressed to got first team football this season, and he is arguably the biggest shining light of all of them. And he's got to go. He loved scoring for West Ham United, no doubt about it. That is a massive moment in his life. The joy on his face was something to behold. That is a beautiful thing. But for Luton Town, they look like a beaten side. We talked about Kudus a moment ago. I mentioned it before he missed the sitter. It was a brilliantly worked move, but he's got so much space in the box, Ollie. It was incredible from Luton.
Ever since West Ham got their equaliser, Luton have utterly collapsed at the back today. They actually look fairly comfortable in this first half, but it's the story of the season, isn't it? And as you mentioned earlier, they will be effectively relegated if they lose today, and it's only going one way. West Ham it's been one-way traffic, hasn't it? Since James Ward-Prowse got them level, it's going to take a monumental effort for Luton Town. As they do go close, the ball played back across goal, and that could have made it pretty interesting, but at the moment it's looking like Luton Town will be going down. West Ham 3, Luton 1.
It looks so positive at the break for the Hatters. They were 1-0 up. West Ham looked a mess. They come out a different side in the second half. West Ham leading by 3 goals to 1. And a reminder of what it looks like down at the bottom. Burnley, as it stands, 1-0 live on talkSPORT 2 at Spurs, but that's not enough. They will be relegated this evening. Luton Town will be on 26. Forest will be on 29. The goal difference is 12 worse for Luton Town, so effectively they're down. A point will absolutely, officially, mathematically make it certain, but Luton Town looking relegated as things stand. 3-1 down here. Let's give you the latest scores up and down the countries. Premier League, Man City were 4-0 winners earlier at Fulham, live on talkSPORT. They're 2 points clear at the top. Arsenal go to United tomorrow. It's Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Everton 1, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, Spurs 1, Burnley 1 on talkSPORT 2. Here it's West Ham 3, Luton 1, Wolves 1, Crystal Palace 3. In the Scottish Premiership, Hearts 2 up against Dundee, Kilmarnock lead at St Mirren 1-0, Livingston 1, St Johnstone 1, Motherwell 2-1 up at Ross County. In the Scottish Championship playoff second legs, it's Hamilton 3 now, 10-man Alloa 2. Hamilton retake the lead. Akeem Rose with the goal. They're 3-2 up. That's 5-4 up on aggregate. Maths has got to be good for this. Inverness lead Montrose 1-0. That's the score on aggregate as well. Scottish League One playoff second legs. Peterhead 1, the Spartans 5. That's 7-1, 7-2 to the Spartans on aggregate. Stirling 0 to Barton 0, Barton leading 2-1. And in the Scottish League 2 playoff first leg, East Kilbride 2, Stranraer 2, and we've got a goal back at Tottenham. Sam Elliott.
Tottenham 2, Burnley 1. It's the popular goal scorer. It's Mickey van der Ven. He's been playing at left back for the last 10 minutes, and he scores the goal for Tottenham. A big goal for them in their bid to finish in the top 4. And also, could this be the goal that seals Burnley's fate? And we'll see them play in the Championship next season. James Maddison has the ball at his feet. Mickey van der Ven makes the run from left back, and Maddison finds him. His first touch is excellent. Into the box he goes. Does he have the composure? You bet he does. He coolly slots the ball past Muric. It's a wonderful, wonderful finish for a defender. He's loved it. He's had a brilliant breakthrough season, and he takes this goal, Adrian, like a centre forward that scores 25 goals this season. A brilliant first touch. He sorts his feet out. It's a wonderful goal. And a bad goal though for Burnley. They need 2 goals now in the remaining 7 minutes, or it's relegation. Tottenham 2, Burnley 1.
Burnley looking down. They are heading down as things stand. Luton look like they're going with them as well on a bad afternoon for those newly promoted sides. And a quick word on Ange Postecoglou. He gets a lot of grief. I understand why. 4 defeats in a row, you would. But here's a golden stat for you. More points in his first 35 league games than Klopp and Arteta accumulated in their first 35 league games with their respective clubs. I don't know if that means anything in the long term, but it looks good from an Ange Postecoglou point of view. One of his quotes this week as well: "I'm not a perfect human being." There's not many of them say that, is there? As it stands, Luton Town look like they're going down. Burnley are definitely going down. This is talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum 1 leg. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Aria Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
Game day live
on talkSPORT.
Well, Duncan Ferguson was relegated with Forest Green Rovers last season. He could suffer a second successive relegation. Inverness and Thistle are in the relegation playoff after finishing second bottom in the Championship. They lead 1-0 against Montrose in the second leg of the semi-final. Montrose down to 10, Blair Lyons sent off, so Duncan Ferguson giving him and his side, Inverness and Thistle, a chance of survival in that one. Let's get the latest on the FA Trophy final at Wembley. talkSPORT Ian Abrahams.
27 gone. It's Gateshead 0, Solihull Moors 0. Gateshead have been the better side so far, the better chances. 2 headers. Ed Francis had a header which cannoned off a defender wide for a corner, and then Dwayne Brown had a chance but he couldn't quite slide the ball in at the far post. Solihull Moors, Alex Whitmore, who was not at fault, he was fouled for the first goal last Sunday against Bromley here at Wembley. He had a header just over the top. And I must tell you, Adrian, James Montgomery is in the Gateshead goal. His grandfather was a cousin of the famous Jim Montgomery, who was here, of course, with Sunderland in the 73 Cup final. I haven't been able to work out whether it's a close relative or not, but I thought you might be able to tell me. Gateshead 0, Solihull Moors 0.
Right, let's get some drama at Molineux. Perry Groves and Jake Robson.
Oh, drama indeed. 85 minutes on the clock. It is Wolves 1, Palace 3. Referee has pointed to the spot for a Wolves penalty. He's also given a red card to the first half substitute Nauru Amada for a second yellow on Mateus Cunha, but the VAR is having a look at it because it very much looks like the tackle was made outside of the box. And in fact, as you join us, it has now been downgraded to a free kick literally on the edge of the box. So no penalty. It stays Wolves 1, Palace 3, no penalty.
You could tell actually, I thought on first looks, Thomas Bramwell gave himself a long time to make his decision. He thought he was obviously in the 18-yard, but Ahmada's, it was a ridiculous challenge actually, it was reckless. As Cunha just goes on the outside of him, he just sizes him down, Bramwell points penalty spot, then it goes to VAR, then it's overturned quite rightly because it's a half a yard outside the 18-yard box. But Ahmada is still been given his marching orders.
It's going to be whipped in. You come back to us, we'll let you know how it goes. It's Wolves 1, Palace 3.
Goal and Vitality at last, Alfie Reynolds.
Bournemouth 0, Brentford 1. It's Brian Mbeumo scoring his 50th goal for Brentford, and it's given them a late lead with just a few minutes to go. And it's route one from the back, long ball forward, which Wieser knocked first time into the path of Mbeumo, and he finished coolly one-on-one. Brentford have not been great in this game. They've been second best, but it is they that lead with just 2 minutes of normal time to play. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 1.
It's been on 49 for Brentford for ages. Finally gets to the 50 mark, and Brentford have never lost to Bournemouth in the Premier League. Draw to 1-1, and they're leading there this afternoon. The manager of the month, Kerr, strikes again. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 1. What's going on here at the London Stadium? talkSPORT, Ollie Klink.
It's West Ham 3, Luton 1, 5 minutes to go. Luton are battling away, Adrian, but it's just not gone their way in this second half. We just saw Jordan Clark try and get his head on the end of a knockdown inside the West Ham box, but Areola was there to gather it. The Luton fans have been in magnificent voice away to our right-hand side as James Ward-Prowse whips in a corner for West Ham United, which is nodded behind for a goal kick. But all that singing is very much in vain. They will know they have no realistic chance of staying up on the final day if it stays like this, and they will be watching their club in the Championship next season. 4 minutes to go here. West Ham 3, Luton 1.
Well, a few weeks ago I mentioned that they didn't do enough in January, Luton Town. A number of Luton fans got onto me on social media to have a pop, but I stand by it. They just didn't. They needed more defenders. They knew that Matt Anderson was out injured. Tom Lockyer wasn't coming back this season, if at all. So they've been really unlucky. Rob Edwards had given them a great chance of survival. They're at the start of January, they're 1 point off safety. Who would have thought that that would happen? And then they spent $2 million on a defender who can't get in the team in January. Not enough. And that, for me, is the reason why Luton will be going down. Let's head back to the Vitality. talkSPORT, Alfie Reynolds.
Bournemouth 1, Brentford 1. The away fans weren't singing for too long. Bournemouth going straight up the other end to find an equaliser, having been pegged behind by Mbeumo minutes ago, and it's Dominic Solanke, a 19th goal of the Premier League season with a header which he looped into the corner, a high hanging delivery from the left hand side, and it's a really nice header from Solanke, who's had a superb season for Bournemouth. A deserved equaliser. We're about to find out how much additional time we have, and it's Bournemouth 1, Brentford 1.
Motherwell go 3-1 up at Ross County. Blair Spittle with his second of the afternoon. Dominic Solanke, though, 19 in 37 games. He got 6 in 33 last season. It's been a brilliant season for him, and he's unlucky not to get England recognition given what others are doing in the Premier League this season. Plenty of English names in the top scorers list in the Premier League. Let's get back to Tottenham. What's happening there? Sam Ellards.
90 minutes is up, there's 6 minutes of time added on. It's still Tottenham 2, Burnley 1. Burnley just 6 minutes away from relegation, unless they can somehow find 2 goals in the final 6 minutes. And a really strange incident here. Aston Young went through down the right-hand side. He thought he was clipped by a Tottenham player, Son. He wanted a penalty, it wasn't given, and he just spent the last 30 seconds lying on the floor. And, you know, you're thinking you've got 6 minutes where you need 2 goals. He's lying on the floor, no one's anywhere near him. And it's Burnley's defender, Dara O'Shea, who's ran the whole length of the pitch just to pick him up. Get up! He's not injured, he wants a penalty, he's now arguing with Vincent Kompany. What on earth is going on? I mean, seriously, I'm not saying if he gets up they're going to score 2 goals, but he was lying on the floor like a petulant child. He's arguing with Kompany. O'Shea went over to pick him up, and it's a little bit of a sad way for this game to end for Burnley. They started the game off really well, they went 1-0 up, but Spurs impressive in the second half. Mickey van der Ven in the 82nd minute with the goal that's given Spurs the lead, and will give them some hope going into the final week of the season, where they can finish in the top 4. 94 minutes played, we've got 4.5 minutes left. Tottenham 2, Burnley 1.
Let's head to Newcastle, St James Park. Danny Mills, Graham Courtney.
And it is still Newcastle 1, Brighton 1. Newcastle have had a chance with a goal from Anthony Gordon. The shot actually going to come in now, and that's going to be ricocheted away. Anthony Gordon got the ball at the back of the net, but he was offside. It was fairly close overall, but Danny, you have to say, look at this game at the moment, it's just sort of drifted towards some sort of conclusion, isn't it?
It's been drifting since the first minute, really. It's been lack of conviction, lack of real commitment in the final third. No team sort of breaking their neck. We said from the very beginning. Here we go. Possible.
Big one out the air. Is that going to be a big shout for a penalty? He's waved away.
He's going to book him for that, then. If Downinger doesn't think that's a foul, Anthony Gordon has jumped up in the air and landed. So if there's no contact, why is he not booking him?
Exactly. It would have been, if it happened down here, it would have been a booking, wouldn't it?
Well, and if there is contact, it's a penalty. Simple as that. So, I mean, Anthony Gordon jumps up about 4 foot in the air.
Exactly.
It's the first time we've been able to get excited.
Yeah, and he's still there. He's actually lying just about on the penalty spot. And you never know, we might be going back there very, very shortly. Steve Anthony comes through from VAR. That is Andy Madley today. Let's see if Anthony comes through from that one. But at the moment, well, play is continuing. Actually, great to hear. The chance for actually getting the area for Brighton. Let's see if well, Brighton are going to eventually, I think they've drifted offside as well. And that was Danny Welbeck who was pushing forward. Nothing came from that one at all. Mass blues here. Anthony Gordon eventually gets up onto his feet. And, well, I get the impression that nothing is happening here. We normally get some sort of notification that VAR are getting involved, but plainly that is not the case.
We're not even seeing a replay on the monitors.
Nothing coming on. Kieran Trippier is going to come on for the last one. 4 minutes of the 5 added on. But that's going to make no difference whatsoever. By the way, Danny, here's an interesting thing. Bear in mind, Newcastle have got 2 more games to go. What would your thoughts have been if you were in the dressing room, if the manager then said, by the way, lads, after our game at Brentford, you're not going on holiday, you're off actually on an aeroplane, you're going to play Spurs in Australia. What have you thought about that?
You know it's coming. It's not a problem. We did it at Leeds after coming back from the World Cup in 2002. We all came back from Japan, then went to Australia. No, sorry, went to China. Australia, beginning of next season. But bearing in mind we'd only had 3 weeks off. We've been at internationals, and then we're around the world tour in 9 days. You deal with it. You get paid the big bucks. It's what football is these days.
Long delays here for treatment actually on the field, but at the moment no VAR has been awarded for that one. And we have got 3 minutes still to go. All square. Newcastle 1, Brighton 1.
Motherwell go 4-1 up at Ross County in the Scottish Premiership. The Spartans are through to their playoff final. They've won 7-2 on aggregate, 5-1 away at Peterhead this afternoon. Let's head to the Vitality. There's another goal there, Alfie Reynolds.
Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2. Has Johan Wieser just scored the winner for Brentford? A brilliant finish from a tight angle into the roof of the net. Bumo with the assist. 4 minutes into the 9 that were added on at the end of this game. There has been late drama. Is that the winner for the Bees? Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2.
Quick update here at the London Stadium, Ollie Klink.
West Ham 3, Luton 1. 2 checks just come close for West Ham. Free kick over on the right-hand side, whipped in by James Ward-Prowse. There was Souček trying to head it back across goal, but it was saved by Kaminsky, and the referee then blew for a foul. And Luton, for them, this one's petering out, and their time in the Premier League is also petering out as well. 3 minutes of stoppage time to go. West Ham 3, Luton 1.
Let's get the closing stages at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And the closing stages on Burnley's life in the Premier League, Sam Ellards.
Yeah, 95 minutes gone. We got 40 seconds left. It's Tottenham 2, Burnley 1. Burnley heading for the Championship. A day that started so well for the major, and they took the lead inside the first half. Brilliant work from Sander Berger in midfield. Carried the ball long way. He picked out Jacob and Larson. Threw on goal. A wonderful finish past Vicario. Spurs did equalise before half-time. Porro playing a nice 1-2 with Johnson. Porro set 3 down the right and scored at the near post. The home side have dominated, though, this second period and took the lead after 82 minutes. Mickey van der Ven making a brilliant run from the back, found by Maddison, and his finish was excellent. We've got about 2 seconds left. Burnley have got a free kick about 25 yards out. Even the goalkeeper has gone up here. Every single Burnley player is on the edge of the Tottenham box because they do need 2 goals, but they're still going to try and draw, and well, maybe that just sums up Burnley season. Ball goes into the box, and there's a free kick given against Burnley on the edge of the box. It's the big centre-back O'Shea for wrestling with a Tottenham player, and we are now just seconds away from the full-time whistle. Of course, it's
This is all important for Spurs as well. We'll see them go just 4 points behind Aston Villa with 2 games to go in their bid to try and finish in the Champions League spots. Referee has got his whistle in his mouth. The away end has been emptying really over the last 10 minutes. They know what's coming here. Burnley simply not good enough this season and simply not good enough in the final hour of this game. They started really well but didn't create any chances in this second period. And there goes the full-time whistle. It finishes Tottenham 2, Burnley 1, and that means Burnley are relegated. First season back in the Premier League. Vincent Kompany's side will be back in the second tier next season. They stuck to their principles and what served them well in the Championship last season. But it's just 5 wins all season and they simply haven't been good enough. At 1-0 today, they had a small glimmer of hope, but after a good opening 20 minutes, they simply weren't good enough for the rest of the game. It finishes here. Tottenham 2, Burnley 1, Burnley relegated to the Championship.
Burnley go down then, they're relegated. That was live on talkSPORT 2, and it looks like Luton are going to join them. We've run out time here at the London Stadium, Ollie Clean.
Yeah, we've got about a minute to go here. West Ham 3, Luton Town 1. This one is petering out now. Substitutions have come onto the pitch. Luton trying to battle desperately, but they had to win today to realistically have any hope of surviving in the Premier League. They currently sit in 18th. They're 3 points behind Nottingham Forest, but because of their goal difference, it would take an absolute miracle on the final day for them to stay up. Paulie Woodrow has it in the centre of the park. Rob Edwards will be so frustrated. They had taken the lead in this game in just the 6th minute, and then we're looking very good for it at half-time as well. But their defence collapses. Jared Bowen is played in. Good save from Kaminsky. It comes back out to James Ward-Prowse on the edge of the box. But since West Ham got themselves level midway through the first half, it's been one-way traffic really, and Luton just haven't quite shown enough in this game in order to keep themselves up. We're waiting for Michael Oliver to blow the whistle, and there it is. West Ham 3, Luton 1. It's effectively the end of the road for Luton Town in the Premier League this season. They're all but relegated. Forest will need just a point to confirm it later, but Luton's 4-goal difference means it would take that miracle on the final day for them to stay up. It's a fond farewell though for David Moyes in his final home game as West Ham manager. It's a happy end as Hammer's boss at the London Stadium. The West Ham fans rise to their feet to thank him. His time here will never be forgotten, but for Luton Town, this is where it ends. They are all but down and will be playing in the Championship next season. Full time, it's West Ham 3, Luton 1.
And they know it as well. Gabe Osho on the floor, Mengi on the floor, Jordan Clark on his haunches has to be pulled up by a West Ham player. Those Luton players know they put so much into the season, but it's not going to be enough despite the facts Everton and Forest have points deducted. Luton Town will be going down with Burnley and Sheffield United. The table at the bottom looks like this: Burnley on 25, Luton on 26, Forest on 29. As Ollie just said, a point for Forest, and that will officially send Luton down, but they're gone. They're gone. Their goal difference right now is -30. Forest's is -18. So effectively, Luton Town are relegated, and their players know it as well. And it looks so good for them at half-time. They were the better side. They created chances. They should have been more than 1-0 up. But as soon as West Ham scored, Ollie, they fell to pieces. It kind of summed up their season. They've given it a go. They've scored goals. You could say they've done quite well. Certainly showed a lot of energy and enterprise, but just not enough to stay in the Premier League.
They have shown so much battling spirit, and they should be praised for that as well. Everyone had written them off at the start of the season. They were looking like relegation fodder. Everyone thought they would come bottom of the table. They've taken it this far. You could say that the points deductions have made this a tighter battle than it actually seems. But Luton Town have put a very good effort in. But like you say, the game today has summed up their season. They look really good for that lead at half-time, but it was the quality that West Ham showed that Luton simply don't have in their ranks that cost them on the day, as West Ham got the win, and that was it for Luton Town. West Ham 3, Luton 1.
More goals that have gone in. The Scottish Player of the Year, Lawrence Shankland, has got a third on time. Hearts have beaten Dundee 3-0. All the full times are coming up. Livingston have just scored. They're taking the lead against St Johnstone. They 2-1. The good news for St Johnstone is Ross County have been battered 5-1 at home by Motherwell. Harry Payton with a fifth. Back to the Premier League. Full-time Molyneux, Perry Groves and Jay Robson.
It's finished Wolves 1, Crystal Palace 3. Extremely eventful game that saw the Palace make it 5 wins and a draw from their last 6. One brought 2 from them in the first half when Elise did what Elise does best, allowed to cut onto his left foot before curling one into the far corner. That just 2 minutes before their second, when Mateta tapped in after Klein's shot whacked against the post. Elise with the trickery to set it all up. Never mind on the beach, Wolves looked all at sea, and despite that though, managed to pull one back when Cunha's finish, initially given offside, was overturned by VAR. But not long after, it was all over when Eze was played through by Elise, and the Palace number 10 rounded Dan Bentley and finished into an empty net. The whole match has been watched alongside me by Perry Groves. Perry, how excited should Palace fans be after the last few games?
Well, they should be excited. There's an identity under Oliver Glasner. He's sort of released the hounds. They play a lot freer. They get more people in the box. Elise and Eze do their impression of the Chuckle Brothers. It's from me to you to me, you to me to you. And that was epitomised for Palace's third goal, where Elise picks the ball up in the 10 position. It is completely unmarked. He gets the self-turn. It's a brilliant slide rule pass into the path of Eze. He's 1v1 with Dan Bentley. He drops his shoulder step, goes around to the right, puts it into net. That's game done and dusted. They had a little bit of jeopardy the last sort of 10 minutes when Armada got sent off for his second yellow card. Gary O'Neill was a massive fan of VAR because obviously they had the goal from Cunha ruled out initially, what we thought was offside and Wangi Chang, and it was given onside. Anderson played Wangi Chang onside. Then he went back to hating VAR again because he thought he was going to get the penalty when Armada side down Cunha, and Thomas Bramwell referee pointed the penalty spot, and it was a half-yard outside the 18-yard box. But you have to say that this game here was a team that was already safe in Wolverhampton Wanderers, and you could say we're on the beach for their flip-flops, but a team that's under a new manager, Crystal Palace and Oliver Glasner, and everybody's playing obviously for their place in the team, but they've just been released. They just look like they're playing freer, their football's better, they're more fluid going forward. And I said in the first half, what epitomised the new Oliver Glasner sort of rule is of reign is when Nathaniel Klein went on his marauding underlap from the right-sided centre-half position into the 18-yard box, hit the post, ball come out, Mateta puts it in to put 2-0 up. That summed Crystal Palace up under this new regime.
Palace go ahead of Wolves. They're up to 12th on goal difference alone. Wolves 1, Palace 3.
Back here at the London Stadium, the Luton players are over to their fans, applauding them. That's being reciprocated as well. Some of the Luton players have given their shirts to those in the crowd as well. They will know, the fans and the players, that Luton might not be officially down, but they're effectively relegated after the 3-1 defeat here today. Burnley officially relegated. They lost 2-1 Spurs live on talkSPORT 2. They are definitely down. Let's get full time at the Vitality. talkSPORT, Alfie Reynolds.
Full-time Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2, late drama, all the goals coming at the end of the match. Mbeumo gave Brentford the lead with his 50th goal for the Bees in the 86th minute before Solanke scored his 19th Premier League goal of the season just moments later with a looping header to equalise. But Wissa, 4 minutes into added time, finished brilliantly from close range into the roof of the net to send Brentford home with all 3 points. The boos in the background are for the referee as he heads down the tunnel, because it is an afternoon where the officials and VAR will steal some of the headlines. Bournemouth with a goal softly ruled out. Solanke's first half strike was adjudged by the VAR that Semenyo had handballed it in the build-up, and Brentford as well, they were awarded a second half penalty when Ivan Toney went down under a challenge. He waited for the contact really, and upon review the referee changed his decision. But the home fans not happy. The full-time score, Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2.
And the Luton fans have a banner held aloft saying, "We are proud of you," and you can't argue with the effort put in by the players and the manager, Rob Edwards, as well. There's other areas that you could discuss with regard to Luton Town, because they've come so close, closer than most people thought they'd come to staying up, and they're not officially down yet. A point for Forest against Chelsea at 5:30 will send them down. Let's get full time. It's at James Park. Danny Mills and Graham Courtney.
Yeah, it's finished here. Newcastle 1, Brighton 1 in terms of goals, all in the first half. Well, both of them. After 18 minutes for Brighton, corner floated into the Newcastle area, and up where to their right back, Joel Veltman, powerful header from close range. and scored. Then, well, approaching half-time, Brighton had several more chances, but in the fourth of 4 added on, Anthony Gordon with a cross, and it was bundled in eventually by Sean Longstaff. So not exactly an absolute classic here, Danny Mills. I think 1-1 is probably just about right.
Yeah, it is. You know, the Newcastle fans are just waiting to do their sort of lap runner and you know, say thank you to the fans. Some of the players, kids are on the pitch having a kick about in the goal. Caused a bit more of an attacking threat than what we've seen all afternoon, and if I'm honest, and the ball is about half the size of them. Yeah, no, it was a game played out. No real intensity, no real conviction in the final third. Surprising, really, because obviously Newcastle could guarantee that European spot. Just didn't really happen. Game never really got going.
All over it.
Oh, without a doubt. Not quite flip-flops on, but definitely a few sunbeds out there.
Absolutely. On a gorgeous afternoon as well. So anyway, Newcastle fit for Europe. That's still in the balance. Brighton, though, are into the top half. They'll be reasonably pleased with that for their long journey back to the south coast. Finished here at St James's Park in front of 52,500. Newcastle 1, Brighton 1.
All the full times coming up in a second, but there's been a goal at Wembley in the FA Trophy final for talkSPORT and Abrams.
And it's half-time. Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 0. The goal right on half-time, scored by Regan Booty. It was a lovely ball actually in from the right-hand side from Dwayne Brown. And Booty managed to get there first ahead of the defender and the goalkeeper. He wanted it more inside the 6-yard box. And right on half-time, I think Andy Wing, the manager of Solihull Moors, is going to be absolutely furious. Rob Elliott, though, on his side, they were beaten here last season by Halifax 1-0. Well, they lead at half-time by exactly the same scoreline. At Wembley in the sunshine, in the FA Trophy final, it's Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 0.
Let's get one more full time from the Premier League this afternoon. Goodison Park, Mickey Graham, Matt Jones.
Well, it's finished Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. The only goal of the game coming in the first half, in the 31st minute, in fact. Abdoulaye Doucouré heading home from Dominic Calvert-Lewin, stinked cross. And to be honest, Everton deserved it. They should have been scoring more, but they weren't clinical enough, and that's largely been the story of their season until the last couple of months. Calvert-Lewin himself had a couple of shots saved. Doucouré tried one from close range, which should have gone in, but he only hit the keeper, Foderingham. And in the second half, there were efforts for Chimiti and for, amongst others, Onana as well. At the other end, Sheffield United, they haven't scored many this season, and they didn't really offer much going forward either. Their best chance coming in the first half when Brooks broke into the area and had an effort saved by Jordan Pickford. The Everton players are just about to make their way back onto the field to say thank you and do a lap of honour to their fans, many of whom have stayed behind here. They have finished the season with 5 successive home victories, all of those wins accompanied by a clean sheet, and it really is quite a remarkable achievement how clear of the bottom 3 they are eventually going to finish, given that they were deducted 8 points over the course of the campaign, but as things stand, they are 14 points clear of the relegation zone. Mickey, a comfortable enough win for them today.
It was, yeah. It had that feel of an end of season game, didn't it? I think Everton wanted to put on a show for their supporters, and look, they got the job done. They got the 3 points, whereas I think Sheffield United just turned up. You could see their heads were dropped at the end. They went across to see their supporters at the end of the game. But yeah, I mean, the Everton players just come out now, deservedly getting a round of applause after their end to the season, where they're now going to have another season in the Premier League, when at one point I suppose it never looked that way. It is going to be interesting at this club over the next 2 or 3 days to see what exactly does happen if they do go into an administration, because they are so many points away from the bottom 3 and it won't affect them. So that's going to be interesting. Certainly keep an eye on that over the next couple of days. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Look, they deserve to win the game today. It was a really good goal, a well-worked goal. Sheffield United didn't really offer anything at the other end, to be honest with you. But they can chance, they can fight back next season in the Championship. But Everton, they've got to try and build and try and climb up that Premier League table next season.
It'll be interesting to see how many of the players who are making their way back out onto the field are still at Everton next season as well. Plenty of talks around the likes of Branthwaite and Coleman, who's out of contract, and many others beside. But it finishes here at Goodison with a home win for the Toffees. Everton 1, Sheffield United 0.
So, talkSPORT, the only place for a full classified check this season. The results are in. Let's get all the full times.
This is game day.
Full-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, Fulham 0, Manchester City 4, Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2, Everton 1, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, Spurs 2, Burnley 1, Burnley are relegated, West Ham 3, Luton 1, Wolves 1, Crystal Palace 3, Forest Chelsea is at 5:30. Scottish Premiership, Celtic 2, Rangers 1, Hearts 3, Dundee 0, St Mirren 0, Kilmarnock 1, Livingston 2, St Johnstone 1, Ross County 1, Motherwell 5. Scottish Championship playoffs second legs, Hamilton 3, Alloa 2, Hamilton win 5-2 on aggregate, 5-4 on aggregate. Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Montrose 0, Inverness win 1-0 on aggregate. Scottish League 1 playoff semi-final second legs, Peterhead 1, the Spartans 5, the Spartans win 7-2 on aggregate. Stirling 0, Dumbarton 0, Dumbarton win 2-1. Scottish League 2 playoff first leg, East Kilbride 2, Stranraer 2, second leg is next week. FA Trophy final, it's half-time, Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 0. FA Barnes final earlier, Great Wakering Rovers 0, Romford 3, and in the Welsh Premier League Conference League playoffs, Newtown 0, Hennebont 5.
Game Day. Aria Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
Game Day Live
on talkSPORT.
Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a fourth time. Right-footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's another step to the Premier League title. It's been classy, it's been comfortable, and it's another 3 points to heap the pressure on Arsenal as they go top of the table. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 4.
Inside the area, Jakob Larsen gives Burnley the lead.
And it has been coming. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. Abdoulaye Doucouré, the man who's got it. Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2. Has Johan Wissa just scored the winner for Brentford?
Wolves 1, Palace 3, and it's Aberi Eze's turn to get on the score sheet. Elise with another assist.
Elise and Eze are Champions League players. They are top quality.
Oh, it's looking disastrous for Luton Town. West Ham get another.
West Ham 3, Luton 1. It's the youngster who's just come onto the field, George Earthy.
Ball up to the edge of the area. Dane Scarlett lets it run. Van der Ven! Fantastic goal!
Spurs 2, Burnley 1. It's a fond farewell for David Moyes in his final home game as West Ham manager. But for Luton Town, this is where it ends. They are all but down and will be playing in the Championship next season.
And it's all over for Burnley once again in the Premier League. They are relegated back to the Championship.
At lunchtime, Man City cruised to the top of the table. Josko Gvardiol scored twice as they won 4-0 at Fulham live on talkSPORT. They're 2 points clear of Arsenal. Both have 2 games left. Arsenal go to Manchester United tomorrow afternoon. Elsewhere, Burnley relegated. They led but lost at Spurs live on talkSPORT 2. Mickey van der Ven with the Tottenham winner, and Burnley are down. Luton are effectively down as well. They led here at West Ham at half-time, but David Moyes' final half-time team talk at the London Stadium did the trick. Their goal difference, Luton's, is far worse than Forest's, but a point for Forest against Chelsea at 5:30 will officially send the Hatters down there, realistically down as things stand. The banner in the away end here at the London Stadium said, "We're proud of you," even though they've been relegated. 5 wins in 8 for Everton as they beat Sheffield United at Goodison. Eze and Elise both score as Palace win 3-1 at Wolves. 16 points from the last 6 games for Oliver Glasner's Palace. Brentford won at Bournemouth, Newcastle and Brighton finished all square. And in Scotland, Celtic on the brink of the title after beating Rangers 2-1. Rangers' John Lundstrom scored an own goal and was sent off. Jamie O'Hara's taking your calls on the Game Day phone in 03717 223344. Burnley shambles, Luton shambles. They've gone, Jamie O'Hara. You're going to get callers on those for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, Aid. About time they went down. I mean, nothing come from them games today for them. And deservedly so, mate. They're going down. The goal difference is an absolute joke. And they haven't been good enough to stand in the Premier League. It's a ruthless business being in the top. And, you know, the teams coming up from the Championship need to be better. They're going down. And good riddance, I say, because they've been nowhere near good enough.
I'm going to say something about Luton, and I mentioned this just before, and I've spoken briefly about it on talkSPORT before as well. There's a lot of love for Rob Edwards, and I get that, and there's a lot of love for the players who put everything in. They've scored goals, they've been attacking, they've been enterprising, so that I get the positivity. But I'm looking at the board at Luton. They've got £100 million for coming up, right? They have to spend £10 million on the ground. In January, when they were a point off safety, when Rob Edwards had done all he could, when they knew Everton and Forest had points deductions, they spent £2 million on a player who can't get in the first team, Hashioka, the Japanese international, who rarely plays for Japan, and a player from Reading, $1 million or so on Tom Holmes, who went straight back to Reading on loan. Now, they knew Mads Anderson, the centre-back, was out. They knew Tom Lockyer was going to be out. They knew Marvellous Nakamba was going to be out. So I'm not talking about breaking the bank. Why not spend 10 million instead of 2 million and back Rob Edwards? He deserved that, didn't he, in January?
Yeah, absolutely, Abe. You know, disappointed with them. You know, the teams that come up, they just didn't spend any money. You've got to invest, you've got to get it right. Burnley, I mean, they brought in a whole new team, but you bring in a whole new team, you've got to gel that team. You can get 3 or 4 players in when the timing's right to get you over the line. And Luton did have a really good chance. They were playing some decent football. And as you said, Abe, didn't get backed in January. Didn't go and say, right, let's go and spend 10, 15 million pounds and get a player who's going to get us over the line. And it's come back to bite them. They're going down. And you know what? They might never get back to the Premier League ever again. They had a chance. They come up. They fluffed their lines, you know. And Rob Edwards is a good manager. He's going to have a great career. But I've been disappointed with the teams that have come up. And I think next season will be different. I think Ipswich Town will be good. Leicester will be good. You know, but these lot that have come up, embarrassed the Premier League, really, some of them. I mean, Sheffield United got 16 points.
Well, they were a joke from the start, weren't they, the ownership there, so they're absolutely spot on. Burnley had a month ahead of Luton. They got promoted in April, Burnley, so they had a month ahead of Luton, in advance of Luton, to try and get things sorted. Vincent Kompany said that would work for him. No, it didn't. Luton, since that window where Rob Edwards wasn't backed, basically the board said to Rob Edwards, "No, we don't really think you're going to keep us up, so we're not going to spend any money." One win in 16 since the end of that window.
And they had such a good opportunity. But I have to say, though, Wade, a massive shout out to Sean Dyche in Everton, because he has come under it this season. You know, with the points deductions, what he's had to deal with. You know, the football that they've been playing has been tough to watch sometimes. But I tell you what, this man can get you out of the mud, and he keeps going, and he's instilled a belief in that team to get them over the line. And I tell you what, they're lucky, Everton, that they've got Sean Dyche in there. You know, they're going to stay up, and they've stayed up well. We've got manager of the month. He almost deserves manager of this season for what he's had to put up with at that football club. They could have gone, and he's had 6 points taken off him, and he's still kept him in the Premier League. What a manager he is. And you know what, Abe? You see these players like Vincent Kompany come up, trying to play a certain style of football, with this sexy brand of football. Not Sean Dyche. Get it right, turn it down the sides, crosses in the box, hard to beat. And that's what keeps you in the Premier League, and he does it every single season. So fair play to him. What a job he's done.
Jamie, top man, looking forward to the show on the way home. If you want to get your calls in already, it's coming up in about 10-12 minutes. 03717 223344. Same number for your WhatsApp voice notes. 03717 223344. They'll also keep you in touch with Forest against Chelsea. A point for Forest officially sends Luton down, but they are effectively down given how bad their goal difference is. So let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Let's bring in Sam Rosbottom from Betfair. And it's been so tough all season with Chelsea because they can produce a brilliant result. They can score 5 against West Ham, and then they can go and lose at home to a Bournemouth you're so unpredictable with Chelsea this season. I almost feel sorry for those who are setting odds and taking a little bit of a wager on Chelsea. What do we think about their game at Forest at 5:30, mate?
Yeah, certainly an interesting one, and obviously after the results today, like you just mentioned, Forest know they're there and thereabouts, don't they? A point will officially secure safety, and I'm sure the City ground will be absolutely buzzing. Forest 11-4 to get all 3 points. That point two that they need to secure safety, a draw 9-4. But it is Chelsea who are the favourites in this one, and like you said, it has been a bit of a head scratcher this season, hasn't it, for the traders and the odds compilers around Chelsea? But they are the favourites in this one at 8-11. Looking at the teams, we're going with Forest first of all. Chris Wood, leading candidate for Forest to get on the score sheet. He's their top goal scorer in the league this season. 7-1 to score first, 21-10 for him to score any time. And looking at that Chelsea team, it's been weird, hasn't it, Adrian? Because there's just so many great players in that side. You look at some of the names in there. Look no further than Cole Palmer, 21 Premier League goals. Big favourite to add to his tally today. 9-2 to score first, 11-8 to score any time. But even the likes of Nicholas Jackson, who's been on a roll recently, he's been involved in 6 goals in his last 5 Premier League games, 4 goals, 2 assists. For him to score or assist today, Chelsea to win, and both teams to get on the score sheet, that's coming out
at 3-1 when all three selections are combined in a bet builder. But should be a great game, and I'm hoping now that Forest, you know, the pressure's almost off them, so to say. We get a good match.
Indeed, Sam, thanks very much. That's all thanks to Betfair 18+, begambleaware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Akerol bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Well, last home game of the season here at the London Stadium, and the West Ham players are doing a lap of honour. A lot of West Ham fans have stayed behind to applaud the Hammers players and to give a standing ovation to David Moyes as well, which is terrific to see. I know a lot of West Ham fans who'd said to me, yeah, that we're going to stick around and give him the standing O, and he's applauding them back as well. He's won the trophy for them, the Europa Conference League, a couple of other good runs in the Europa League as well that shouldn't be underestimated, and the fact that they made a lot of money from those European runs as well. And he talks in the programme, David Moyes, about the stability that he's left at the football club. He's come in 2019 when things weren't going well at all, and now he's left them in a stable place where he feels they can move forward. He feels he's done a good job as he waves to the fans and applauds the fans in the sunshine here at the London Stadium. Let's go to our guys. I want to go first of all to Mickey Page at Everton. And you talked before, Mickey, about the possibility now of Everton going into administration to solve the issue. Listen, 777 partners, we thought we were going to take over in September, that it was going to be clear they were going to take over. It hasn't happened for whatever reason, and there's all sorts of speculation about whether it will happen or whether other takeovers might come into play as well. But now Everton are currently 14 points above the relegation zone. They can take the hit of administration and the points deducted, and it won't mean a thing this season. So are they likely to go down that road? What's the information you have?
Well, I mean, the message I sent you this morning, Adrian, and I think you read it out. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it means that they can start next season from scratch. They'll be debt-free. We know how much 777 have already borrowed Everton Football Club. But they can go into next season, they can start off on 11-player fee with everybody else. I don't know what the ramifications would be of that, Adrian. I don't know if they get a transfer embargo or what would happen. But you look at the squad that they've got right now, and all right, there might be one or two of those players might leave. I did talk about Branthwaite when I was doing the reports. Looks like he might be turning his head and going to Manchester United. But I think if that's something that they can do, and I'm sure the people at this club are a lot cleverer than I am, but you'd rather take the hit now then next season again and find yourself in the same situation. So if they take the 9 points, they know they're going to stay in the Premier League. You would think that a club like Everton would do that. They would go into administration and then start afresh next season.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Listen, there's a downside to that. Listen, it wipes out the problems. I get that. It seems like a almost sensible way forward, if you like. But you're talking about local businesses who wouldn't have their invoices paid. You're talking about possibly people at the football club who might, and I'm not talking about players, who might lose their jobs, their futures very uncertain if you go into administration. I guess as a way of solving this problem, the immediate problem, it seems like a logical thing to do. But when you've got a football club that's about to move into an incredible new stadium, brilliant new stadium, which is worth an absolute fortune, something doesn't feel right, doesn't sit right with me about the possibility of Everton going into administration to solve short-term problems.
Yeah, well, Adrian, look, I'm on the same pages, and I completely agree with you. I know there's going to be a lot of conversations behind closed doors, hasn't there? Because everybody will be looking at from the outside and thinking, well, hang on a minute, that new stadium, that's nearly ready on the docks, when they're going to move in a year's time. And you've got all those local businesses that have tried to put as much money into this club just to keep them running over the last few seasons, because they've been in the doldrums. You know, they've had the transfer embargoes, they've had to get rid of players. We know what problems they've had, players coming in and out of this club. They've just misbought, if you like, players that have come into the club shouldn't have been anywhere near it and made silly mistakes. And I don't know what the situation is going to be with Mashiri. You know, does he then sell it for £1? I don't know. Does he sell it for a profit? He can't do, because, you know, they just have not been happy with his ownership of this football club. But as you said, if they do go down that route, it will leave a bittersweet taste in your mouth, wouldn't it? Because, you know, it's got fantastic history, this club, Everton Football Club. And, you know, there's no smoke without fire. I mention it, Adrian, because I've heard it from a few people, so I thought I'd better mention it to you. If it happens, I think there'll be a lot of people disappointed.
There have been reports that suggested that the club won't be taking that route, but it is a possibility. It's one to watch. The HMRC bill is paid up to date, as I understand it, so that could be a factor in not going into administration. What the bigger question is, will they get taken over, and what's the future, and what's happening with the new ground as well? So much to answer at Everton. Sean Dyche has done all he can by being brilliant on the pitch. Their run, Mickey, very quickly on this, has been phenomenal at the end of the season to get them away from danger.
Well, there's only, I think, Manchester City and Arsenal who picked up more points in the last 8 games of the season, Adrian. They picked up 17 points. The last 5 games, 5 clean sheets. And they had a job to do. They knew they had to get themselves out of trouble. They didn't know what the situation was with the points deduction. They obviously lost the 8 eventually. I think they rescinded the last 2 that they were arguing over. But they got the job done within the 38 games in the Premier League season. And if you think about where Everton could have finished, I think it could be 11th at the moment if they had those points back. I think it's been a really successful season when you think of the problems that have been going on and off the field. The players have not been distracted, they've gone on with their job. All right, it might not be pretty at times, but from the reaction, what I've just seen from the players walking around the pitch at the end of the game, they're all on the same page and they absolutely love Sean Dyche.
David Moyes is soaking up all the adulation. There's been a big sign on the screen, the displays here at either end of the London Stadium. Thank you, David Moyes. Let's bring in Danny Mills on this. Not a lot to say about Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, but on David Moyes, it's good to see that the whole issue was cleared up so that the fans can give him the ovation they wanted to give him, and he can say thanks back to the fans as well.
Yeah, definitely. What next? We have to wait and see who comes in and how that goes. But David Moyes has been magnificent for West Ham. Whether you like his style of football or not, his results and where he's got them in the table has been absolutely magnificent. Equally, we've just been talking about Sean Dyche and what he's done at Everton. The one thing I would say about that is, when you go into administration, you lose all control. You have no clue who you're going to sell the club to. That's down to the administrators. There are lots more problems than just wiping out debts. If not, why has no one else done that before? There are so many Premier League teams in debt that have survived. I would suggest the Premier League rules, the grey areas would be, if you know that you're safe and you go into administration deliberately, I would suggest that you get punished for next season, and there's a good chance you would start next season with a negative 9 points. So I'd be very, very careful on that one. I don't think that'll happen. But yeah, here wasn't great. David Moyes has done fantastic, and who knows what's going to happen next season with him.
Moisey, what we know is his next stop is with talkSPORT. He's part of our Euro 2024 coverage this summer. Really looking forward to working with David Moyes, who has enjoyed a lap of honour here at the London Stadium after West Ham beat Luton and effectively relegated them 3-1. Quick word from Perry Groves, who's watched Eze and Elise whip up some magic for Palace in another win. Glasner's got them playing some great stuff. You're right, he's released the hounds. The big question is, can they possibly, I know they're top 4 players, they're Champions League players, you keep hold of them, could they get Palace in the top 4 next season?
I think that might be a stretch, because I think there's other areas that you need to strengthen in the Palace side, but they're actually a joy to watch. Adam Wharton was really good in that midfield area.
So good, isn't he?
Yeah, I saw his debut down at Brighton, where he actually gave a goal away when he came on, and I thought, maybe the Premier League's a bit too much for him. He made his full debut against Chelsea, and he just kicked on from there. When a player just looks very, very comfortable, they just look around in their surroundings, they think, I belong here. That was Adam Wharton, and you mentioned Elise and Eze. Again, they're a joy to watch. I said they're like street footballers, they get the ball in tight areas, and if you just watch Eze's goal, which is the 3rd goal Crystal Palace, there's nobody within 5 yards of Elise, and it's can he put the right pass? When it's like Sligo, and the pace of the pass and the weight of the pass is perfect, and Eze goes round Bentley to make it 3-1. So this was a game, where you got a team in Wolves that was safe, and by the way, Gary O'Neill has done an unbelievable job here at Wolves, and the connection with West Ham. West Ham have got Julian Lopetegui, who's going to take over. He didn't want this Wolves job. He didn't think these group of players at Wolves were good enough to stay in the league. And if you ask Wolves fans, they don't think he didn't play expansive attacking football. So that's going to be an interesting project at West Ham. Crystal Palace, everything's rose in the garden for them, and for Wolves because they've got Gary O'Neill in charge.
Harry, been a joy to work with you and with Danny and with Mickey as well. Quick trip to Wembley, latest there in the FA Trophy final in Abrams.
8 minutes to the second half gone, still Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 0. The goal right on hard time scored by Regan Boozy, who's seen a couple of really good saves though, just in the second half by James Montgomery in the Gateshead goal. Earlier today, 2 goals from Nassan Naubat and 1 from Sam Deering helped Romford to a 3-0 win over Great Wakering Rovers in the FA Vase final. Here in the FA Trophy final, 8 minutes into the second half, Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 0.
Playoffs get underway tomorrow. The semi-finals first legs are both live and exclusive on talkSPORT from 11 a.m. Our coverage starts on talkSPORT, and I'll be at Wembley tomorrow for the Women's Cup final. Man United taking on Spurs, and that coverage gets underway at 2 o'clock. Henry Winter and Sean Custis have a great show Sunday mornings, 9 a.m. Probably a good look at the weekend's sports stories, so join them for that. Jamie O'Hara, Gabby O'Brien coming up next on the Game Day phone-in, 03717 223344.
Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester United versus Arsenal. Live tomorrow, contract-free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, from our internet terms apply.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum 1 leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game Day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. Game Day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
Yeah, good evening and welcome to the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT. I'm your host, Jamie O'Hara, and I'm joined by Aston Villa's all-time Premier League goal scorers, Gabby O'Brien. Gabby, what's your hot take from today?
Spurs. Luckily, relegate Burnley with 2-1 win. Luton all but relegated after being beaten by West Ham. And Wolverhampton Wanderers beaten again, Jamie. Beaten again by an impressive Crystal Palace with Eze and Elise scoring again.
Yeah, loads to talk about. You want to have your say on your team performance. 03717 223344. Burnley, they are relegated. They lost to Tottenham, and Luton will surely be joining them after losing at West Ham. How far off it were your sides in the Premier League this season? Do you think he can come back? I don't think so. Let's give Sean Dyche some credit though with Everton. Everton fans, you can come on and talk about him. He's had a really good season as your manager. Crystal Palace in fine form. Eze and Elise, can you keep hold of them? Because you could be a real force next season. 03717 223344. We'll keep you up to date with Forest v Chelsea in the 5:30 kickoff. This is the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT. Well, nice, Gabby!
You alright, mate?
How are you feeling?
I'm alright, you know.
Yeah?
I'm
You
all right.
feeling good?
I'm okay, mate.
You sure the Aston Villa apple crumble's not in full effect right now?
Well. We're tired, Jamie. I think the whole Premier League's tired. Some of the results today and some of the defending. Teams look tired, don't they?
Yeah,
It's been a long hard
on the beach,
season.
mate.
The sun's come out now to make it even worse for the
Yeah.
players.
The buy's booked for next Sunday.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, two players don't want to get injured today. Some of the defending, shocking. But for me, Jamie, it's about another West Midlands team. Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Oh.
They're going to rain murder. I mean, 1 win in their last 9 games, which was against Luton.
Yeah.
No offence to Luton, but should be beating them anyway. We can say 1 win in 10 if you add in the FA Cup defeat to Coventry, where they crumbled. So I'm looking at them now in the table and I'm thinking, like, also, if Everton didn't lose their 8 points, Everton would be above them. So is it a good season for Wolves?
Well,
Yes,
I think it is.
Yeah, but
Considering the fact that they were one of the favourites to go down.
they were, but first half of the season they've done well. Second half, they've fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
1 win in 9 is not good enough. They've got some good players, mate. They've got some very good
Neto's
players.
been injured, Dwayne's been injured.
Yeah,
They've
but
struggled with
they
that.
have got good players. Joe Gomez in midfield, Shan, Cunha, Kilman, Lamina, Sarabia, Jermaine Al-Nouri left back. I feel like Wolves fans, I want to hear your thoughts on next season as well, because you really need to strengthen, because 1 win in 9 is not good enough in the Premier League.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. I want to hear from everyone today, Newcastle fans as well. You can get involved in the show. Spurs fans, I've got a question for you, right? And I want you to come on here and be honest.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we won today, right? It wasn't a great performance, but we got it done. We're still fighting for top 4.
Yeah.
Aston Villa have hit a brick wall. Now, would you gladly hand Arsenal the title to get in the top 4? Or when we play Man City, if we get beat, would you just accept that we're going to finish 5th?
That's shocking if Spurs fans actually say it. Come on, you can still get top 4. I think if you go and beat Man City, you'll get top 4. I really do.
So you're handing Arsenal.
Yeah, but you shouldn't care about what they're doing. It's different if it's like, oh, there's nothing you're getting out of beating Manchester City. Do you know what I mean? You're going to stay in the same place. You're not going to get Champions League. Champions League's massive for Spurs. The money that goes out to your financial fair play, you can attract the bigger star player.
Winning the Premier League.
Oh, that's all Spurs up that does. If you're worried about gifting Arsenal the Premier League, you're actually thinking that. You're shocking though.
Oh, I've played Ryan Mason in midfield.
So you'd rather like be in the Europa League and sacrifice Champions League?
What I would say is, I don't know if this team's ready to be in the Champions League. I think he needs, and I think he needs more next season. I think he still needs to build. You know, we're still giving away goals. Set pieces were no good. I still think he needs another season. Great, look, if you're in the Champions League, great. If you're in the Champions League, great. We're not going to win it, are we? We're not going to win it. We could be out. You know, but if Europa League, you've got a chance.
Yeah, but Champions League, mate, you can finish third in your group. Well, obviously, Champions League's changing next season. But for instance, this season, finish third in your group and go to Europa League. I don't know what how it works next season. It's all changed, hasn't it? But you can't think like that, mate. Come on. You're not winning trophies, and now you're not bothered about Champions League. What's next?
I don't know, Spurs. I don't know. Like, it'd be the most Spursy thing. Like Spurs can do. Like, beat Man City and hand them the title.
You know what? You could beat Man City and still not finish top 4.
I know.
Give Arsenal the title. Villa go and beat Palace away to just stop you.
No.
Oh, but I don't want to hear Spurs fans, because that's interesting, that is.
Yeah, play Ryan Mason in midfield. Let's go to Simon, though. He's a Crystal Palace fan. Right, Simon?
Good evening, Simon.
Yeah, good, mate. Tell you what a team Crystal Palace are all of a sudden.
Jay, just got to say one thing first, mate. There's one word you use quite a lot, and that's disgrace.
Yeah.
On Monday, you would have taken none of our calls after we smacked Man United, and we're just going to smack Wolves as well.
Simon, can I ask you a question, mate? Do you think, I hope you do, because Crystal Palace should be building, not selling their best players.
Side wait there, though, because there's been a goal at the City ground. Jeff Peters.
It's Nottingham Forest nil, Chelsea 1. Mikhailo Mudryk has scored inside 8 minutes here. Pre-match, lots of singing from the home fans, lots of celebration, a party atmosphere with results elsewhere, but they've gone behind here. Lovely little ball in behind the Forest defence. Mudryk left-hand side, cut onto his right foot, and he steered it into the far corner beyond Selt. It's a really well-worked goal. The Forest fans still, not unhappy given what's happened elsewhere in the Premier League today, but their team are behind, and Chelsea, on this good run, just one defeat in their last 12 Premier League matches. They're in front. It's Forest nil, Chelsea 1.
Yeah, we get back to Jeff when that game is all really kicking off and start for Chelsea. Let's go back to Simon, I'm Palace fan. Sorry, Simon.
You're right, Simon. Yeah, the question was, mate, like, I hope Crystal Palace can keep their best players. Mateta's been on fire, Elise and Eze, but it's going to be all through the summer, isn't it? Speculation, Elise release clause, Eze.
Come on, mate, listen, would Elise really want to go to Man United? They're in turmoil.
What do you mean?
Like, listen, they're in absolute turmoil.
Come on.
He's loved by the Palace fans, same way as Eze is. I think they're going to have the same attitude as Zaha. They're going to turn around and go, listen, we're going to give you another season, we're going to try and get you into Europe, right, which this team, the way they're playing at the minute, is more than capable of doing that. Right, we've got a manager who's got us fit. We're a fit team now. We wasn't fit under Rodgers. Now we're running for 95 minutes rather than 85. We're not letting last-minute goals in.
If Elise gets a phone call from Man United, he's off, mate.
You think so, Joe?
He's off.
To play for who?
What do you mean, to play for Man United?
You could do what, for 10 half?
Who cares who he's playing for? He's playing for Man United.
Come on, mate. Listen, Zaha done exactly the same thing. He was back 3 months later.
Simon, what I would say is that we've had this convo last couple of seasons. Crystal Palace mid-table, Crystal Palace mid-table. Fans should be happy with mid-table, but this manager, what he's showing in the recent form, like he says, keep hold of your better players, try and get a couple in. Why not? Try and fight for European football, because must be boring every season, top 10.
Gabby, let me tell you something about our team. We have been hit by injuries all season. We've just got our players back.
Yeah.
Right, we're now showing that we're fit. Right, all of a sudden, we've still got a couple of players out. Once we get this full strength team back, mate, the sky's the limit for us.
But what if Villa offer you 16 for Elise?
Listen, if the money's invested properly, then you've got to take it. Listen, you never stand in the way of someone going to a bigger club. Of course you don't. But at the same time, is he going to go and start being a first-team regular all the time, or is he going to go and stand up for us? Do you know what I mean?
He can play for Man City at least, so he's that good. Yeah. He's
mate, he's mustard. He's absolute mustard, Jay. Yeah. Absolute mustard.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shame, really. You haven't had him all season with Menezes playing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, sir. We are where we are in the table because we've had injuries. Right. Now we've got them all back. We're playing like a proper South London team with South London Park kids.
Yeah. It can get frustrating, though, Simon, because my team, Villa, we sold everyone every season. Finally, now we're starting to not be a selling club. We're going to keep our top players.
But Gabby, the only thing Palace are missing at sell us by the cage. Right, because we play cage football and they can't cope with that.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm top man, mate. I appreciate it. The right South London team is they're playing some good football, some good stuff. They're a choice to watch, actually. Eze, I love watching him, but Elise, for me, star player.
Just easy, isn't it?
He glides past. He just glides past people. And then, obviously, Mateta up front is banging in goals, but them two, mate, they're.
Hey, what does surprise me? Even PSG, looking at Elise. Mbappe's leaving. Do you know what I mean? He's French as well, plays French under 23s.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He's going to end up at the top.
Yeah.
I know Palace will try and keep hold of him as much as they can.
Would you have him at Spurs?
I'd snap your hand off him. Kulusevski, see you later.
But you said he's going to the top. He don't want to be in the Champions League. He's going to the top. He wants to play Champions League. You don't want to play it.
We might still be playing Champions League, mate. We might.
You said no one.
No, can't have asked him. Let's go to Gavin. He's a Spurs fan, right, Gav? Good evening, Gavin.
How you doing?
I'm good, Gavin.
Good evening. Yeah, not too bad, but I'll tell you now, Gabby, I would never want Arsenal to win the league. I would 100%, I go to most Tottenham games. I absolutely detest Arsenal. And I'm not having Arsenal fans crying all year.
So hang on a second, Gavin, let's put it in this scenario. You have to beat or draw with Manchester City and you get top 4, for instance. You don't want that. You'd rather lose.
No, I do want it. 100%.
You're saying you don't?
No. You said the choice is if we beat Man City to give Arsenal the league.
No. I'm saying forget about Arsenal. As a Spurs fan, you want Champions League football, right? Would you want your team to win against Manchester City or not?
Not if it means giving Arsenal the title.
Oh my God! I can't be a Spurs fan. You're a disgrace.
Not a chance.
What the hell?
Can you imagine how endless they would be for a whole year and about, we've won the league? Not a chance, but we have hope. 7 things have to go our way. 2 of them went our way today. City had to win, Spurs had to win, although we struggled. But and now we need Villa to draw or lose to Liverpool, possible. Then most important, Man United need to take a point off.
I'm in shock, mate.
We need Man United to do us a favour. Because when United beat Arsenal, then we can, go after Man City. Then we can play full strength.
Totally agree with you. But
Man United needs to, pull their finger out.
Well, they hammered the other day. Then hopefully you'll get a response, but they're in dire straits.
Gavin, I know a few Arsenal fans, and a lot of the cabbies that we get in London, a lot of them are Arsenal fans, and they all say the same thing, that Spurs care more about Arsenal than Arsenal care about Spurs. It sounds like it.
That's not true. It's just that if you listen, it's not true. You can't always. I mean, you can say that Wolves are a bigger club than Villa, but more people like Wolves than Villa, don't they? I mean, Matty Cash is the reason why we're in this position.
Here we go.
But I mean, the Greeks that have never won in the UK, but they just spanked your team with your team. So let's just talk about Spurs then. What about the tactics that we use? What about the tactics?
I mean, look, we got it done today, mate, don't we? Do you know what I mean? We get it done, but it's not great to watch. We need reinforcement. We've got a skip man left.
Just think about this then. When when Spurs on this day, we do this quite long, the Arsenal game, Romero, I said, before it happened, if he passed it back, Arsenal would set the trap, close us down, and they won a corner. And from the corner, they played Holberg. The reason he heads it in his own goal is he's standing in the wrong place. That's why.
Yeah.
And then the second goal...
Gabby, I just want to ask you again for new listeners. So, two scenarios here. You beat Manchester City, you get into the Champions League, or in the same breath, you beat Manchester City, Arsenal win the league. What are you taking?
I'm taking that we don't beat Man City.
I'm in shock here.
In a million years.
I can't do it.
Yeah, take fifth, up the fifth. Up the fifth. Come on, Europa League.
Wow.
Spurs in the Europa League. Let's have it.
Arsenal fans will be fuming. Tuesday night, 6-0 after 70 minutes.
There's been another goal at the City ground, Jeff Peters.
Got the equaliser here. Forest 1, Chelsea 1, 16 minutes played. Willy Bolly with the header. Free kick from Morgan Gibbs-White. Bolly in lots of space at the back. And he was able just to guide his header in. We're just seeing a replay of it to see whether there might potentially be an offside. I think he's okay. About 6 yards out, Bolly. May well have deflected in off a defender. But Bolly with a really simple header that's beaten Petrovic. And Chelsea, despite going in front with that goal from Modric, they have had problems defensively this season. That's 60 they've now conceded in the Premier League, the most since 1992 for them. That's 15 away league games without keeping a clean sheet. It is being checked by VAR. Of course it is. Every major incident is checked by VAR. They're looking for a possible offside. There are a lot of bodies in the box. Forest have had their issues with VAR this season and decisions that haven't gone their way. But as it stands, and this may take a while, as it stands, it's Forest 1, Chelsea 1.
Okay, we'll get back to Jeff if it changes, but let's get over to Wembley, where Gateshead are taking on Solihull Moors in the FA Trophy final. Watching for talkSPORT, Ian Abrahams.
20 minutes to go. Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 1. The Moors equalising thanks to a brilliant diving header by Mark Beck, 6 yards out. Ball played down the left-hand side, cross into the middle, and Beck saw it lighting up in front of him, and he planted a Keith Houchin-style diving header past the goalkeeper Montgomery, who made a brilliant save earlier in the half to keep out Boateng. Regan Booty, just before half-time, had given Gateshead the lead. Now, it was only last Sunday that Solihull were taken to extra time and penalties here before losing eventually to Bromley. So they're going to be really tired come the end of this if they can't win it in the next 20 minutes. Gateshead haven't played for the best part of 3 weeks since the end of the National League season. Earlier, Romford beat Great Wavering Rovers by 3 goals to 0 in the FA Vase final. But with 20 minutes left in the FA Trophy final, it's now Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 1.
Yeah, the goal at the City ground was given, so it is 1-1 as well. Nottingham Forest 3, Chelsea. We'll get back to Jeff in just a bit, but you want to have your say on your team's performance today. Want to hear from West Ham fans. Farewell to David Moyes. What did you make of his approach to the game, his approach to West Ham? Surely you are going out with giving him a massive credit to the football club and what he's done, but we want to talk to some Wolves fans as well. Gabby's not happy with their form at the moment.
1 winning 10. Disgrace.
Yeah, it's not good. 03717 22 33 44.
Okay. It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
Play Set for Life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary. Terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network. The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-made football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Townstar EV strikes again. It's an unstoppable van. Unstoppable!
Just fantastic. You can actually see the ProPilot technology in action. Effortless parallel parking.
It moves with all the confidence that comes with a 5-year warranty.
And with a bench full of all-star van experts, there's real strength in depth here.
That's all-star quality.
Search Nissan Townstar EV and visit your local all-star van centre to see for yourself.
Terms and conditions apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first.
ProPilot is an advanced driver assist technology. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely, and control vehicle at all times. Barbecue season is here. With KFC's new Ultimate Barbecue Burger. Original recipe chicken, crispy onions, and smoky barbecue sauce. Grab KFC's Ultimate Barbecue Burger before it goes. Available while stocks last until the 9th of June at participating restaurants and delivery partners. Delivery fees apply. Full T's and C's at kfc.co.uk.
I'm Martin Samuel. I write a column for the Times and Sunday Times, and you can read my take on the weekend's football every Monday online or through our app. You'll also find the latest news and exclusive football features. Enjoy the Game podcast, the football newsletter, and in-depth tactical analysis in the trend. A digital subscription is just £1 for 3 months. Visit thetimes.co.uk/talksport to join. Auto renews at £26 a month and is cancelled.
Pothole. Got it. Pothole. Got it. Thanks. Hole. You just went through a massive pothole.
Hold on just a moment. Yeah, I can see that's all done and your car is ready for you.
With Direct Line car insurance, whether you've hit a pothole or bumped into a bollard, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
With comprehensive cover, excess applies. Car insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Plus, Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Terms apply.
The McDonald's Chicken Big Mac is back, but not for long. So don't miss out on the 3 layers of soft bun. Don't miss out on the iconic, delicious Big Mac sauce. Those crisp, tender chicken patties. That fresh shredded lettuce. That melty cheese. And don't miss those delicious gherkins. Unless you want to take them out. Don't regret it. Get it. From 11 a.m. until the 28th of May. Subject to availability, participating restaurants only.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream our internet, terms apply.
Tackling all the day's biggest controversies. Game Day.
Aria Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
When it comes to Phil Foden, who else? Who plants it into the bottom corner beyond the despairing dive of Fernando. And he's the man of the moment, the man of the season.
I think the way we see the goals shows the quality of City, but in some moments we should have done much better. That is my opinion.
Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a 4th time. It's him against Neto in front of those City fans. Right footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's 4 again for Manchester City. It's another step to the Premier League title.
We know perfectly what we are playing for. Fighting for last 2 games to be champion. Too good for the Premier League.
Yeah, that's how it sounded earlier on talkSPORT. Manchester City won 4-0 against Fulham. You can have your say on that game because Arsenal fans obviously hoping that might have been a sticky game for Manchester City, but they're just too good. They're absolutely on another level. Get involved in the show, though. Loads to talk about. 03717 223344. But let's hear from Luton manager Rob Edwards now. Speaking after his side's lost to West Ham, which all but relegated his side. He's been speaking to talkSPORT's Ollie King.
Difficult day. It was hard to come out and speak to everyone today, but I've got to, and what I want to say and what I've said to the players and the staff in there now is thank you. Thank you for giving me the best 18 months of my life. They've been incredible and given me and us, absolutely everything, and then also the board, Gary and the board. I've got to say thank you to our supporters. What I just witnessed out there made me emotional. It's probably why it's taken me so long to come out and speak to you now. It was really special what our supporters just did, but that I think shows the connection between us, the players, the staff, the supporters, that is pretty unique and you very rarely see anywhere in the world now. That made me incredibly proud.
Well, despite the situation today, the reaction from your fans at the end, the reaction of the West Ham fans as well, you must know, especially with your own supporters, that you have, despite the results and despite what's happened, given them a special season.
Yeah, I'd like to think it's both ways. You're right. They've made it special for me and for us as players and staff, and hopefully what some of these lads have done, they've given them memories for life. And I'm really disappointed that the Premier League journey is over, at least for a year. But it gives us a lot of confidence that we've got still a club that's so together and united. And to have success, you need that, and we've got to harbour that.
And just how much hunger will there be from your players and from yourself to try and bounce back as soon as you can?
I think we're seeing that at the end there. The belief is there from the stands, and if that can't get you going, then nothing will.
Yeah, Rob Edwards speaking after the game. If Nottingham Forest get a point today, that does relegate them, but the goal difference is -18 and Luton Towns is -31, so it's
13 goals.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. They're gone, and everyone knows that. So I mean, look, the game's just not good enough. Simple as that.
Of course, but I do believe Luton have proved a lot of people wrong, because I feel like I thought they were going to be like Sheffield United, 16 points. Yes, they've not done enough. They got 26 points, but they've had a go. They've had a go at home. They've lost last minute many times in games. They've not been like battered every week. Do you know what I mean? You look at Sheffield United, 101 goals conceded. Like, it's a joke. 16 points. Like you said, give me a year ban for coming up. Like, it's a joke. It's embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? Give it a go. Burnley tried to play, this sort of football. That he tried to play against a couple, it didn't work. Very open, a lot of mistakes as well. Goalkeeper giving it to the striker and putting it back in the net. Risky passes. A lot of immature play for Burnley, I'll say.
Yeah.
But I do hope the three teams to get promoted.
I think it'll be better.
I think it will be a better standard.
Yeah, I do as well. Absolutely. Let's go to Jamie though. He's a Wolves fan. Hi, Jamie. Good evening, Jamie.
Hello, mate. Afternoon, boys. How are you, boys? You guys okay?
Yeah, very well, mate. We're good, mate. Look, Gabby's been giving you a load of sticks, and the performances ain't been good enough.
Do you know what? I've heard this Gabby just saying, like, oh, just give me a year back for coming up. Give you, like, a year back for getting into Europe? What was all that about?
Losing the semi-final is nothing to be ashamed of, Jamie.
Against Olympiacos, the Wolves.
Experience, mate.
You're joking me?
Experienced in Europe. Our first time in Europe in 12 years.
Do you know what, Gab? I'll give you all that. You might need that experience in the Champions League. Fair play, you're in there. But, Gab, that was bad against Olympiacos. Come on, you know it.
We're here to talk about Wolves winning 1 in 10.
What's going on at Wolves, Jamie?
Come on, Jamie's laughing in the back.
I am, mate. You know what? But I agree with you. But I do want to talk about.
Agree?
I agree with you. You're a shambles, Wolves, Aston Villa. But look, Wolves. I do want to talk about this because
1 in 10.
I'm a massive fan of Gary O'Neill. But results have been poor recently. It feels like you just get beat every week.
They have. Do you know what? I agree with you both. Like, I'm a massive fan of Gary, but the truth is the board are holding it all back, didn't they? We all know this. He needs money. He ain't going to get it. We're going to struggle next season. And I think that's the bottom line with Wolves, to be fair. If we've got the money and we've got the fitness of the players, I think we'll be going forward, but I don't think we are. And do you know what, Gav? I hate to say it. God, it's killing me, and I can hear you giggling now.
Go on, speak out, mate. Go on, say it. Come on.
I can't quite say, because I've got something in my throat that says, like, up the Villa. I can't quite say it, but... You know what, Gav, listen, you're representing the Midlands, and I can't
He's not representing the Midlands. What are you talking about? He hates Birmingham. He hates Wolves. He hates them.
Listen, you had your chance. And listen, I love you because you did your bit against them. You did your bit against them. Ketty Albion for us, so I love you forever. But you know what? The Villa are going to represent the Midlands, and I think it's going to be for a long while.
Jamie,
because
Jamie,
you
know if next season Mbappe and Real Madrid come to Villa Park, will you come and watch?
Yeah, behave yourself.
I'm just asking, would you get a ticket and come and watch, or will you watch it on the TV or the pub?
No, behave yourself.
So come and watch, mate. Do you know what I mean? Come and watch.
Gav, you're a top striker. Get yourself a ticket and watch Cunha. He's a proper striker. He's a proper striker.
Can you keep hold of Neto? I mean, that's the one. I know he's injuries, but I tell you what a player he is.
Like, in all seriousness, I hope so. But do you know what? I don't think we'll get the money that we're going to get for Neto because of the injury. So I hope we can keep hold of him. I hope we can keep hold of the big players like Lamina.
Aït-Nouri, I think, brilliant. I love it.
Joe Gomez is
massive. Aït-Nouri is a massive player for us. But do you know what? Like Man City are in for him. I don't know, Oscar Bob. They've got similar type of players. But I hope we can keep hold of him. I'm a season ticket holder. Come on, the Wolves. Let's get back into Europe. Come on. And we've got hey, listen. Villa. They're the only team in Europe. Come on, the Wolves. Let's get back in there. Come on.
Just 21 points behind us, Jamie.
Behind yourself, damn it.
Just a 21. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21 points.
Jamie, thanks for tuning in. Let's go to Henry. He's a West Ham fan. All right, Henry?
Good evening, Henry.
Alright, lads, how you doing?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Was you at the game? Were you clapping David Moyes' outstanding ovation?
Yeah, I was clapping him off. I thought he deserves a good clap off. I mean, he's won us our first piece of major silverware in over 40 years, so he deserves the clap off and he deserves the respect that he gets.
Yeah, I mean, look, just going forward now, obviously new manager coming in. Are you excited for that, or are you a bit worried?
Well, I've got my doubts. I mean, I just want a manager that can do what David Moyes has done and he can carry on something like what we've had. Obviously, a different manager will not be the same as what we've had with David Moyes. But what I want is a manager that can use the youth academy because David Moyes hasn't been able to do something like that. And you saw it today where we brought George Urphy on and within about 2 minutes he went on and scored a goal.
Henry, I've asked you a question because what David Moyes has done for West Ham, bringing a trophy to the club, European football for the last 3 seasons. What do you feel is West Ham's ceiling under a new manager? What do you feel like you can try and achieve? Top 4, top 6?
I think that top 6 milestone, but I think we need to build up our squad depth in order to start getting to try that Champions League football. We've got it in us and we've got the attacking quality. We've got those players like Lucas Paquetá and Mohamed Kudus. Obviously we might not keep Paquetá in the summer, but we can still spend our money that we get from him on different players and build up that squad depth so we still carry on how we've been.
Right. Henry, I really appreciate your call. I want to hear from West Ham fans. Come on and give some credit to David Moyes. There's been a lot of his digging him out.
It's just so leaving. It's just so. Look at the league table now. You're like, where are you fitting in, West Ham? Do you know what I mean? You're looking at Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Villa, Spurs will be there next season. Newcastle will be better.
I think
Chelsea will be
better. Where they can get to it.
Man City, Man United will be better, surely. You know, is 8th, 7th at a push the best they can do?
Yeah, I do. I think that's where David Moyes has got them. He's got them to the ceiling of where they're good enough. Let's get back to the City Ground. Watching Forest v Chelsea is Jeff Peters.
And it's Forest 1 and Chelsea 1 as Forest just deal with the Chelsea corner and clear it away. Mudryk with the early goal for Chelsea, his first goal in 11 matches. Willie Volley levelling things up. A free header from 6 yards. He lost his man Jackson. 60 goals conceded in the Premier League this season. 4 goals for them in a hell of a long time. And that's something that Mauricio Pochettino really needs to work on. The Forest fans celebrating pre-match. They've been singing during the game about the results elsewhere. They need a point to stay up. They could probably lose the last 2 games and still stay up anyway. And they've just been singing about a potential new venue for a ground in Tottenham, which is about 5 or 6 miles away from here. And they are not keen on that. They want to stay here at the City Ground. It's Forest 1, Chelsea 1.
update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Yeah, let's take a look at the latest odds in the 5:30 game. More thanks to Betfair. It is currently 1-1 as Chelsea are just sticking back in there and they don't. So Forest to win is 11-4, the draw is 11-5, and Chelsea to win is 21-20. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Keep your calls coming in. Want to hear from West Ham fans, not David Boyd, Spurs fans, would you gladly hand Arsenal the title to keep your top four hopes alive? Burnley relegate, Luton all back down. You can have your say on all of it. 03 717 2233.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener types? Ovo's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open Ovo Power Nap.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30, and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary. Terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
100% authentic Spanish beer. It's time we say, cheers to the pretenders. We'll take it from here. Estrella Galicia. Spanish, not Spanish.
Pre-order the new Google Pixel 8a on EE with the best of Google AI, so
Google AI? Yeah, it's got best take.
Groupix are perfect.
EE's the only major network
that has it in Halo Green.
And I can save 336 quid.
All on the UK's best network.
For over 10 years.
what they said. Maybe that's why more photography lovers choose EE.
Introductory offer ends 1st of July 2024. Eligibility, credit check in terms of apply. Credit by EE Limited. Group metric, best network. Verify all claims at ee.creditcare/claims.
As we all know, prices keep rising. So at B&Q, we've nailed down hundreds of ours. Prices nailed at B&Q. You can do it when you B&Q it.
Prices held until at least 17th of June 2024. Held prices may be subject to temporary discounts, subject to availability, excluded B&Q local stores.
Oh, not near the house, please. Come on, up the other end of the garden.
It's fine, Mum.
Oh, it's gone straight through the kitchen
We'll
window.
get someone out to replace that for you. Don't worry.
With Direct Line's accidental damage cover added to your home insurance, whether you've smashed your window or spilt wine on your carpet, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
Excess applies. Home insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Meet Sasha, a woman with impeccable style. Even the most fashionable amongst us can face fashion frustration. So many clothes, but nothing to wear. By selling something on eBay, there's still hope for Sasha.
Nice.
Sell the clothes you don't wear to buy the ones you will.
Birthday fit sorted.
It's now free to sell your pre-owned clothes on eBay, so you'll never have nothing to wear again. Conditions apply.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. The Game Day phone in.
On talkSPORT.
Yeah, welcome back to the Game Day phone in on talkSPORT. Me, Jeremy O'Hara, Gabby Agbonlahor. Keep your calls coming in on 03 717 223344. Remember, you can watch the show live on the official talkSPORT YouTube channel and Facebook page. Just a reminder of today's results in the Premier League. Fulham lost 4-0 to Man City. Bournemouth lost 2-1 to Brentford. Everton, they won 1-0 against Sheffield United. Newcastle drew 1-1 with Brighton. Tottenham won 2-1 against Burnley. West Ham, they won 3-1 against Luton, which basically relegates them. And Wolverhampton Wanderers, they lost at home 3-1 to Crystal Palace. It is 1-1 at the City Ground between Forest and Chelsea. If it stays like that, Nottingham Forest will guarantee themselves Premier League football for next season. Get involved in the show, but let's hear from West Ham manager David Moyes now, following his final home game as Hammers pass. He's been speaking to talkSPORT's Ollie King.
When you rejoined, it was a relegation fight. Just how proud are you of what you have achieved at the club?
Well, you think of how many managers are brought in actually to avoid relegation. You know, you can think of a few. Maybe I was in a couple of occasions. I've done it the year before for West Ham. But now we feel like a club which should be qualifying for Europe every year. And if that's what we're going to be, then it's a big challenge when you look at the competition in the Premier League and the level of the teams, the money required to do that. But I'll tell you the one thing about West Ham: 62,000, big stadium, lots of new young supporters. There's lots of things for them to keep building on.
And you've spoken about the future for West Ham. What about the future for you as well? I'm sure in the immediate future a bit of a break, but then what could be next?
Looking forward to a break. I'm doing a bit of punditry for different people over the summer. I'm looking forward to watching more football. I love football and I like going to games. And I'll have a break and I'll see where I go with it. But it's been a great experience. I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed everything about it. The people I work with in the buildings around here are excellent, and they put in so much time and effort to West Ham. It's very, very good.
Yeah, David Moyes will be part of talkSPORT's team for the Euros. Massive catch for the station. He's definitely going to be back in the Premier League very soon, Nick, I reckon.
I hope so. I just think what he's done for that football club, and you've got to think, Jamie, like the managers they brought in, Pellegrini, played a different style of football, didn't work, had to go back to David Moyes. So I hope they don't regret the decision. West Ham, it's not as if they're like.
I'm not convinced Lopetegui's going to be.
That's what I mean, mate. It's not as if they're like 13, 14 in the table. They're 2 points behind Manchester United, 2 points behind Chelsea. That's where West Ham should be. Yes, I do get it. They don't like the sitting back football. They want to be more attacking football. But sometimes you do that. You've got to be more open. So Lopetegui, he left the Wolves because he wasn't happy with their squad of players. If he's not given the right amount of money, he's not going to be happy with West Ham. So they better get their checkbook out.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to invest, that's for sure. Let's go to Joe, though. He's a Spurs fan. All right, Joe?
Good evening, Joe.
Hello, how's it going? You alright?
I'm good, mate. You've been to the game. What do you make of it?
Yeah, we're having a terrible run in, and to be honest with you, after losing to Arsenal, Chelsea, dreadful for us.
Yeah. I mean, look, the top four's still on for us, but we're going to have to beat Man City probably and hand Arsenal the title. Would you have that?
Obviously not, 100%. If you want us to win, Arsenal to win the league, it is pointless. I do not want Champions League. If it means Arsenal get the league.
Worry about yourself, though. Don't worry about other teams. It's good for Spurs to get in the top 4. Do you know what?
Exactly, mate. Look. You're a quality footballer, right? Great, Steve, but you play for Aston Villa. The biggest rivals are Birmingham and West Brom. What do? You don't get it like that. You don't understand the rivalry.
What are you saying about Spurs then? The Spurs are something like superstar club?
Well, no, Spurs and Arsenal have a rivalry against each other. We're playing them you've got to play them every season. You don't play Birmingham. It's not my fault. We're in League One, it's not our fault.
They can't look against the Prem.
We play superstar. Our rivals are superstar clubs, yeah? Okay. I'm not saying Spurs are this massive club. I'm saying is...
No, but I'm saying, listen. I get that, rival team, but if it's gonna, you're gonna sacrifice you getting a top 4 in Champions League football. I just don't understand that.
Been there, we've done it. Look, we've played Champions League football. One more year in Europa League isn't bad for us.
Wow.
We do not want Arsenal. Wow.
Joe, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. I can't. Joe, I'm with you, mate. I'm not even hiding it. I can't. Yeah, mate. I'm 100% with you. Stick Ryan Mason centre mid. Let's let the boys have a little run out against Man City.
Joe, if you go to the game on Tuesday, right, and Spurs
We're all
score,
there for Tottenham and no one else.
if Spurs score on Tuesday, what are you saying? The fan base going to be like, oh.
Look, I'll put my secret on the exchange on Tuesday because I don't want to be there because I can't want to back the other team, you know.
That'll make me laugh. Celebrating City goals.
Jamie, Billericay legend, aren't you, mate?
Oh, we'll go that far. We'll go that far, mate. We'll go that far. Joe, just on Spurs though, next season, right? I mean, we've got to sort the set pieces out, haven't we? And he's got to invest. Daniel Levy needs to put his hand in his pocket.
Yeah, look, today, for example, I saw the Burnley keeper shove Son away from him, and like Vicario needs to do something similar. It needs to be a bit more of a bully. So that's how it is.
All right. Joe, top man, mate. Thanks for your call.
Shocking, Joe.
Yeah, it's full time at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Watching before talkSPORT is in, everyone.
And after extra time, it finished. Sorry, before extra time. After 90 minutes, it finished. Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 1. Gateshead ahead just before half-time. Ball in from the left-hand side. And Regan Booty got there between defender and goalkeeper Steer. Gateshead ahead, but Solihull equalised 20 minutes from time. Again, a ball in from the left-hand side. Fabulous diving header by Mark Beck. Very similar, if you remember, the Keith Houchin header in the FA Cup final here at Wembley for Coventry against Spurs. Sorry, Jamie, so many years ago. A fabulous header from 6 yards out. Gateshead's keeper Montgomery made a couple of really good saves. Solihull, their goal there's a bit of a charm life, but we do go to extra time. Solihull have been here very recently. Last Sunday against Bromley in the National League playoff final went to extra time and penalties, and we face that prospect now here this evening as well. Full time at Wembley in the FA Trophy final, going into extra time. Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 1.
Okay, let's go for James. He's a Newcastle fan. All right, James?
Hi, boys, you all right?
James, yeah, mate. Yeah, good, mate. I fancied you today. It didn't happen.
Sorry?
I fancied you to get a decent result today, but it didn't happen.
Well, we would have done it. The ref would have done his job properly. Jesus Christ, we're going out like dominoes, your Brighton players. Absolute disgusting. He lost the pitch, he did. Joke. I've calmed down a bit now on my own, but he was fucking Darren, he should have in the championship.
James, I did see Gordon dive for a penalty. Do you think that was a penalty?
Well, I was the Gallagher, so I didn't see all the way out there, but it did look like a dive, but, you know.
Missed that one, didn't you? Missed that one, didn't you, Jimbo?
No, England, he just lost the players. I mean, honestly, he should championship or first division, never premiership ref.
How important, though, James, is it because Chelsea can still catch Manchester United? How important is it to get in the Europa League for Newcastle?
Well, we need the funds to buy. I don't think we'll sell any of the big boys, although Arsenal keep sniffing around them, don't they?
Yeah, Isak, mate, he's a player, he really is. Good Mares, but hopefully, look, we have a bit of banter on here about Isak, and, you know, we'll take him and we give you this, we give you that. He can't afford to lose him. No. If you want, you know, we'll come in as the owners, and, you know, you've got a lot of money, we know that, but things have made it difficult for them to spend money. You can't be losing your two best players.
No, well, Wilson's injured again. One match back, one match off.
No, that happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's either one or the other. I mean, Isak went off. I don't know if he was injured or not. He just sort of... We were all shocked when he went off.
Wilson come on and scored, didn't he, against Sheffield United, and then injured again.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's been a great season from where we were. Obviously, the Champions League was fantastic. Great season. But from where we were 2 months ago to where we are now, I'll even take the Europa League and Conference League.
100%. Mate, you take Europa League. You've ended up digging it out massively because for a while we were miles off it. Yeah. I know you've had some bad injuries, and hopefully next season you can be able to get some new players in to give you reinforcements. But
Tonali's a big loss.
Yeah, Tonali obviously the ban as well hasn't helped. But I just think Newcastle I think Europa League football for Newcastle is going to be good. It's a good experience. Champions League was maybe a little bit too.
Yeah, it's not
early.
It's not for everyone, that Champions League.
Well, I said when they took over Champions League 4 years, that league's perfect. Get 10, get 8, get 6, get Champions League.
All right, James, thanks for your call. Keep them coming in. Massive day. 03717223344. But let's hear from Spurs manager now, Ange Postecoglou. He says he was pleased to get the win over Burnley after 4 straight losses.
It was always going to be, a tricky one for us after sort of 4 defeats, and invariably that that has an effect on the players in terms of their confidence, belief. And Burnley, we knew that's what had to go for it today. So I thought for the most part we handled it really well first half. Our football was good. Probably front third we just looked a little bit anxious, a little bit nervy. I thought obviously conceding, but then Pedro's goal will settle us down. We always know we're going to finish strong, and again we finished strong today. And their keeper was outstanding, and we probably should have won the game more comfortably. But pleased with the players, we got to win.
Okay, keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 3344. Okay.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-made football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
The Premier League, live on talkSPORT 2.
Brighton and Hove Albion versus Chelsea.
That is brilliant.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 7:45.
What a great bit of play.
Wednesday night on talkSPORT 2.
Keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in 03 717 22 3344. But it's half time at the City Ground. Jeff Peters.
It's Nottingham Forest 1, Chelsea 1 as it stands. Forest are staying up. It's been a really enjoyable game. Chelsea drew first blood in the 8th minute. Cole Palmer with a delicious pass, perfectly weighted to slice open the Forest defence. Mykhailo Mudryk into the box, one touch, opened his body up and swept right-footed incisively beyond the keeper. His first goal in 11 matches, a 10th assist of the season for Palmer. 31 goal involvements in total. Forest levelled on the quarter hour. Morgan Gibbs-White floated in a free kick. Willy volley in space. Free header from 6 yards. Volley's first goal since August. Poor defending. That's 60 goals conceded. The most Chelsea have let in a Premier League season. Nicholas Jackson with a big chance to retake the lead. Again, another beauty of a pass from Palmer, but sells out to deny the Senegal international. Results elsewhere today certainly met with approval from the home fans here. Bit of a party vibe. Half-time, Forest 1, Chelsea 1.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Let's take a look at the late odds in the 5:30 game. All thanks to Betfair is currently 1-1. Nottingham Forest to win is 3-1. The draw is 9-5. Chelsea to win is 23-20. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Right, let's go to Daz. He's a Spurs fan. Right, Daz? Good evening, Darren.
Hi. Good evening.
How are you, mate? You good?
I'm good, but I just wanted to talk about the situation regarding if we beat City, Arsenal win the title.
The permutations of the title race, yeah.
The permutations. It's like I've got this devil on one side of me that wants Spurs to win because it's my club. I never want to see them lose. But then there's that rivalry on my other side. And the one that makes me say that says, I don't want Arsenal to win anything. And if it means we have to lose against them, we lose. And I just
Which one's winning? Which one's winning? one's winning though on your
At the
shoulder?
moment, it's going to be the one that I want us to lose.
Darren, I've spoken to you for like a lot of times, mate, and you've spoken like your passion for Spurs. To hear you say that, mate, is shocking.
Well, there's two ways of looking at it. One way of looking at it is that's why we won the title, because we're too concerned about Arsenal. But it's your rival. It's your rival. It's not. You got your rival isn't around.
Of course, I get the rivalry, but like you've got a chance to get top four.
But it's not that. You imagine if Arsenal fans come up to you and say to you that, oh, we won the title because you beat Man City.
Yeah, I know. Can't have that.
You remember it when they won it out on ground. That still hurts me today. It's like pain. It's like a needle in my chest telling me they came to our turf and won the title.
Can't have the Gooners coming up, putting their arms around and saying, thanks, lads.
Thanks for the title.
Thanks for the title, lads. Well done against Man City. Can't have them cheering us on.
I would actually have Jamie play for that game because I want the worst team to go out against City so we get absolutely smashed. I do not want us to win.
I might give Andrew a call, see if I can get in a 25-man squad.
I'm going to get every player that's above the age of 70 I'm going to put in the top.
I'm surprised at that from you because I get it, some Spurs fans, but I've spoken to you a lot of times and you speak like a passionate fan who never wants his team to lose, would want to be playing Champions League football. The money's going to help the financial fair play, you can attract bigger players, but no, you want to play in the Europa League because you don't want Arsenal to win the league. Shocking.
You say the money helps, but look at Newcastle. They've got more money than any other club and they can't spend it. How does it help you?
It helps, mate. Money from finishing in the Champions League helps towards your financial fair play.
It doesn't, because the
does, mate.
PSR and all that stuff doesn't.
No, it does. I've been told, mate. I've been told, mate.
told you.
Simon Jordan, mate.
Simon Jordan.
Nah, Simon. They're the weakest. Darren, I'm shocked at you, mate. Disappointed. I'm going to hold this against you, mate.
We'll go out there, we'll have a good game, you know, but Man City too strong for us anyway. Do you know what I mean?
We're going to beat them because I know it will happen because we're that type of team. But I don't want it to happen. I want us to lose.
Scary, man. Scary. I think it's a disgrace, man. You're leading this.
I'm not leading.
You're a disgrace, Jamie.
I'm not saying I know what you're talking
honestly, mate. And if Andy's on his way home listening to this, he'd be like,
listen, Gabs, look, you don't get nothing for second, right? Arsenal finish second, they get Champions League football. Spurs finish fifth, right? So they finish a couple of places above us, right? They don't have nothing to show for it. No trophies, same amount of trophies as Tottenham, and we move on to next year.
The hatred's real.
You know, I'll suffer Europa League football. I'll take it. Play against some decent sides. We have some good away trips, and we might get to the final and win it. We might lift it. We're not going to win the Champions League.
Yeah, but it's good to be playing in it, mate. It's good, you know it is.
We're not going to be. Newcastle were in it. Look what happened to them. They went out. See you later. Man United. See you later. Do you know what I mean? They played 6 games and they're gone. You don't believe we get to the latter stages. Got a good chance.
This guy, I can't. Let's get Tony. Come on, speak some sense, Tony.
Oh no, we've got to go to Wembley because there is a penalty. Ian Abrams.
Gateshead 1, Solihull Moors 1. We've played 100 minutes, 10 minutes of the first period of extra time, and it's Solihull Moors who have a penalty. Story, who's just come on as a substitute, or has come on as a substitute in the second half, is the man who's alleged to have brought down the Solihull Moors player. So there's an opportunity now for Beck, who scored with a brilliant diving header in the second period of extra time, to actually put Solihull Moors ahead, and it's going to be a little bit of a wait as he just puts the ball in the spot for a second time. Sam Allison, who this season refereed in the Premier League for the very first time, he's the referee here this afternoon, and he's just making sure now that everybody is outside of the penalty area, and an opportunity now for Solihull Moors to take the lead. Going behind to Riga Booty's goal in the first period, they equalised through Beck's diving header. He steps up, he hits the ball, and it goes in. Montgomery goes the right way, but there's no chance of him keeping it out. And Solihull Moors, who last week lost on penalties in the National League playoff final, may now be winning the FA Trophy via a penalty scored by Mark Beck.
great season. Unlucky last week. To get the FA Trophy final, I'll tell you what, that's not hard to do that. Oh, 100%, yeah. It was well played to them for getting it done. Let's go to Tony, though. He's a Spurs fan. Hi, Tony. Come on, Tony. Some sense, please, Tony.
Evening, guys. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Tony. I'm great. We're counting on you, Tony.
Absolutely. We get smashed by Man City.
You are?
Absolutely smashed.
What?
We're not ready for Champions League football.
Oh, my God.
I'd happily take a 6-0, no problem at all.
Wow.
No one Arsenal win a racket. Absolutely not.
Tony.
Absolutely not.
Tony.
No interest. I've got no interest, Gaz. You're an absolute quality player. Honestly, the rivalry between Tottenham and Arsenal.
Is it that bad? Yeah.
And also, let's have it right. Go back and look at the footage. When we was in the Champions League, the Chelsea were playing Arsenal in the Europa. Look at what the Arsenal fans are saying. We'd rather lose tonight and Tottenham don't win the Europa, the Champions League. So it worked both ways. I was speaking to Arsenal fans in work as well, and they were laughing, going, "Joe, what? You're right. Well, I was just a guy work.
Tony, that's your question then. So Tuesday night, I'm watching the game with my lad. You're telling me if Spurs go and score, there's going to be no celebrations in the stadium?
I can't speak for everyone.
No, but most Spurs fans seem to have the same opinion as you.
It could well be. I mean, but at the end of the day, we don't want Arsenal to win the league. So, and the great thing is Arsenal fans all trying to get on the more higher ground, going, "Oh yeah, but Arsenal should worry about themselves." Well, they should worry about themselves, but won all their games, they wouldn't be in a position to win. Because Man City is in their hands, and they're going to win the league.
How many Spurs players, Tony? Tony, how many Spurs players are Spurs fans?
Well, all of the Spurs fans, otherwise don't Arsenal win the league.
No, I'm saying how many of the Spurs players are like local lads who grew up supporting Spurs?
Oh no, I agree, but
you won't get that from them. The manager won't want that either.
Oh no, totally, but we can't control that. You know, as fans, like, you know, we say what we want, but the way we've been playing recently, if I'm honest with you, I don't think Man City will have too much trouble in. I know that we're a bit of a bogey team from our ground, but I think Pep will have them absolutely honed in on win your games. All you've got to do is beat us, beat West Ham, you won the league.
Listen, I should be happy because I'm a Villa fan. I want Villa to get in the top 4. So this is like music to my ears, mate.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Good luck to you, but we're not ready for Champions League, if I'm honest with you. And I think you've done a great season. I don't think you are either. If you get in the Champions League,
Tony, I understand that. But if you're Aston Villa and you're looking at the league table and you look at next season, teams getting better, this might be our only chance next few years to get top 4. Have a go at it, see what happens. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't honestly think we're the transition we're in at the moment. He's only been there 9-10 months, so I think he needs to be back to go again. But just one quick point I want to make on Pastor Coulter. 95% of what he's done, I think he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
I find it quite a couple of naive comments that come out with, we play this way, we play this way, we play this way. Like, when we got done by Chelsea, Tony was quite right, took the bid, fair enough. But he said, oh, you ain't got a team to go. We're not talking about wholesale changes, but you haven't got a team to go. And then also, when he comes out with the set pieces, and he said, that's the least of our problem.
He didn't help himself, Warren, did he, when he put a weakened team out against Fulham, was it? Carabao Cup? Yeah, that didn't help. You can't do that next season.
Yeah.
No, you can't be doing that.
No, exactly. You've got to go full gun test.
So, listen, mate, I appreciate you throwing it in, mate. I want to carry on hearing from Spurs fans. Arsenal fans, you can get involved in this. You can have your say. I mean, because you're cheering us on. Would an Arsenal fan put on a Spurs shirt on Tuesday?
100%.
But we play Man City
100%.
And cheer on Spurs?
100%.
03717333344.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Dave Phone In on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester United versus Arsenal. Live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream our internet, terms apply.
Catch something big at your local Admiral Slots Casino, because Big Bass Bonanza can now be played on the high street. Ditch your phone's small screen and bad internet connection and upgrade your gaming experience at Admiral Slots today. Hook some big free spin bonuses and play for up to £500 jackpot at your nearest Admiral Slots Casino. If you're ready to play, spin safe at Admiral Slots, where our friendly team are on hand to help you play responsibly and stay within your limits. Visit admiralslots.co.uk for more. Over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly.
Have you tried the improved McDonald's burgers? They're just a little bit more.
The classics. Now a little more. Comparison with prior classic burgers. Served after 11 a.m. subject to availability.
Switch to EE's ultra-reliable full-fiber broadband for only $29.99 a month and pay absolutely nothing up front.
What? Nothing?
Not a thing. Plus, it stays fast
Even at peak times.
And it's powered by BT.
Bingo! All on the UK's most reliable broadband technology.
That's epic.
No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Hurry, offer ends 16th of May.
New customers 24 months, 43.7% UK availability. Terms apply. Price increases on 31st of March each year by £3 a month.
Let me go straight to the point. When you lay in a patio or driveway, you need Seeker Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use, and quick to apply. Plus, it comes in 5 colours, and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Seeker Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Seeker stock is now at seeker.co.uk/landscaping.
TUI presents The Relaxing Escape. Sunrise, yoga, breakfast on a white sand tropical beach, a dip in your swim-up suite, a little read on your daybed, a cooking class, sure, massage, bliss. Lose all track of time. Your next relaxing escape sorted. Book online on the app or in store. TUI. Live happy. All protected.
At Morrison's, get more barbecue favourites with 3 for £10 on meat and fish, including 6 British beef burgers and garlic and herb marinated king prawns, fresh from Market Street. That's more, any excuse to fire up the barbecue.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores online, subject to availability. Burgers 681 grams, prawns 120 grams. Selected lines.
Get the KFC 20 Hot Wings bucket for just $7.99. You heard right, that's just 40p per wing. A serious sized bucket for a seriously small price. The 20 Hot Wings bucket deal for just $7.99. Do the deal until the 9th of June, only at KFC.
Available until the 9th of June 2024, subject to availability. Participating restaurants only. See website for full T's and C's.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Jim White, Simon Jordan and Graham Souness on talkSPORT.
Join me, Jim White, Simon Jordan and Graham Souness Monday morning on talkSPORT between 10 and 1.
I'm Graham Souness. I'll be sharing my thoughts, opinions and judgments in a straight talking review of all the weekend's football action.
The games, the goals, the big talking points.
Except no substitutes.
A Monday triple threat of Souness, White and Jordan.
Monday morning from 10 o'clock
on the world famous talkSPORT.
Look to the edge of the area, Dane Scarlett lets it run, Van de Ven! Fantastic goal from Mickey Van de Ven to keep Spurs Champions League hopes alive!
And there goes the full-time whistle. It finishes Tottenham 2, Burnley 1, and that means Burnley are relegated. Vincent Kompany's side will be back in the second tier next season. They stuck to their principles, but it's just 5 wins all season, and they simply haven't been good enough.
Yeah, you are listening to Game Day Phone In. You can have your say on 03717 22 Let's hear from Burnley manager now. Vincent Kompany, speaking of his side's relegation back to the Championship, was confirmed. He's been speaking to talk Sam Allardyce.
Vincent, appreciate your time. Just your overall thoughts and reflections on the game.
Look, if we're just talking about the game in itself, and the team fought hard. They had a goal. We had chances. We obviously knew that it was going to be a tough game, but I think we started ever so well, especially given the fact that we scored in the first half. And then we kept going till the end. I think that's also been something that we've done this season. I think we've kept going. It's a team that is alive in games, but right now we have to deal with the disappointment, of course, of the result.
What was the dressing room like there in sort of the 10-15 minutes after? Was it not say to the players, or kind of more just?
I don't want to see any sulking or any of that. You know, get on with it. Big season, starts tomorrow, and I know for a fact that next season can be absolutely exciting, but we have to build that energy up from day one. I don't think we have time to go on holiday and then come back and say, oh, let's pick it up. No, we build the energy from day one. It starts tomorrow. We have a little bit of a chance that we have now a week that we can still be together and keep the standards high, so that we're leaving on a positive to put ourselves again as soon as we can back in this position, being in the Premier League.
And of course, you and a lot of the players were part of the reason why Burnley were in the Premier League in the first place. So I guess kind of going into next season, that will stand you and the lads in pretty good stead.
I mean, if you compare the rebuild job that we had to do when we arrived at the club, I think it was a whole transition in terms of players aging and players' contracts running out, and so we lost a lot of the core of the squad, and we had to really rebuild that in the summer. That's not the case now. So we have a good squad, we have numbers, we have quality, we have players that still will improve and they will have benefited from this season. So for as far as I'm concerned, I'm disappointed today, but tomorrow there's absolutely no chance that I'm going to even carry this for another day with me. It's all about just getting ourselves again in this game.
Yeah, Vinny Gumley, speaking to Sam Ellard after the game, they've gone down, just not really been good enough this season, mate. He tried to get some good players in, but too much messing about with the 11. He didn't know what team to pick, and they're just getting outdone, not good enough.
I think silly mistakes, the sort of football he's playing with players that maybe aren't at the level yet. But a lot of players, well, Jamie, that their first season in the Premier League, you know, you can't just come to the big boy league and expect to, like, you know, find it easy. It's going to be tough. They had a go, some decent results, but come up short. But I'm sure Vincent Kompany will try and keep a lot of the squad together next season. Yeah, and they'll be favoured to come back up, I'd imagine. And then maybe them, you know, a few signings if they can get back up. But they've not been shameful, have they? Not been Sheffield United. They've done all right, but
they've done okay. But they're just naive, yeah. And like that way of playing, you know, in the Premier League, you get found out very quickly. I feel like they've been trying to
play from the back, but they haven't got the goalkeeper to do it. Yeah. Goalkeeper today, passing the ball straight to Spurs players. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It was like the keepers I played with. They were great from the back. Do you know what I mean?
Just shell it. Do you know what I mean?
Just oof it.
Just turn it, lads. Stand in shadows. Get off of that.
Go on.
Get off of that, Gaz. Right, let's discuss some of the main topics of the day, all thanks to Betfair.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Yeah, topic of the day has to be Crystal Palace and Eze and Elise, because for me, what a pair they are. They've changed the fortunes at Crystal Palace. We start to see him play under this new manager, Glasner, mate, and I think he might have a release clause, Elise, at around £60 million. Could he play in the Champions League for Manchester City?
Elise, 100%. If I have to choose one out of Eze and Elise, I'll choose Elise. You know, they're both outstanding players. Elise is 22, Eze 25, good ages. You know, Eze especially at 25, it's the age where you're like, all right, it's go time now. Yeah. Let me go to a big club and go and play Champions League. He's getting into England squads. He's going to want that to continue. Elise as well, 22, wanting to get into the French national team. Mbappe leaving, I feel like he would be perfect for a PSG even. Yeah. I rate him that highly. No, look at the goals he's scoring, Jamie. Just that good arrogance he's got about him. Just kind of gets on it and like, I'm going to shoot from there. It's what I do. Do you know what I mean? Like, release clause 60 million. There's going to be so many clubs trying to get that deal. I mean, Spurs would love him. Arsenal would love him. Villa would be dying for him. Manchester United crying out for him. Do you know what I mean? Give Anthony. Do you know what I mean? 60 million for Anthony. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there you go. You can have him. Garbage. But Liverpool would love him. Salah leaving. Liverpool. Yeah. Could they mould him into more of a like winger, like plays further in the middle, like Salah does? Yeah. So top player. And if I'm a Crystal Palace fan, I'm thinking, oh, one of them summers. Links, you don't want to check
because it's exciting for him, really, isn't it? Exactly. It's like watching him play now. You know, seeing him today, and I'm looking at it going, definitely winning that game.
Jamie, when's the heart left? We're all thinking like, they're in trouble now. Palace. Yes, he was not been great at the start of the season, but this new manager's got a way of playing. Palace fans have said they look fitter, organised. He likes to have three in the back, doesn't he? So defensively they're more secure as well. Eze and Elise can sort of like express themselves. Mateta, let's not forget about him, mate. Absolute brute. Like he's strong, skillful, hold the ball up. He can score every sort of goal. Good in the air as well. I just feel that Palace, if you're a Palace fan, 12th, 13th, 10th, 11th every season, wouldn't it be nice to keep your better players one more season and try next season to break into Europe? Why not?
Yeah. There's been a goal at Wembley in Abraham.
Gateshead 2, Solihull Moors 2, and the equaliser has been scored by the Gateshead number 7, Tom Allen. The ball was, it's scored by Brown, but it's Tom Allen who gets a lot of the credit. He played the ball inside the penalty area, it was flicked across, and Dwayne Brown couldn't miss from inside the 6-yard box. So, it now means we're on course for penalties, and exactly the same scoreline we had last week in the National League playoff final. Solihull Moors with 2 goals from Michael Beck. It's now 2-2, and we've got 6 minutes left in extra time here at Wembley. It's Gateshead 2, Solihull Moors 2.
Okay, do you just want to let everyone know what you just said there to Bill?
I said, like, you know what? I really hope Solihull Moors get it over the line. Do you know what I mean? It's big for the city of Birmingham.
Something that said something like dog and duck in it.
Ignore him, I didn't say that.
Let's go to Mike. He's a Crystal Palace fan, right, Mike?
Good evening, Mike.
Mike?
Hello, boys, how are you?
I'm good, mate.
Good, mate.
I'm good.
You hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Look, we're talking about a couple of your players, talking about Crystal Palace. You know, exciting times, you know, for you right now, but it's also a scary one because you're thinking you're going to lose them.
Well, Jamie, I was excited until you two depressed me a minute ago. I was going to talk about Villa and saying that, you know, they got Liverpool then Palace, and I can't see them beating Palace for an elected four. But you guys are talking about Eze, and as a Palace fan, I just find it a bit sad, actually, because if it wasn't for, you know, the start we had with Roy and everything like that, you know, God bless Roy, we loved him, but he wasn't, towards the end, he wasn't the manager we needed. If these players were fit, you know, sort of 3-4 months ago, what would we have achieved? And now we're going, well, it means nothing. We might get 10th if we're lucky, and then we're going into next season, empty or go. You know how it is with clubs like us, 60 million clauses and stuff like that. We'll end up being 14th again. So as Palace fans, it's a bit frustrating, really, boys. What do you think?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
Mike.
it is.
Mike, when I was at Villa, like every season, best player went, Gareth Barry went, Ashley Young went, Delphi went, Milner went, Downing went. No one comes from there. No, it's because I was a favourite from the chairman. I was unsellable. Benteke went. Do you know what I mean? So like, I can imagine Palace. You're thinking like, come on, things are looking bright now. Don't go with Tower 2 stars in the summer. Mike.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, it's just a shame because you're right. You know, when you're a club of our stature, you know, don't get me wrong, we've done well. We've been in the league now for over 10 years, and we had Will for a very long time, and the chairman refused to sell him, which gave us a lot of confidence. But it's different now. It's different now. We've got these 2 players. They're Elise. I agree with what you said earlier. He's Champions League for. Look, he's PSG. You know, he's going to be incredible. Eze, I think, 25, still such a young boy. I could see him playing Champions League football as well. He's vision.
Do you feel that if Elise's release clause is 60 million, is that a mistake by Palace? Because I think he's worth more.
Well, it was 40 million last year, Gabby.
Was it? Yeah.
With his new contract. Yeah, with his new contract, we put
his
up.
His agent probably said, you know what, I'm not going to let you go above 60. If he's going to sign a deal.
Yeah,
that's the problem, isn't it?
And Eze, we got to give 10. Yeah.
Say again, sorry.
You have to give 10 to QPR if you sell him.
Eze, they get 10% of the sell-on fee. So that might change that. But to give Paris his due, you know, all right, he turned down Van Dijk, but he did keep Zaha for years. So, you know, maybe he'll hold on to him. We'll see what happens. But I was actually coming on to warn you up about Villa, Gabriel. That went the wrong way for me.
Go on.
You know.
What would you want to say? Listen, Crystal Palace fans can't come for Villa.
Liverpool and Palace. Well, I was telling everyone was saying, weren't they, about Spurs, about how you know, they're not going to try against Man City because they don't want Arsenal win the league. I can't see you get another point.
Who?
So it might, you know.
I don't think they need one. I don't think they need one. That's the thing. I agree.
Well, that's what. But that wasn't brought up earlier, was it? I thought I was looking at the league. It's 4 points, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, Spurs, if they get a point, they've got a better goal difference. Go down the last game. But you've got Palace, and Palace at home. I can't see you getting a point out of that the way we're playing at the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And it's rare as a Palace fan I've ever said that. I can tell you.
No, don't worry about teams fighting the Champions League, though. Yeah. All right, Mike. Stay in your lane, Mike.
Mike, thanks for your call. That was a look at some of the main topics of the day. All thanks to Betfair 18+. BeGambler.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Right, late this evening over on talkSPORT 2, MK Dons take on Crawley in the second leg of their League 2 playoff semi-final. Let's get team news now with commentator Alice Group.
Well, we saw one incredible comeback on talkSPORT 2 last night as Crewe came back from 2-0 down to beat Doncaster on penalties and book their place in the League 2 final at Wembley. If MK Dons are to meet them at the home of football, they're going to have to go one better, having lost 3-0 at Crawley in the first leg of this game. The hosts make 2 changes, including in goal. Michael Kelly dropped to the bench after conceding 3 times at the Broadfield Stadium. In comes Philip Marshall on loan from Aston Villa. Kieran Lofthouse also comes into the 11 with Cam Norman making way. So it's Marshall in goal, Tucker, O'Hara and Harvey the back 3, Lofthouse, Payne, Bate and Tomlinson in midfield with Wern, Dean and the captain Gilby in attack. No surprise, Crawley unchanged after that emphatic first leg win. Adai, who've got plenty of national interest, is the goalkeeper. Wright, Conroy and Maguire are the back 3. Forster and Jeremy Kelly, the wing-backs, with Jay Williams and Liam Kelly in midfield. And then it's Campbell and Lolos either side of Danilo Orsi up front. Adrian Clark alongside me. Kick off at 7:45 on talkSPORT 2 as MK Dons take on Crawley.
Yeah, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in. No, we've got some Arsenal fans and some Spurs fans coming up. Jackie Knuckles, who's a Man City fan, we'll get her on as well. 03 717 22 33 44.
Play Set for Life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
They phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Oh, that's Jamal from number 5, master of bin day in the car park. Our group chat would be lost without him. Oh, more Foxfight videos. It's sweet and constant. I mean, what kind of a fan contract is he on?
Well, here at Tesco Mobile, we've frozen the price of his contract with club card prices, so he doesn't have to worry about his price going up. Shall I sign you up too?
Go on then.
It pays to be connected. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/frozen prices.
Why did the decking fall asleep? Because it was bored. Jokes aside, if you're in the market to level up your decking game and lay down some quality boards this summer, Jewson have a huge range from high-quality timber to eco-friendly composite to suit every project and budget. Plus, we've got all the accessories you need to finish the job off to perfection. You can blank us later. Want more stock, more value and more inspiration? Search Jewson Landscaping. Jewson, everything landscaping, all in one place. Terms and conditions apply.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers, searing our 100% British and Irish beef patties so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more
Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss and the fumes of petrol and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
Say you're in a toy shop.
When your shop's this busy, you're one happy back-flipping bunny. But when your cash flow stops flowing, you can't buy more stock. It's time for Till, the payment provider from NatWest that puts customers' money in your account the next business day. It could save you time and money. Search for Till by NatWest. That's T-Y-L. Tomorrow begins today. Terms and conditions, fees and eligibility criteria apply.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Chelsea. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Heavy duty, fully reinforced post-match analysis. Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
Keep your calls coming in on the Game Day phone in 03 717 223344. Loads to talk about Premier League action. Let's go to Jackie Knuckles, Man City fan. Earlier kick-off, battered Fulham. Right, Jackster? Good evening, Jackie.
David, all right, Gabby!
Right.
Yeah, it's good. It's my birthday tomorrow. I've been to my friends, Lindsay and Andy's. I've had a few gin teas. I put a buffet on. What a lovely afternoon I've had, sat in the garden. Lovely watching City. Great day out. Great day out.
Yeah, I mean, a load of Arsenal fans, Jack, thinking it was going to be a sticky one for you, but I mean, they were flying kites midweek and training Fulham. This was all walking apart.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I thought we played really, really well. First 15 minutes, I thought they packed the midfield and we couldn't get any spaces. But once we got that goal, we controlled the game, we got the possession, and I thought we played really, really well. Phil Foden again getting a goal, and he definitely deserves a Premier League player of the season. Really, really does. He's been absolutely superb all season, hasn't he, Jamie? What do you think?
Yeah, it's been unreal. It's been unreal. You going to be a Man United fan tomorrow, Jack?
No, I'm not gonna support them, but I want them to win. There's a difference.
You're going to cheer. If they score, you're going to cheer.
Well, I might just have a little. Come on, United.
Jack, wait there, though, because it's full time at Wembley in Abrams.
Gateshead 2, Solihull Moors 2. So for Solihull Moors, it's real deja vu after last weekend against Bromley in the National League final. They were behind here just before half-time in the first period of the game. Riga Booty put them ahead, but then a brilliant diving header and then a penalty by Mark Beck put them 2-1 ahead. But Dejo Brown equalised for Gateshead with 10 minutes of the extra time period left. So now we are left with a penalty shootout to decide the FA Trophy. That will take place in the next 10 minutes or so. Remember, Solihull Moors have never won a major trophy, Gabby. Will they win it in the next 10 minutes? Gateshead against Solihull is going to penalties.
Come on, Solihull.
Come on, lads, you can do it. A lot of airtime for that trophy.
It's a lot, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a lot of airtime, Bill. Eh? Come on,
We've got 22 calls waiting.
Let's go and watch some Dog and Duck with Ian Abrams. Give me a rest, lads. Right, let's go back to Jackie, talk Premier League football. Jackster,
come on, Jackie, say
you're going to get it done, yeah, you're going to get it over the line. It's going to be 4 on the bounce.
Oh, Jamie, I just can't believe it. I've got a present for you. I'm going to send it to talkSPORT Studios on Monday. You're getting a Phil Foden pink shirt.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I'll wear it.
Jamie.
I'll wear it Tuesday.
Promise me, Jamie.
If you send me a shirt, I'll wear it on air. Absolutely. Up the city.
Jamie, that is me. I love you so much. Thank you. All these Tottenham fans coming on. I love you all. We had done it. Beat you on Tuesday. We have to derail their title. Mick Martett and the boys. Now, I mean, it's 4 on the bounce. City wins 4 in a row. Come on, my savage.
Jack, enjoy yourself. Thanks for coming on. Let's go to John, who's a Spurs fan. John.
Hello, mate.
All right, John.
Yes, I am.
Hello, John.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you, pal.
Yeah, I'd rather be relegated than let them win it.
John, are you serious?
Well, not really, but I'm. What it is we've had Enid for so long, right, that I've followed more Manchester United and wanted them to win it, so that Chelsea didn't win it, so Arsenal didn't win it, because our ambition at our club is zilch with Enid there and Daniel Levy
You look at, we saved ourselves 13 million quid by not going to David Raya, and we got Vicario, and that's a levy, typical levy. Skip and left back, oh God, there's just, the lack of ambition since Enoch have been there is absolutely...
But John, are you not fond about Champions League football then?
Not really, I don't want to... What you guys probably don't realise is, we have to go to work, go to pubs, go to factories, and have it in our ear. And these Tottenham players will just go to their lovely big house. Daniel Levy goes to his big house. He doesn't really get it off his mates and stuff like that, does he? And you think about any other business, right? If you run a, I don't know, you run a business and you run a burger store and you serve one good burger in 20 years, you just wouldn't buy another burger. And I know that our club is run like, we still go back, because like, I listen to Jamie, he's as bad as me, because he's daft Spurs, and we just go back and back and back for the same old dross. And it's been going on all the time under the Premiership.
So John, I've got a funny feeling that, you know, what you're asking for could work against you, and Spurs will go out there, and Man City's bogey team at the Spurs Stadium is Spurs. And the players will annoy you, beat Man City, and still not get top four. They know us all the time.
Nah, if you think, I hope he plays Skip or Emerson Royale, because they just, I don't know what Jamie thinks of them two, but they're...
You know what, Skip, I understand why he plays Skip there today. You know, I'm not a massive fan of him. He works hard, I give him that, but you know, in terms of star quality, he hasn't got it. But I understand why he played him there today, because, you know, like, against Liverpool, he come on and he done all right. But we've got to invest in it. John, we've got to invest in this summer, mate. You know, like we say it every season. And you know what? We've got some good players in, and we've done all right this year, and we've got a decent tally. But next season, if we really want to kick on as a football club, we've got to give out some proper good players. You can't be bringing Timo Werner in on loan in January. You've got to go out and sign some big players. Go and spend 60 million on Elise. Go and try and get someone big, and that's going to go and take you to another level. That's what I think we should do. And if Daniel Levy don't do it, then leave, because you know we need to go and get. You know, the club's in a good place. He's put it in a good place, Daniel Levy, with the stadium, with the facilities. You know, with Ange Postecoglou. We've got to spend in the summer, mate. Got to spend in the summer.
I think that if he's such a good businessman, why doesn't he go out and give a bit? If he cared about the club, like if it was my position,
he does care about the club.
Right, well, why doesn't he give a share of it away, or sell a share of it, so that another person can come in and invest in that football club and take it to the next level? We've just sat on the fence all the time. Chelsea have bought the league, Man City have bought the league.
Yeah.
I've got more respect for Arsenal, in fairness, because they've done it they've done it the fair way, a bit like the Liverpool and Man United over the years.
They've recruited well, John. They've signed some good players. John, I appreciate your call. Let's get back up to the City ground, though. Jeff Peters.
It's Nottingham Forest 1, Chelsea 1. Those first half goals from Mudryk and Bolly, but plenty has happened since the restart. The woodwork has been hit 3 times. The first from Ryan Yates of Forest from the edge of the box, hit the outside of the post, and then Hudson-Odoi stood up across from the left. Gibbs White with the header back off the post, came to Chris Wood 3 yards out. He hooked it over the bar. Chelsea hit the woodwork when a Palmer free kick was glanced goalwards by Silva. Again came back off the post, and Forest were able to get it clear. So many chances in this game, it could still go either way. Cole Palmer, what a player he looks. He's just got so much skill and creates opportunities. And Congo and Gusto have come on for the visitors, for Madueke and Badia Shield. Toffolo and Elanga are waiting to come on for the home side. As Forest go close, oh, they've hit the woodwork again. That's the 3rd time they've done it. It's hit the bar and bounced behind. It's taken a deflection, hit the bar and gone behind for a corner. So the woodwork hit 4 times in this second half. 70 minutes played. It's Forest 1, Chelsea 1. And as it stands, Forest are staying up.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Yeah, let's get the today's odds in that 5:30 game, thanks to Betfair, is 1-1. Forest to win is 4-1. The draw is 23-20. Chelsea to win is 7-5. It's all thanks to Betfair. Keep your calls coming in. 18 plus. BigGambleWeb.org on 03717
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BigGambleAware.org.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Dave phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester United versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
The McDonald's Chicken Big Mac is back, but not for long. So don't miss out on the 3 layers of soft bun. Don't miss out on the iconic, delicious Big Mac sauce. Those crisp, tender chicken patties. That fresh shredded lettuce. That melty cheese. And don't miss those delicious gherkins. Unless you want to take them out. Don't regret it. Get it. From 11 a.m. until the 28th of May. Subject to availability, participating restaurants only.
Play Set for Life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Thank you, thank you! Okay, this last song goes out to all those in the crowd who drove hours to get here and have now got to drive all the way back home again tonight. This one's called Better Get a Travel Lodge.
Planning a big night out? Better get a Travel Lodge. Find great value, king-size comfort at travellodge.co.uk.
Find your best match for every game with the Samsung Neo QLED TV. Pitch-perfect vision on match-winning screens with minimal glare. Immersive sound, putting you at the heart of every move. Buy selected 2024 Samsung TV and get a Galaxy S24 or S24 Plus on us. A great teammate for your new TV. Let the games begin. Buy now at Currys. Purchase at currys.co.uk by May 14th, 2024, while stocks last.
As we all know, prices keep rising. So at B&Q, we've nailed down hundreds of ours. Prices nailed at B&Q. You can do it when you B&Q it.
Prices held until the 17th of June 2024. Held prices may be subject to temporary discounts. Subject to availability, exclude B&Q local stores.
Just hearing the sound of something can transport you, taking you to a happy place, the great outdoors. If you like the sound of that, then it's time for Golf Now. Our app is the ultimate golf companion for booking tee times. A few taps on your phone, and you're tapping it in on the green. Sound good? Download Golf Now today.
Barbecue season is here. With KFC's new Ultimate Barbecue Burger. Original recipe chicken. Crispy onions. And smoky barbecue sauce. Grab KFC's Ultimate Barbecue Burger before it goes. Available while stocks last until the 9th of June at participating restaurants and delivery partners. Delivery fees apply. Full T's and C's at kfc.co.uk.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT.
There's been a goal at City Ground, Jeff Peters.
It's Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 1. The celebrations of staying up have well and truly started. 15 minutes to go. Callum Hudson-Odoi against his former club. Picked up the ball left-hand side. The pass from Gibbs right. Into the penalty area. Into the box. And then right-footed curled into the far corner. His 8th goal of the season. We are staying up. Sing the Forest fans. Forest 2, Chelsea 1.
on GAB, online, and on your smart speaker. Game Burn. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. The Game Day Phone-In.
On talkSPORT.
This is the Game Day Phone-In on talkSPORT. Me, Jamie O'Hara, and former Aston Villa striker Gabriel Bonglehorn. Keep your calls coming in. 03717 223344. You can WhatsApp voice notes on that number as well. Remember, you can watch us live on the talkSPORT YouTube and Facebook pages. Back to all of your calls shortly. But first, it's been a massive Saturday of Premier League action. Here's how it all sounded across the talkSPORT network.
Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a fourth time. Right footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's another step to the Premier League title. It's been classy, it's been comfortable, and it's another 3 points to heap the pressure on Arsenal as they go top of the table. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 4.
Inside the area, Jakob Larsen gives Burnley the lead. And it has been coming. It's Everton 1, Sheffield United 0. Abdoulaye Doucouré, the man who's got it. Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2. Has Johan Wissa just scored the winner for Brentford?
Wolves 1, Palace 3, and it's a Beriezi's turn to get on the score sheet. Elise with another assist.
Elise and Eze are Champions League players. They are top quality.
Oh, it's looking disastrous for Luton Town. West Ham get another. West Ham 3, Luton 1. It's the youngster who's just come onto the field, George Urphy.
Ball up to the edge of the area. Dane Scarlett lets it run. Van de Ven! Fantastic goal!
Spurs 2, Burnley 1. It's a fond farewell for David Moyes in his final home game as West Ham manager. But for Luton Town, this is where it ends. They are all but down and will be playing in the Championship next season.
And it's all over for Burnley once again in the Premier League. They are relegated back to the Championship.
Yeah, big day in the Premier League, and it looks like Nottingham Forest are going to get a result. They only need a point. They're winning 2-1. They've got 15 minutes left in that game, so their Premier League survival is right there in front of them, and it'll be goodbye to Burnley and Luton.
Honestly, I'm just looking again at the Alvarez penalty being taken out by Diop. Like, honestly, the defending in the Premier League is an absolute disgrace.
No, but the art defender's gone out of the game.
Yeah,
Just
the back
playing.
line.
Out from the back.
Yeah, don't know how you can make it like a concentrating player in a box. It's incredible, isn't it?
The only one I think who's still got old school defending qualities is Wan-Bissaka.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
1v1, old school, proper defender, stands you up, knows how to defend.
You even look at Hudson-Odoi's goal there, great goal. He scored one last week, similar. You know he's going to want to come on his right foot. You've seen what he's done previous goals. Still, you let him come on his right foot and bend in the corner. Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it? Honestly.
It's all over at Wembley. Ian Abrahams.
And Gateshead have won the FA Trophy. They were looking to try and avoid the first in 30 years to lose back-to-back finals. What it does mean is that in successive weekends, Solihull Moors have come here and been beaten on penalties in successive finals. They were actually a goal down at half-time, but did get it back to 2-1 ahead thanks to 2 goals from Mark Beck, one of them a penalty. But then we got the game taken into extra time and penalties with a goal from Dwayne Brown. And during the penalty shootout, which was absolutely incredible, Solihull Moors missed 4 penalties. Gateshead, 5 penalties. Gateshead missed 4 penalties. It was an error-strewn penalty shootout, but in the end, Gateshead got over the line when Brown tucked away his penalty. They are the FA Trophy winners. For Solihull, it's been a 7 days at Wembley just to forget. Gateshead, congratulations to them and to Watford earlier who won the FA Vase. As the league finals day comes to a conclusion, the FA Trophy winners, Gateshead.
Let's get back to the City Ground because there's another goal. Jeff Peters.
10 minutes to go. It's Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 2. Raheem Sterling, remember him, off the bench 7 minutes later. Left-hand side, cut onto his right foot. Similar to the Hudson-Odoi goal, really, just a few moments ago. It's a really good finish into the far corner. A win for Forest, and they're safe. A draw for Forest, and they're safe. But they're going for the winner. They're pushing down the right-hand side, Forest. But Raheem Sterling has got Chelsea back on level terms. It's Forest 2, Chelsea 2.
Gabs defended again.
There must have been defensive coaches at clubs anymore. It's set-piece coaches, there must be attacking coaches, because what Sterling want to do, right-footed, What's going is right. He's not great in his left foot. Why does he come in in your right foot and cut in the corner? It's okay. So I'm going to play him from the back.
By the way, mate, West Midlands messing it up again all over again. Shambles, you live in Solihull.
But Jamie,
Absolutely flopped it twice at Wembley. They've got beat. You jinx, you are.
But Solihull Moors, more Birmingham City Club.
Are they?
Yes, they are. So, it's what it is, isn't it? Has anyone seen Solihull Moors?
They are the ones.
So I'm not bothered about them losing twice.
You're not bothered?
No.
You live there.
But they're Birmingham City, like, do you know what I mean? A lot of the Birmingham City. They'll be playing Birmingham City next year, I think. Do you know what I mean? In that first round of the Bristol City Papa John's LDV Vans Cup, whatever you call it, auto windscreens. They're playing each other next season.
Dear. There's been another goal at City Ground, Jeff.
It's incredible at the City Ground. It has turned around in the space of 2 minutes. It's Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 3. It's Nicholas Jackson with a header. That goal from Callum Hudson-Odoi looked like it might be enough to win it, to secure Forest's Premier League safety. They might lose their last 2 games and still stay up anyway because of goal difference. But they've gone in front. Raheem Sterling levelled things up. And now Chelsea have gone back in front through Nicholas Jackson. What an incredible game at the City Ground. The home fans are still singing. They are still cheering because they know there is still a good chance that they will be in the Premier League next season. Beautiful cross from the right-hand side. Was it Reece James who crossed it? Was it? Come on, a substitute. He's been out injured since December. Perfect cross. Lovely header. Wow, it's a 5-goal thriller. It's still 8 minutes to go. Forest 2, Chelsea 3.
Yeah, Rich James, who'd just come on as well, back from injury, puts in a delightful ball.
It's a great ball.
Jackson.
But, like, Jamie, it's a great ball. But, like, if I'm in that team now, as Hudson-Odoi, I'm saying, set a half. You just go and mark the space. You're following Jackson, and you leave him and go and mark the space. Defenders don't just follow a man in the pocket. Don't get me started.
Let's go to Neville as a Spurs fan. Neville.
Good evening, Neville.
Hello, mate.
Good evening. Jamie, you need to wobble your head.
Go on, love that, Neville.
I'm trying to use the show, Gabby, as well, because Spurs will stick the Champions League game next season, so... Jamie, what are you doing wanting Spurs to lose?
Oh, come on, mate. I'm not saying I want us to lose, but, you know, if there's a game, you don't want Arsenal winning the league. Come on, Nev. I can't deal with it. I can't part with it.
That don't matter anyway, because they're not going to win at Old Trafford tomorrow, so it don't matter.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll go and beat Man City. If that's the case, they get beat, then we'll go all out and beat Man City.
I've been following Spurs for 52 years. I can't believe you and them plastic fans who keep ringing up wanting Spurs to lose. I cannot believe it.
Well, what do you want then, Neville? You're very chirpy. What do you want, mate?
Bill never turned in his grave if he heard you, Jamie.
What are you talking about? Come on. You've got this rivalry. You've been a Spurs fan for a long time. You're telling me you're going to be happy seeing Arsenal lift the trophy when we hold all the cards?
I ain't going to be happy, but don't forget we still need to win to get in the top 4.
We ain't going to get top 4.
But,
We're going to get points,
Neville, the Spurs fans that will come on, Jamie included, have said they'd rather lose to Manchester City than get top 4.
They need to go and see psychiatrists because there's something wrong with their brain, I'll tell you now. If you want your team to lose...
I agree, mate.
It's absolutely amazing what I'm hearing on the radio. Jamie, I met you 100 times at the training ground when you played for us, and you seemed a decent guy, but now...
But you don't like that one, Nev. Nev, he's not a decent guy, Nev.
What do you mean, Nev? Come on, Nev.
No, he was. He came to my charity do Bishop Stortford years ago, and I haven't said he ain't a decent guy, but Jamie, you need to go and see somebody.
Come on, Nev. Come on, we can't have Arsenal
Jamie, forget
Brian Mason again, Nev. Nev, you can be... Listen, I'll come and play. Give me a half hour against Man City. Put me up against the boy.
My son said in the week he'd play the under-10s, and I gave him a rocket as well.
Yeah, I like your son, mate. It's a great show.
Nev,
you some fancy game, send them in?
Neville, you'd rather worry about yourself and try and get into the top 4, which you can still do, and forget about Arsenal. If that happens and you beat City and give Arsenal the league, it is what it is. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, David. Let me just tell you, Spurs are going to get their first trip for I don't know how many years tomorrow at Wembley, and then on Sunday afternoon, Man United will get someone from the Arsenal, and all these plastic fans and Jamie O'Hara can say, well, we knew Spurs would win.
Neville, you're a proper Spurs fan. I like that. Yeah. Now, listen, mate, I appreciate you phoning in, mate. Time to shut up again, though, yeah? By the way, massive game tonight, FA Cup final, Women's FA Cup final, Spurs, Man United. They're going to be a big day. That'll be a fantastic game. We've got all my family going down there. They're enjoying it. I tell you what, women's football now is getting so big. My family are obsessed with watching it. My brother's got 3 girls, and they go to every single game. So fair play to Spurs. It's live on talkSPORT 2 tomorrow. Big game. Keep your calls coming in. We're trying to squeeze a few more on. We're also going to build up to tomorrow's action.
The talkSPORT Fan Network. The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts.
Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Supply. Bally Casino has arrived. The American gaming experience is now in the UK. But when it's time to take a break, Bally Casino also has a range of tools to help you stay in control. You can set deposit limits, get session reminders, and cool off for regular breaks. With these tools, you can stay in control, manage gameplay, and play responsibly on Bally. 18 plus. Play responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Pre-order the new Google Pixel 8a on EE with the best of Google AI, so
Google AI? Yeah, it's got best take.
Group X off the perfect.
EE's the only major network
That has it in Allo Green.
and I can save 336 quid.
All on the UK's best network.
For over 10 years.
What they said. Maybe that's why more photography lovers choose EE.
Introductory offer ends 1st of July 2024. Eligibility, credit check and terms apply. Credit by EE Limited. Group Metrics Best Network. Verify all claims at ee.creditcare/claims.
And you join us now with this penalty shootout locked at an unbelievable 19-all.
Yeah, I hope these fans haven't got a train to catch.
2019 now. Oh, this is going to be a long night.
You're telling me.
Last train home won't wait for penalties. Better get a travel lodge. Find king-size comfort up and down the country at travellodge.co.uk.
It's important to look after your eyes. That's why the new advanced eye test at Vision Express not only tests your eyesight, but your eye health too. It now includes a scan to help detect eye conditions early, a UV protection assessment, dry eye assessment, and personalised advice, so you can step out feeling confident. Vision Express. Express your vision. TNC Supply. Upgrade your free NHS PRSI medical card eye test for a nominal fee.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Monday night is game night. The goals are calling.
Exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Aston Villa versus Liverpool.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester United versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus with our internet terms apply.
You're listening to Go Back Home on talkSPORT. Me, Jeremy Hara and Gabby Agbonlahor. Let's look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action with Now. Gabs, we've got a massive game. Man United v Arsenal. We're going to get Alan on. He's an Arsenal fan because this is a massive game. Right, Al? Good evening, Alan. Look, we're previewing the game tomorrow, lad. Man United, obviously, it's a big game, and Gabs, I just don't see anything.
Manchester United, though, like, they're putting in performances Liverpool this season haven't made. Do you think they're going to do it against Arsenal?
I think we're doing Man United quite easily at the moment. The way we're playing, the confidence we've got, I don't think we've got too much to worry about.
What do you think, Alan, about all the Spurs fans and Jamie's?
I'm not being funny, but Spurs have got the opinion that it's a given that they're going to beat Man City. I think Man City are going to go to Tottenham and walk all over them like we have and like Liverpool have and everybody else have.
Yeah, I think they're too strong for us anyway.
It's all. I'm quite surprised that all the people are bringing up and moaning about the Arsenal and they think they'd rather not us win a raffle or something like that. I think I'll just be surprised. And really, when you just said that the Tottenham ladies seem like to be the only sort of Tottenham people that are going to win a trophy this year. It's like, it's a bit funny, isn't it?
Alex, that's your question. If this was the other way around, would you be saying what the Spurs fans are saying?
Well, yeah, but the Spurs fans are saying that they wouldn't want us to win the league. You know, they throw the game against Tottenham, against Man City. But they're not going to be able to do that, my friend, are they? I mean, Tottenham, at the moment, are going
you know what, Al? Like, yeah, it's going to be a kick in the teeth for you. Do you know what I mean? You've had a great season, and you're going to have the same amount of trophies this season as Spurs.
Hang on. Since we last won a trophy, we've won the league 5 times, one of them invincible. On top of that, we've won 8 FA Cups, 2 League Cups, a Cup Winners' Cup. Did you won anything?
Spurs won a trophy, didn't they? 2010.
2008 we won a trophy.
Yeah, listen,
we won the Audi Cup in 2011.
Yeah, exactly. You know. I bet you had loads from top bus, didn't you?
Yeah, it was great. I loved it.
Alan, what I've noticed though is Spurs are more bothered about Arsenal than Arsenal are bothered about Spurs.
Of course. I've got to say
why is that, mate?
I don't know, because my voting team is West Ham. To me, Spurs have never done anything to us. They never beat us in anything decent, have they? What's the last time Spurs beat us? It's ain't good. You know, what was it? In Kansas Cup final or semi-final? The last time they beat us in the big. I don't know West Ham more. Pardon?
Beat you last season.
Yeah, but what did you get for that? 3 points. You know, come on, you know what I mean? You know, that's what you get. You don't beat us. I mean, we're the ones that winning. We're the ones that look like we've got a chance. We're the ones that take it to the city. We see what happens on Tuesday. We all know what's going to happen. Someone on the bus said to me the other day, I'm wearing half and say, no, Arsenal win the league, which I know they won't. But whatever. Tottenham was going to win. Tottenham was going to win.
You're going to cheer on Tottenham, though, aren't you, Tuesday?
Listen, I've got to say, just quickly, this happened years ago. When we was with United, it happened then. Tottenham had to beat Man United, and Tottenham got the first goal, and they lost 5-1. and it's the same thing. They do the same thing. They get turned over because...
You know what's going to happen now. You know what's going to happen. We're going to go 1-0 up. And the Arsenal fans are going to be, go on the Spurs. You're going to be cheering. You're going to get your Spurs shirts out. You're going to come out of the woodwork. And all of a sudden, we'll just take a foot out of the gas, 60th minute, sit back, lose 2-1.
Nice highlight.
The problem is, Unai Emery, alright? We lost 2 games against him, and I thought we treated him really bad at Arsenal. I really thought we did. I really like Unai Emery. He's at Villa, he managed Villa. Them 2 games have turned us over this season. If we didn't lose them 2 games, we'd be in a different position.
Great.
You know? And I think he's a great player, and as I said, I really think we've done him bad. But as for Tottenham, how many managers you had? Did you last win a trophy? A decent trophy? 20, 30, you know?
Alan's up there, mate. Thanks for your call. Let's go to Greg. He's an Arsenal fan. We're building up to this game. Man United, Arsenal, Greg. Big game for Arsenal. Can't see anything other than a win for you.
Yes, but this is what I think is going to happen in the next 7 days. Big Ange in the top of the place ain't going to play Europa League on the Thursday. Big Ange wants top 4, no matter what. He's going for top 4, and the players. The players don't support Spurs. They're employees. They want to play in the Champions League. I reckon they will go and they will turn over City. But before that, Monday, sorry, Gabby, but Villa are going to get probably tonked by Liverpool by 3 or 4 goals. Okay? They'll get crushed, right? So basically what's going to happen is, come Tuesday afternoon, Angie's going to look at the tables, going to pin in the change room and say, lads, we win this game, we'll be 1 point behind Villa. They've got to go to Palace, who are on hot form. We've got to go to Sheffield United, who are absolutely pants. Right? Now you're telling me, I know you Spurs fans, come Tuesday, right? When you see Liverpool beat Villa, you lot are going to be screaming your heads off for a win against City. You will, Jamie. You will. Trust me. I'll take a video. Whatever Sky.
Greg, the way Jamie spoke to me is that he can't stand you guys, mate. He doesn't want you to win the league.
Well, listen, I'll tell you what. If you do get turned over by City, and we don't win the league, we end up runners up. You end up winning the Europa League. So it's no skin off our nose. We'll go again next season. What have you got to play for? Be honest. But I'm telling you.
Well, we have the same things to play for as you next season. Apart from you'll be in the Champions League, we'll be in Europa League. We'll still be there. Do you know what I mean? And you've won nothing this season, and Tottenham won nothing.
Yeah, but
perfect. Great scenario for Spurs.
Yeah, you're a fan. You're an ex-player and a fan. But you're telling me those players in the change room, come Tuesday, when they see the table and see they're 1 point behind Villa if they beat City, they'll go out and win that game. You know they will, Jamie.
No,
and you'll be loving it when you've got Barcelona or Real Madrid or Juventus in the Champions League.
The players aren't Spurs fans, like he says. The players are going to be like, I want to be in Champions League. The manager will want to be. So Spurs fans might have a wish but the players won't think about going down there Monday, just get outside the training ground with a banner. Do not win. Do not win. Shocking, Greg. That was a look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action. Don't forget that now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Man United v Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester United versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, through our internet, terms apply.
Just a reminder, it is 3-2 to Chelsea, so it does technically go down to the last day of the season unless Nottingham Forest can pull something in the last couple of minutes. It is injury time. We'll get full time in the next show. Thanks for all your calls this evening. We're back next Sunday following the final day of the Premier League. Keep your calls coming in from Rory Jennings. Those will be taking them next, and they'll bring you full time between Nottingham Forest and Chelsea. Yeah.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
The dramatic EFL season comes to a close. Some clubs are celebrating the glory of automatic promotion. But the battle is far from over as teams compete to secure that final promotion spot in the EFL playoffs. talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 will bring you unmissable first-class coverage and full kick-by-kick commentary of each and every playoff showdown.
Unbelievable.
Ahead of all three playoff finals, live from Wembley Stadium.
Oh, yes!
Experience the excitement and anticipation of the EFL playoffs.
What a magnificent finish!
Live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On medium wave, on DAB, online, on your mobile, and on your smart speaker.
Controversial football conversation across the nation.
The bedrock of outstanding sports journalism.
The Mark Goldbridge Show.
On talkSPORT.
Good evening and welcome to the Mark Goldbridge Show on talkSPORT with me, Rory Jennings, taking your calls on all today's football action. City breeze past Fulham 4-0 live on talkSPORT at lunchtime. Is the title already in the bag? Is the title race really that exciting when City win every week and don't remotely look in any trouble ever? Are we basically relying on Arsenal to make it interesting? Have Arsenal in fact created the illusion of a competitive league? Do we live in a one-team league? Is this comparable to what we used to say about the Bundesliga? Let me know. 03717 22 3344. An absolute walk in the sunshine for Manchester City today down at Fulham. What a great away day that is as well. Craven Cottage down by the River Thames in the sun. It's a stuff of dreams as you move to the top of the league. We also lost two more Premier League teams today. Burnley after their 2-1 defeat at Tottenham, and Luton who lost 3-1 at West Ham in David Moyes' final home game in charge of West Ham. Is the gap between the Premier League and the Championship too big, or could we have expected more from the relegated clubs? They didn't even take it to the final day of the season. Do you think I'm being too harsh, or would you have liked to see the promoted teams from last year do a little bit more? Let me know. 03717 223344. And talking of West Ham United, what next for David Moyes? Would you take him at your club? Do you think he's done a good job at West Ham? And if so, do you think his next job could be another, potentially even bigger Premier League team? Or is David Moyes going to become the new Big Sam, where clubs in dire need pick up the phone in January and hope that David Moyes can become their Moyesiah? Let me know what you think about David Moyes on 03717 223344. Plus, we'll look ahead to tomorrow's games, including Manchester United versus Arsenal. Do United have any chance at all? And if Arsenal don't win, do we have to accept that ultimately they don't deserve the title? This show is all about you, and we want your views. So let me know your thoughts on 03717 223344. This is Rory Jennings in for Mark Goldbridge on talkSPORT. First, though, we're going to go to Jeff Peters at Nottingham Forest as their game has just finished against Chelsea.
It's finished Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 3. Forest not mathematically safe from relegation, but other results today and a much better goal difference mean that they can still breathe pretty easily this week. What a game here, end to end. Chelsea's win means their European dream is still alive. Chelsea took an early lead through Mikhailo Mudryk. Willy Bolly soon pegged them back with a free header. Forest hit the woodwork 3 times in the second half, and Chelsea once, before Hudson-Odoi curled in for 2-1 against his former club. Raheem Sterling came off the Chelsea bench to level with 10 to play with a similar goal into the far corner. 2 minutes later, Nicholas Jackson headed the visitors' third from a cross by Reece James, his first action since December. So defeat for Forest, but the bigger prize, staying in the league, is almost theirs. Forest 2, Chelsea 3.
Cheers, Jeff. So the football scores from today are now finally in, and we know that Fulham got battered by Manchester City 4-0 in the 12:30 game. 2 goals for Gvardiol, Phil Foden obviously on the score sheet, and Julian Alvarez from the penalty spot cemented the 4-0 win for Man City. Bournemouth lost at home 2-1 to Brentford, and Mbeumo and Wissa for Brentford. Solanke equalised for Bournemouth. Everton won 1-0 at home against Sheffield United. Decore with the only goal in that game. Newcastle drew 1-1 with Brighton. Newcastle's Europa League hopes have taken a bit of a hit. It was Veltman for Brighton, then Longstaff equalised for Newcastle. Tottenham won 2-1 against Burnley. Live on talkSPORT 2, Brun Larsen gave Burnley the lead, but Porro equalised and Van de Ven scored the winner, all to relegate Burnley. Wolverhampton Wanderers at home at Molineux lost 3-1 to Crystal Palace. The front three, Elise, Mateta and Esse, scored for Palace. Cunha scored for Wolves. But before we get into any of those games, we have to talk about a dazzling game of football that took place at the City Ground, as Chelsea have won 3-2. Nottingham Forest are feeling very happy with themselves as well, because barring a disaster, they will be playing Premier League football next season. A huge achievement for them, for Nuno Espirito Santo. They've got what they wanted out of this season. But for Chelsea, it's yet another win, as our hopes of playing in European football continue. Playing in European football is something that's weirdly sneered at sometimes from teams towards the top of the Premier League. I don't understand it. I'm desperate for Chelsea to qualify for Europe. I'm desperate to see Chelsea plant their flag and try and win more European silverware. And those sneery about European competitions that aren't the Champions League, it just doesn't chime with me. I'm from a generation that saw Chelsea go 25 years without a trophy. So the opportunity to win yet more European silverware for Chelsea is something that I am really, really excited about. Delighted to see Reece James return. Delighted to see Chelsea pick up yet another win. And I have to admit that Mauricio Pochettino is getting it right. Excellent substitutions from him today. His substitutions had a direct correlation to the result. And Nicholas Jackson, although it wasn't a particularly favourable game for him, yet again he finds himself on the score sheet. I mean, the words that came from Mauricio Pochettino during the week weren't particularly inspiring, but we have won a game. So I am over the moon. Let me know if you are a Chelsea fan, if you're a Forest fan who was at that game as well. It must be a weird sensation, because although you've seen your team get beat, it must feel fairly jubilant. You know, you are basically safe. So let me know how you feel about it. Please give me a ring on 03717 22 3344. The only place to start, however, is Manchester City. And we have Gary, the Manchester City fan. Gary, you're on talkSPORT. How are you?
How are you doing, Rory? Are you okay, Tom?
I'm all right, Gary, lad. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. Basically, the call today is, no, it's not a dig, it's just talkSPORT or anything like that. But other broadcasters in general, this season, you know, the title race,
yeah,
they seem to just concentrate on Arsenal all the time. You know, just Arsenal. But what they don't understand is, if we beat Tottenham on Tuesday, and then beat West Ham next week, we broke a record. You don't bring that up, you know, you just think because we win it every year, it's boring and all that. But, you know, I mean, I watched the game today, fantastic football, fantastic.
I do agree with you. Can I give you a theory as to what I think it is? I think that because of Manchester City's brilliance over the past decade or so, and Pep Guardiola's genius that we have seen time and time again, we are, as people, almost normalised to it. It's not fair, it's not just, but there's nothing shocking about Manchester City's brilliance this year. There's nothing to flag, there's nothing surprising, it's not a headline. It's a given that Manchester City are brilliant, whereas Arsenal, I think a lot of people felt that they could potentially capitulate this year, and they haven't. They've gone one better. They're going to potentially end the season on 89 points, which is a decent tally to to accrue over the course of the season. Do you think that it's actually a compliment to? We take it for granted that Man City are brilliant.
I agree with you with Arsenal. Do you know what? They've been fantastic this season. I'll give them that. I mean, they did fall off the boil towards the end of last season. But like, they've got to push them back to the last game. But it's just face you know, this is a big thing. They won the treble last year. But this is four Premier Leagues on the shot.
I know, it's amazing. It's
but even Ferguson could do that over the road in the swamp.
Gary, do you know what? That's a really good point. The other thing that I think is so impressive about Man City, you think what they did last year, they won a treble last year. If Manchester City win 3 games, which sounds so doable for City, so doable for Pep Guardiola, if Manchester City are going to win 3 games between now and the end of the season, that will be the double off the back of a treble. Like, it's historic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was there back in, I'm 47 years old, I was there at York on a Wednesday night in League, in League 2. I'm gonna maintain it, but I must admit, I'm messaged all the mates tonight, all the United fans, and I'm gonna be a bigger net than them tomorrow, Tuesday. I've got to say that.
Although, do you know what, Gary, considering how brilliant Manchester City are, considering how ruthless you're looking at the moment, I don't even think you need the favour. Look, it may come, Manchester United may find some form, they may be able to do something, but ultimately I don't think that you're going to need any help from anyone else. I think what else is very interesting at the moment is the feeling around Tottenham Hotspur, because Tottenham fans are in a very awkward situation. Their team are playing, generally speaking, that when you're a football fan you want your team to win, but Tottenham Hotspur are playing Manchester City in a game that if Tottenham get anything out of the fixture, it will ultimately put Arsenal in pole position to win the league. I'm fascinated by this fixture. I'm fascinated about how Tottenham fans are feeling about it. And Tony, a Tottenham fan. Tony, you're on talkSPORT. How are you?
Good evening, Roy. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. Tony, tell me, how are you feeling about this game? How are you feeling going into a game against Manchester City where any semblance of a decent result for you will potentially give Arsenal their first title for 2 decades?
Yeah, I don't like to, as I say, I'm a Tottenham fan and not a Tottenham fans and Arsenal fans are rivalry. I don't like to see Arsenal win because I've got 2 nephews that are Arsenal fans as well. They're probably confused, but if Arsenal have got to lose the next 2 games and if we draw against City, and I think if we can beat Sheffield United on the final day of the season and Villa points, I think we could just nick a point off of Villa and go above them for 4th place because it's between the first 2 places and 4th and 5th places, isn't it?
Yeah, that's totally true. The Tottenham Hotspur certainly have a chance of making it into the Champions League. There's no doubt about it. If you can find a bit of rhythm, get a bit of luck, and Aston Villa don't put any kind of run together between now and the end of the season, yeah, you can do it. However, if you do that, you possibly hand Arsenal the league. How bitter a man are you? Would you sacrifice European qualification for your team in order to make sure Arsenal don't win the league, or will you allow them to win the league and get yourself into the Champions League?
Well, I'd rather be in the Champions League or than the Europa League because I don't mind the Europa League, but then teams have got to play like on Thursday and 2 days rest and play again Sunday, whereas the Champions League, if we play a Tuesday or Wednesday, we've got a 3-day break till Saturday or Sunday, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, if Arsenal win it, then all good, good luck to them, but I don't know, but...
You can live with that, can you? Tony, you're a far kinder, you're a bigger man than me. Because I am full and twisted with tribalism. I am totally consumed by rivalry. And look, I am desperate for Arsenal. I was desperate for Arsenal not to win the league. And look, I'm a Chelsea fan. I would sacrifice anything to make sure that Arsenal do not win the league. We need to protect and preserve the Premier League from their hands. That hasn't been in their clutches for 2 decades. We can't give it to them now. Surely you're going to aid them. Wouldn't that be the most Tottenham Hotspur thing to do? That would be so Spursy, wouldn't it? To beat Man City in order to give Arsenal their first title for 2 decades.
I mean, if we beat City and Arsenal lose on tomorrow against Manchester United, there could be a draw, but I don't know. And then I don't know Arsenal got in the last game. If they drop points and drop 2 points at each game, then City will get the title. But we still get in 4th place if Villa lose the 2 games.
Yes, you will, but the problem is that you will have given Arsenal league. Thank you so much for your call there, Tony. I think I'm going to have a chat now with Ryan. Ryan, you're a Chelsea fan. You've got to be happy with what you saw today, even if it was very much a case of we got there in the end.
Yeah, sorry. How's it going? Anyways, to start off with me, yeah, it was It was a good result in the end up. I think Reece James coming on completely changed the game, showed leadership, and then even just made the final pass to Jackson to get the all-important goal. And I just think this has shown how, like, even with Reece James being out and everyone else, like in Cuckoo and all that, I think this game has shown that we have been unfortunate with injuries, and I'm actually really excited for next season, whether we get Europe or not.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Ryan. There's no doubt about it that we've been very unfortunate with injuries, and also I think what we saw there demonstrated to us. You know, as football fans, we can often have a little bit of recency bias, can't we? And you could often hear people talking about the brilliance of Malo Gusto and how good Malo Gusto was and how he managed to fill the void left by Reece James. And then you see Reece James and you suddenly go, actually, there's a chasm of quality between Reece James and Malo Gusto, and that is why Reece James, I believe, is the best fullback in the league. I think Reece James is the best right back in the league by distance. The only thing standing in his way is his fitness issues. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, without a doubt. He's got the whole package. He's fast, he's strong, he can defend, he can attack, he can pass, he can get around your defence. I just think, obviously everyone will say the debate with Alexander-Arnold and James, but personally, and I know it's going to sound biased, but I think Reece James is the whole package.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, over the course of this season, if we try and summarise this season, we are now level on points with Newcastle. Newcastle are sixth. So Chelsea have got ourselves, somehow, we're in the situation where we are level on points with Newcastle United. Our remaining fixtures, we're away at Brighton on Wednesday, and then we're home to Bournemouth. If we take 6 points there, end up finishing maybe in sixth, how does that make you feel about the whole season as a entity?
It would be, honestly, a better season from last season. It would have been nice to get the League Cup. That would have been, honestly, great to have one over on Liverpool once again. But to get Europe from where we were around December, January time, if you had said to me, you could get Europa League or Conference League, I'll be like, no, you're lying to me, like that's not going to happen. But I'll even take just, I honestly, I don't mind whether Europa or Conference. It's just something that we can ease back into our form, and then just hopefully get a wee cheeky trophy under our belts.
Yeah, totally. Ryan, do you think that Gareth Southgate can take Reece James to the Euros?
I think he should, but I don't think he will. But for me being Irish, for my sake, I hope he doesn't.
Fair enough. See, I just think that his form has made it so that he... Look, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because his form, when he plays, is sensational. I believe that he is the best fullback in the league, but his fitness issues are such a worry. And I guess over the course of this season, when you see the form of Kyle Walker, when you've seen what Trent Alexander has done over the whole season, maybe it would be unjust. I just do think that he is the best in his position. His only fragility is his fitness.
Yeah, it's the consistency on the pitch, perfect, but consistency with his fitness is up and down. But here's hoping that he got a few minutes under his belt today. Hopefully get a few for the final 2 games of the season, then he can just rest up and get ready for pre-season.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ryan. This is Rory Jennings in for Mark Goldbridge on talkSPORT. Don't forget, over on talkSPORT 2 right now, it's Milton Keynes Dons versus Crawley in the second leg of the League 2 playoff semi-final, and it's just getting underway with Crawley 3 up from the first leg. Here, though, keep your calls coming in, 03717 223344. We'll take more of them when we discuss the title race next.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down.
It's time to stop starting getting clocking right.
So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts package in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Build a bet you won in seconds with Unibet's Bet Builder. You're on. Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder wrappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Pre-match only. Match day £10 minimum. Combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
At Skoda, we love spring. More spur-of-the-moment family adventures? Yes, please. More picnics in the rain? Why not? More bank holiday lay-by wee breaks? Sure. But best of all, the Skoda Spring Event. Get £750 towards your new car when you take a test drive and place your order between the 10th and the 31st of May. The Skoda Spring Event. Visit your local retailer today. T's and C's apply. Excludes SE10, New Octavia, all new Superb and all new Kodiaq. Customer saving on £750 including VAT applied to OTR price. Retail customers only. Participating retailers only.
Keep things smooth by making the move to Universal Credit. It won't be automatic, so look out for your letter telling you what you need to do and when. Ignoring it could even stop your payments. But don't worry, there's loads of support available, like a dedicated phone line, independent advice, and financial protection to help with your move. To find out more, visit gov.uk/UCMove. Eligibility criteria apply.
BetUK are passionate about ensuring their players gamble responsibly. It's important to keep yourself safe when betting, so you'll find a range of tools on the BetUK app and website.
You can set deposit limits, schedule reality checks, and even set timeouts to help you stay in control. Always gamble responsibly at BetUK.
Join me, Graham Souness, with Jim White and Simon Jordan for the most opinionated football talk show on the radio.
A Monday triple threat of Souness, White and Jordan.
Monday morning from 10 o'clock
on the world-famous talkSPORT.
Bernardo Silva sliding challenge, but Bellini's a good one, but it comes to Phil Foden. Who else? Alvarez is going to try and score against Fulham for a fourth time. It's him against Leno, in front of those City fans. Right-footed, he sends the keeper the wrong way. It's 4 again for Manchester City. It's another step to the Premier League title.
We know perfectly what we are playing for. And yeah, now rest and go to play the final in London against Tottenham.
You were listening to me, Rory Jennings, in for Mark Goldbridge on talkSPORT. You can also send me your questions on WhatsApp, 03717223344, and I'll answer the best of them later. City today cruised past Fulham, and they closed the goal difference gap on Arsenal down to 2. How psychologically damaging do you think that must be for Arsenal? They know that there is nothing that they can do about City's relentlessness. They are basically perfect. Could Manchester United draw some confidence from City's rivals today, hoping to knock the stuffing out of them for the Gunners? We will have to find out. But before we go any further on that one, I do want to have a chat with George, a Tottenham fan. George, let me know, how are you feeling about the game against Manchester City that's coming up soon?
Oh, relieved. Really, really relieved. Yeah, couldn't be happier.
In what sense?
Couple more games to go, and then we can start again in August. That's just the way.
Oh right. What, you just want the season to end?
Completely. Yeah. Just let City win it. All for them. I want to get back to supporting Spurs again. I've had 2 seasons on the trot now where I've been a City fan. It's so great.
And how do you think it will go?
Really
when you play them, when you play Manchester City, what do you think the atmosphere will be like in the stadium? Do you think the majority of Tottenham fans will be there secretly or even openly hoping for a defeat?
Oh, I don't know. You want to hear some songs, you want to see some goals, but you just hope City are really good and they just beat us.
Will you be going? Do you go to Tottenham?
No, not enough. Yeah.
But you'll be watching that. You will be watching that game, hoping for a defeat.
Yeah. England-wise, I'm thinking summertime. I'm all for England. I
I respect Arsenal. There's Saka, you know, he's great. I'd even take Ben White in England. You know, I think Ramsdale's great. I battle the teams, English players. I love England over it all.
Right, so you're looking forward to the Euros. You've almost checked out of this season.
Yeah, completely checked out in Jan.
And what about overall then, looking back on it? Ange Postecoglou, are you happy with what he's done? Are you happy with his contribution to Tottenham so far?
Yeah, completely. Good guy, speaks well, really like him. No complaints. All going well.
And are you optimistic for next season? How do you think that's going to go?
I think it's going to go well. We just, you know, we need more players. It's going to go well. You need a lot of luck with the games you play and the time you play and the weather you play in. Like, no, we were playing back-to-back heavy games in the wet. It hits you with a low squad.
Fair enough. I do agree with that one, George. Thank you so much for your call, George. Dustin, you're a Tottenham fan as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Dustin, how are you feeling about that game against Man City?
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's like, you don't want them lot from Tottenham Park there to win the league, but City after the FA Cup this season have never scored at the New Lane, so...
And how are you feeling? What do you want to happen in that game? I find it very interesting to try and find out if Tottenham fans are going into that game hoping for a defeat.
I can never hope for a defeat, no. But at the same time, I won't be annoyed like normally if we lose, if that makes sense.
Right. But ultimately, on the night, you'll be hoping that you see Tottenham win the game.
Yeah, because I think United will do Arsenal tomorrow anyway.
Oh, do you really?
Tomorrow's their cup final. Yeah, I think that's their cup final. Maybe not win, but I think they grab a point in the league, and that's it for Arsenal then.
Do you know what, Dustin? I desperately hope you're right, but you know when you're looking at what happened to Manchester United at Selhurst Park, when you're looking at the injury problems they've got, when you're listening to Ten Hag, I hope you are correct. In fact, can you do me a favour here? Convince me, what are you basing this on? I just don't see a world in which in which Manchester United can stop Arsenal at all.
I think it's just basic football, isn't it? I mean, like I say, realistically, it ain't going to happen. United are going to get absolutely destroyed by Arsenal. But football's so funny that it's the game that it'll be that game that will Arsenal slip up. And I mean, everyone says Spurs are the bottlers, but it's a known fact that Arsenal bottled the league more times than any other team in the Premier League history. So it's going to happen at some point, and tomorrow will be the time that they choke.
Do you think that could be the case?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's definitely United win, but I think they get a point, and that's enough for City, because then City still top after tomorrow's game, and then even when we win on Tuesday night, they still win the league by winning at home next weekend. And realistically, I'll take fifth for Spurs this season, because we ain't ready for the Champions League. It would be an embarrassment if we go to the Champions League.
Fair enough, Dustin. You're a bigger man than me. I can be totally honest with you. If I were in the same situation, I'd be desperate to see my team get beat.